Tonight's coverage of the NLRL Console Endurance Series is brought to you by Malwa Transport, oversized cargo and trucking logistics specialists of Quebec. Visit their website on www.malwa-transport.ca. Good evening, race fans, and welcome back to TRTN for tonight's coverage of Round 3 of the NLRL Console Endurance Series Season 2. As always, I'm Regan Clark. You join me here from the land down under, here in the hills above the historic mining town of Bathurst, New South Wales, Australia, at hallowed ground for Australian motorsports here at the mighty Mount Panorama Circuit. Otherwise known as Bathurst, home of the Bathurst 1000 in the Australian V8 Supercar Series and the Bathurst 12-hour in the Intercontinental GT Series. Bathurst is a track unlike any other. Consisting of 23 turns and 6.2 kilometres or a little under 4 miles of FIA Grade 3 and founded in 1938, seasoned drivers have struggled throughout history to precisely pin down what kind of magic this track brings to the calendar. Kevin Estre once tried to describe this circuit as one part Nordschleife, and the other part Macau. But up against either of them, Bathurst is a completely different kettle of fish. One of the most demanding circuits in circulation on ACC, Mount Panorama is considered one of the greatest challenges for any driver. A real Marmite track then, or I suppose more relevantly here, a Vegemite track. Love it or hate it, drivers and teams alike have dreaded and dreamt of this very event. Heading into round 3 of the championship on the second ever running of the Bathurst 4-hour here in the NLRL Console Endurance Series, we reel from what would have been 2 back-to-back 6-hour events in Zolder and Nürburgring, with Zolder shortened to 5 hours after starting difficulties. To set the scene though for today's championship fight, let's take a look at where the standings are concerned as we head into free practice today. We were watching on board for a moment there with the 789 of Jake Goldman. He makes his way back into the pit lane, so let's catch on board here with Danny Dion in the number 15 Sparco CTA Autosports car as we recount the championship standings. Now taking a look in the overall standings, it's first place for Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett with the exclusive number 788 team after 2 back-to-back victories, with Jorbe van Herle and Elias Svenningsson of the former K1 Esports team now with 5-star, second after 2 back-to-back podiums. The 313 were Van Veltzen and Giles, third place, with Friedman, Meeldijk and Goenheimer fourth in the 787. In the 5th place spot is Jake Goldman and Chris Farish. Now Parker Sukup and Chris Farish for this round of the championship. And they're ahead of 6th place Adam Saunders, Connor Letford and Bailey Rosier. Now just Saunders and Rosier with Tempest Motorsports in 6th place. Fats GT's number 123 car, Niels Basler and John Williams find themselves in 7th place, ahead of Marcus Carlos and Ilke Killing Koglu in 8th place with MSA's number 414 team. NRW number 77 of Jörg Masserat and Dennis Kuhleman, 9th place overall. And in 10th place, Levi Warner and Spencer Brown. Replacing Levi Warner for this round is Matthew Williams with Fats GT's number 23. Now they're joint 10th place overall with the 315 of Ben Meredith, Alan Alexander and Archie Bowen. For this round, it will just be Alan Alexander and Ben Meredith with Archie Bowen. Now in a new car, the 316 of Euro Titans with Jack Giles. Looking into the privateers, Tempest lead by a landslide, 102 points strong in the number 30. They lead out of 2 rounds back-to-back here in Season 2 of the Championship. NRW's number 77 car moves up and ahead of Race Vision's number 9 to 2nd place. Those two divided by only 5 points at the end of the Privateers podium. Dropping down to 5th place is Majestic's number 94, now behind NRW's 777 car by a factor of only 4 points. De Ave Maria 6th place with 60 points in the Championship, ahead of Team Raceline Motorsports with the number 60 car 7th with 54 points. A 6-point gap there between 6th and 7th, rounding out the 8 cars in the standings in privateers so far. Black Nitro Racing's number 69 car with 46.5 points. Looking into the Teams Championship as far as things are concerned after 2 rounds in on Season 2, we find ourselves with a broadly different demographic to play against here. A 60-point lead for the exclusive esports team ahead of 5-star esports, formerly K1 Esports. They're second ahead of Euro Titans Endurance to round out the podium for teams. 4th place for Fats GT, ahead of the 2-car performance, I should say, of NRW Performance. 64 points strong and only 2 points ahead of MSA Racing, up in 5th and 6th. Tempest Motorsport, a single car entry in the Privateers wing, find themselves 2 points up the road from the 3-car entry of the Malwa Racing team. 7th and 8th for those two, and then rounding out the top 10 in the Teams Championship, Race Vision Motorsports with 26 points and AXRL Heat with 18 points. Majestic Racing in 11th with 15 points. In 12th place, Sparco CTA Autosport with 12 points. De Ave Maria 13th with 5 points, and a joint 14th place to round out the Teams Championship for Team Raceline and Black Nitro with 2 points apiece. Coming out of the talks of the championship then, let's get on to the talks of the event at hand here. Round 3 of the championship gives us this current format, 10 minutes of free practice, of which we're in at the moment. Coming up in a moment's time will be 20 minutes of qualifying, which is set to be a very exciting qualifying battle indeed. We'll get more onto that as we progress through today's session. And following on that, 4 hours of racing, 240 minutes total here in the land down under. A mighty, mighty circuit indeed lays ahead of us here for round 3 of the championship. Of course, the stint limits remain at 70 minutes apiece with a fixed refueling time of 25 seconds minimum. So coming out of that discussion, we see that now after only two laps, but one on the table, a 2 minutes 4.742 for Danny Dion, currently fastest in what is a very tepid free practice session. 3 minutes left to go. And whilst we wait to see the nearest car down to the line, I believe it at this time to be our current championship leaders, the 788 Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett, formerly Fazzy Binks and Nat Bennett in the 788 Bentley will stay on board with these two as they make their way down through the chase. We'll get a full tour of the track over the course of qualifying. But once we stay on board here with the 788 team, let's quickly discuss what balance of performance is concerned with before we head into qualifying in just under 3 minutes time. Looking at the balance of performance taken earlier on today, it pitches Ferrari best in class, 25 kilos shed off of the 296. Porsche find themselves second in class with 20 kilos off of the 992. BMW loses 16 kilos and Bentley find themselves, remarkably enough, not at premier advantage under BOP as they pull into the pit lane there. The 788 calls it quits on their free practice endeavours. So scrolling around the field to see some of the nearest cars, we see Casey Miles making his way out of the pit lane with Team Raceline. And here, more poignantly on the discussion of Ferrari, we now see a Ferrari on track, the number 60 here of Team Raceline. Further in that discussion, into the positives, Audi gain 5, McLaren gain 8, and Ford gain a whole 20 kilos. So this is going to be a very, very tough session to follow. Personal in chat says wrong BOP, by the way. Well, that's according to Simbot, which we were told by Race Control is the current supplier for BOP information. We have been told that sometimes there have been fluctuations up to about 5 kilos either side of it. That is the rough text of it all. We'll try and get a look at the actual state of the balance of performance a little later on today, but that is what we were told in the rough text there from Simbot. We'll see precisely where that makes it later on today. We also see out of the pits at the moment, just before the end of free practice, McLaren has apparently 17 kilos added on, so we're going to have a word with Race Control over why we've been seemingly sampling the wrong balance of performance. We need to know exactly who their suppliers are now. Ideally, the Mustang still has 20 kilos, so that much is correct. There have been some minor alterations, so we're told here, on board with the new 5-star esports car. Now, of course, this bears striking resemblance to the former K1 esports team, and fret not, they haven't been absorbed by some larger group. This is just simply the factor of a large-scale rebranding campaign by K1 esports, now to form what is known as 5-star. We're on board with the 116 here, Charlie Harker and Stefan Nikolai in the BMW. They make their way up through Reed Park into Solman and McPhillamy. Down through Brock Skyline. So, according to what we're being told at the moment, if you took the info off of Simbot, it should be accurate with what's on the server. Well, apparently not then. So, obviously, there's been another big snafu when it comes to the data, which I'm going to be completely honest, is starting to get a little bit annoying as we progress through the championship. Yeah, we were just watching on board there with the 116, but now at the end of free practice, no more references then to balance of performance. This has clearly been a case where Pitskill likely have updated their BOP before the race control team have been able to. So according to what we're being told, the BOP is as follows. McLaren gains 17 kilos, Ford gained 20, Bentley gained 8, Ferrari loses 17 kilos, Porsche loses 12, BMW loses 16. So into qualifying we go then. 20 minutes against the clock here. And first out of the pit lane right off the bat, the 313 of Cas van Veltzen and Anthony Rodriguez making their way out through turn 1. So onto the discussion after a bit of a muddled start for balance of performance. Getting a look then at the qualifying times we see as follows. Currently predicted at pole position, the 112 5-star esports car Riyad Yasarevich put in a time of a 1:59.662. That is absolutely jaw-dropping. And that currently puts him just a little over 0.3 of a second up the road from the XCL number 787 of Tobias Sievert, filling in for Danny Meeldijk for this round of the championship. That puts the 787 in second place. Exclusives number 791 car, the newest on the block, Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack, third fastest with a 2 minutes 0.607. Euro Titans number 313 on screen at the moment. Cas van Veltzen and Anthony Rodriguez find themselves fourth place with a 2 minutes 0.895. Not far up the road at all from the back of the top five there. The 5-star esports number 113, routine podium sitters Jorby van Herle and Elias Svenningsson find themselves predicted in the top five with a 2 minutes 0.970. Exclusive esports is number 788 and 789, 6th and 7th by a factor of, looking at it here, about 63 thousandths of a second between Florian Oxman and Chris Farish. In Fatch GT in 8th place with the number 123, a 201.357 out of Niels Baslid, puts him exactly a 10th up the road. From the Tempest number 30 Ford of Adam Saunders, 9th place with a 201.457. Rounding out the top 10 then, the Sparco CTA Autosports number 511 car of Sullivan de Amaro, a 201.502. to put him in the top 10 for qualifying predictions. It's going to be interesting to see precisely how things pan out. And currently, we see a bit of a bizarre complex going on here in terms of track conditions. Now, we're being told track conditions are greasy, alluding to the fact there could have been a rainstorm in-game, at least, between practice and qualifying. So what it means for our drivers today is it's going to be a very, very muddied start. We're on board at the moment with the 313 of Cas van Veltzen and Anthony Rodriguez as we now take the tour here of the mighty Mount Panorama circuit. Starting things off then here at turn 1 at Hell Corner. Named for originally having a tree stump on the inside in its opening years. If a motorcycle racer were to hit said stump, it's pretty obvious where they'd be heading off to. Up the mountain straight we go then, the shorter of two straights, 1.1 kilometers between turns 1 and 2 as we make our way down towards turn 2 here at Griffin's Bend, named after Martin Griffin, the then mayor of Bathurst, who was a visionary behind the creation of the Mount Panorama circuit. Making our way then up towards turns 3 and 4. Very tight section of the track coming up here in a moment's time. The cutting, where we've seen drivers attempt to go side by side and fail miserably. We will be seeing the likes today. Only time will tell different. We head up now through turns 5 and 6, up through Quarry Corner, named after the fact because there is a quarry below the outside wall of the corner. In towards Reed Park, named after Bathurst city engineer Huey Reid. Then up through Solman and McPhillamy we go. Solman Park named after the nature park of the same name. McPhillamy Park named after Walter J. McPhillamy, a previous mayor of the town of Bathurst. And then heading into the most infamous section of the track here, Skyline, sometime called Brock Skyline, after the Australian motorsports legend Peter Brock. Some misconception is that Skyline could be a reference to the Nissan Skyline that dominated in the Australian Touring Car Championships, but its naming is a lot more literal because it overlooks the skyline of Bathurst. In towards Forest's Elbow we go then, named after Arthur Ronald Jack Forrest, an Australian motorcycle racer of his day back in the 1930s. The Conrod Straight is up next, 1.9 kilometres of FIA Grade 3, named after a famous incident at the 1939 Easter race for Frank Kleinig, where his Kleinig Hudson race car threw a Conrod whilst flat out on the straight. His engine failure immortalised in the naming process. Down towards the Chase we go then, turns 21 and 22 coming up in a moment's time. Used to be called the Caltex Chase after the petrol company Caltex. And then heading down toward turn 23 here, Murray's Corner, named after racing driver Bill Murray, who crashed his Hudson at this corner back in 1946. So quite a historic circuit here. Lots of stories to be told in every which corner. And down towards the line, Cas van Veltzen and Anthony Rodriguez across the line, a 203.885. A bit of a muddied start to their endeavours here in Bathurst. Across the line, Chris Farris to a 203.472. Then Jorby van Herle in second place with 5-star esports, and then pushed out of commission by both that of Tobias Sievert. The 787 with exclusive, now fastest. Then across the line a moment ago, the 333. Victor with the Sparco CTA Autosports. That's Gabriel Victor, one of the new signings for the now the 333, so it seems here. Making his way down towards turn 2. Even though it says there 511. Of course, those of you still new to the series will no doubt be confused by the numbers on the car. Seems so different from what's on the charts. It's based off of the livery number of the driver joining. So often it is a case where teams have to coordinate that themselves. Of course, we can't police it at this time. Fourth fastest then Kieran Drysdale in one of the new cars in this series, the Tidman Racing number 8 car. That's one of, looking at our charts here, looking at it, one of 4 new cars. Joining them Nexus GT, KTJ Motorsport and VEC Esports. Hopefully we'll see them a little later on in today's session. We also see there is KTJ Motorsports number 43 car. That's Kieran McMillan across the line, second fastest, a 1.117 gap between himself and the leading BMW of Tobias Siebert. You can see now passing up one of the newest cars to join the grid. That's the 791 all the way down the order there. Fabio Farr alongside Tyler Vermaak with Porsche, the only Porsche in this series right now. And it's a very ambitious call there by the exclusive team to deploy a Porsche onto the field. We know, though, that when given the right set of parameters, when given the right kind of talent behind the wheel, that Porsche can absolutely flow here like mercury through Mount Panorama. And really, I'd say they're in safe hands in company of Fabio Farr. Now, looking into his file, this is the first we've ever seen of Farr on circuit here. We stay on board just briefly with the 791 duo of Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermaak. Fabio Farr is their sort of ace in the hole for all things Porsche. He's only ever competed, according to SimGrid, outside of Porsche all of 3 times in all of 2025. 2 times with Audi and 1 time with Ford. So he really does know that 992 like the back of his hand. So very safe company hoping for here in the 791. Tyler Vermaak gets his first chance to race with the exclusive team in an endurance format. Last time we saw him, he was competing for the former K1 Esports team back in the trailing rounds of Season 1, where he went head-to-head with his former employers at the Euro Titans endurance team. That was quite a dramatic final chapter to pick up on back in Season 1. Looking at where things stand at the moment, Chris Farish now second fastest, Cas van Velzen third fastest. That pushes Kieran Drysdale down towards 4th place, but he's still up and ahead now of his fellow new signing, the 43 Kieran McMillan with KTJ Motorsports. Adam Saunders 6th fastest with Gabriel Victor in 7th, Michael Picconi in 8th, Jorbe van Herle in 9th, Danny Dion in 10th, Leon Geisler in 11th, with Casey Miles in 12th. Keanu Geiger in 13th and Matthew Williams in 14th position. Still yet to see plenty of times. The 616 heading to the line. We'll just catch here with Alex Albert of the Malois Racing team down across the line. 10th fastest. From behind him, you can see coming to the line, I believe that was the 43 of Kieran McMillan, back up to second. So very, very hopeful here for McMillan in the 43 KTJ Motorsports BMW. We'll touch more on this team a little later on. The 94 heading to the line next. We'll see if we can intercept them before they hit the checkered line. Sadly didn't appear to be the case. Leon Geisler just crossed the line as we caught him there. The Majestic Racing 94 up to 6th place and sandwiched in between 2 Fords. I say that as 1 Ford, namely Adam Saunders as number 30, skyrockets there to 2nd place, nearest now to challenge the likes of the 787 of Tobias Siebert, currently dominating in the opening 10 minutes of this session here in qualifying. So some quick context for those of you somewhat confused by the silver placards on some of these cars here. This represents the reserve drivers. KTJ Motorsports were reserves coming into round 3 of the championship, so they get their opportunity to drive early doors here before a full confirmation out of round 4 at the Silverstone 6 Hour in 2 weeks' time. 3rd place now for Cas van Velzen and Anthony Rodriguez. The 313 up to 3rd fastest and ahead of Kieran McMillan. And that becomes 5th place as both of them are pushed out of line by Chris Farish in the 789 McLaren, now up to 3rd. The number 5 next to the line, we'll try and intercept here. Michael Picconi with De La Ave Maria. Following in his wake there, the 511 into the pit lane. Down to the line then goes the number 5 Ferrari, just hanging outside of the top 10. Across the line he goes from 12th place and stays there with 11 minutes to spare. Next to the line, so it seems Fats GTs, I should say, number 23. Across the line then went the 23 up to 2nd fastest, so a great turnaround for Matthew Williams in the number 23. That puts him right now within 0.2 of a second of the fastest time in this session so far. The 115 next to the line. We'll see if we can intercept the 115 before it hits the checkered line here. James Mason, 11th fastest with 5-Star Esports as he crosses the line there. That's immediately down to 12th as from behind him emerged seemingly there the number 316, the new car on the block for Jack Giles and Archie Bowen in the 316. Let's see if we can catch on board with these two here. They make their way up the mountain straight now, having just crossed the line. Bowen was previously part of that 315 lineup. Now he joins Giles in the 316. Both of them have just been pushed down, not 1 but 2 positions. First by Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermaak with Porsche. Then by, actually, I was about to say Stefan Nicolai, but no, it wasn't the case. As a matter of fact, we see across the lane with Zen Vitus in the number 9 Race Vision Motorsports car. One of 3 drivers there down in that privateer wing. What a drive there by Vitus. He's joined by Plotnikin and Bele. Both of them now pushed out a line there by the recent arrival, seemingly there, of the 112. Riyad Yasarevich, predicted at pole position in the 112 5-Star Esports BMW, now finds himself one of 4 drivers to be within a second of pole position right now. Scratching just outside of that margin as he heads to the chase is Chris Farish in the 789. He's not far from the line here, but further up the road is Cas van Velzen to the line. Also up the road was the 788 of Nat Bennett, up to third fastest. Van Veltzen to fourth fastest. Then as we catch on board here with Chris Farris down towards the line, can he make his way back into the top 5 as he crosses the line here from 7th place? It is an improvement, but not by a long way there. Still needs to find just under 0.4 of a second to put himself on the same level here as Riyad Yasarevic. He's just nipping his way into that 4th row. Will be starting as it stands right now alongside Zen Vitas after that miracle time for the Race Vision team. That 9 car now up to 8th. The 99, I should say. I'm just stammering over my words across the line there. David Tanguay now up and ahead of Christian Lebay. Behind him, the 77 of Jörg Masserat up to 10th and stays there. 123 nearest to the line. We catch on board with Niels Baslier round Murray's corner here at turn 23. Down towards the line goes the 123. Across the line he goes and stays 13th. Reluctant results there after that last run. A number 316 next to the line. As we see onto the timing charts, there goes Jack Giles and Archie Bowen. Just outside there by a couple hundredths between himself and Kieran McMillan's KTJ BMW. Just a few hundredths outside of a top 10 start. So really a hopeful sign with 8.5 minutes left to go in today's session. Across the line a moment ago when I believe, looking at it there, the 791, Fabio Farr 8th place now alongside Tyler Vermack in the 791 Porsche 911. Zen Vitas across the line there, just scratching at the back of a top 10 now, where it was hopeful for him. It's starting to sort of reel back, and he's pushed out 2 more positions as having crossed the line a moment ago. Believe there was not Saunders. We're trying to find who it was, but we are struggling to seemingly identify all the numbers. The 414 being among them, though. Marcus Carlos with MSA Racing. 112 across the line a moment ago as well. Still second fastest. Riyad Yasarevic reels in Tobias Sievert to now within 1/10 of a second. We could be looking here at a bit of a dash between 5-star and exclusive for pole position, but let's not rule out Fatch GT and Matthew Williams in that Mustang. They're not too far at all. They're sub 0.2 of a second, and then not far off either of them is Nat Bennett and Florian Oxman. They're across the line a moment ago onto another flying lap. No improvement over the course of the last. Having crossed the line from behind them there, one of the Fatch GT cars. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it is not the 123, so it is the 223. Sander Verstecke, 24th. Not too far up the road from Mario Reutiers, down in 27th in the 323. One of 3 cars right now in the Fatch GT, 4 cars, I should say, in the Fatch GT lineup. Next to the line, though, speaking of Fatch GT, we'll try and catch on board here with the 123 Niels Baslier to the line. Then from behind them, the 115, but seemingly a little bit of connection trouble for the 123. He's back across the line, though. A little bit of a temporary outage. Baslier to the line. Sadly, no improvement. The 115 across the line a moment ago. James Mason to 7th fastest. Now we are looking at a broadly different situation as the track continues to improve, where we were only looking at about 4 cars a moment ago to be within that second of pole position. We are now at the full top 10 of the vehicles to be within a second of pole position. So it is absolutely airtight. We see here now separated by 35 thousandths of a second after their last lap just gone. Fabio Farr now behind the 788 of Nat Bennett. So 2 exclusive esports cars brawling for that second row. Right now, they dominate by 8 hundredths. That's Tobias Sievert in the 787. He's filling in for Danny Meeldijk in the 787 lineup. 113 nearest to the line. Jorbe van Herner and Elias Svenningsson now up to 11th as they've just crossed the line there. Also putting themselves within a second of pole position. That brings the number up to 12 cars. The 116 nearest to the line. So Charlie Harker and Stefan Nicolai next to the line. They're up to 19th after that last lap just gone. And the 119 from behind them, I believe that to have been Christian Lebay across the line a moment ago. They're 18th and stay there after that last lap. The 789 next to the line. We see if we can catch on board here with Chris Farris up to 8th, just as we've caught him there ahead of James Mason, who's now pushed down to 9th place. The 788 now goes up to the fastest time as he's just crossed the line there. Nat Bennett with a 2 minutes, .217. With 5.5 minutes left to go, there is absolutely the chances to see a sub 2 minute time where we may have messed up the balance of performance to no fault of our own. One thing is for certain, the qualifying predictions are still telling us a very compelling story that someone, somewhere on that front row is capable of a 159. The question therein remains, where it may not seemingly be the same story we're being told out of the quality predictions where it could be 5-star from XCL. The question is, someone out there is capable of 159, and who might it be? Right now, likely chances have it pitched at the 788. That's consistent progress for them over the course of the last 15 minutes of qualifying, but there's still a long, long road left to travel on before we get to the end of qualifying today. The 314 next to the line, we're just going to see there up onto the top 15, just across the line, Kieran Rodd with the 314 Ford Mustang. And the 315 from behind them, trying to see where they pitched themselves, seemingly down in, so it is there, 22nd for Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander. And number 9 across the line, Zen Vitus from 15th place stays there after their last lap. So we're going to try and catch on board here with the next car to the line just on the exit of the chase is Marcus Carlos with MSA Racing. Then from behind him, we can see the 113 of Jorbe van Herle and Elias Svenningsson. These two separated by dead on a tenth of a second. Across the line goes Marcus Carlos and up to 7th. Then Van Herle from behind him from 11th across the line and doesn't find a way into the top 10 just yet. But we've seen their good hustle to put himself now within 0.04 of a second to the car up in 6th place, Cas van Veltzen in the 313 Euro Titans Ferrari. So this could be a very exciting fight coming up here in a moment's time. We can see, as a matter of fact, just outside of that top, well, from the back of the top 5 to the outside of the top 5, I should say. We've got 3 cars there divided, actually 4 cars, if you take a look here, divided by 0.07 of a second. So that is remarkable. From Fabio Farr to Cas van Veltzen to Marcus Carlos to Adam Saunders. Porsche, Ferrari, BMW and Ford, all divided by less than a tenth. Across the line a moment ago, Tobias Siebert slices down the gap between himself and his teammate Nat Bennett, but the 787 remains in second as he crosses the line. 3 minutes left to go, functionally a lap and a half. 2 laps then on the table for the 787 if he keeps his foot firmly in the bulkhead of that car. The 223 next to the line. We'll see across the line here goes Sander Verstecke, remains 26th. Then the 77 of NRW Performance's Jörg Masserat from 19th across the line. No improvement there. The 123 next to the line on what appears to be a valid time if we can intercept them here. The 123 Fatch GT car of Niels Basler from 18th remains there as he crosses the line. Then the 314, so a constant flow of information. And behind the number 15 Sparco CTA car, we see here Kieran Rodd from 14th place across the line. Doesn't find that margin so fine as it is there between himself and his teammate Jack Giles in the 316. That's a factor, looking at it here, of 12 thousandths of a second. One of the finest margins I think we've seen here. Actually, as I say that, looking further up the road, Kieran McMillan off by 2 thousandths and up the road in 12th. Remarkable. That was really quite something we're seeing here over the course of the session. The 112 crosses the line to start another flurry of flying laps. That's the 5-star esports car of Riyad Yasarevic, Yannick Fredericks and Carlos Diesch, formerly parts of the Whale esports team. Back in round 1 in the privateers wing, they were absorbed into the masses of the former K1 esports team, now the 5-star esports team. Over the course of round 2 in the Nürburgring now is their second round in proper in the pro division, and they are really making quite the mark here. They find themselves looking at it a 58 thousandths of a second up the road from Matthew Williams of Fatch GT, and not too far off a shout to being on the front row there, Tobias Sievert and Nat Bennett, an XCL 1-2 here in Bathurst. 787 is nearest to the line on a valid flying lap, that is. So we're going to catch on board here with Tobias Sievert. Needs to make 115 thousandths of a second if he means to take pole position for his very own. And since he's got one more lap on the table, let's see if it's now or later for Sievert across the line. Not this time around, so it seems. So this is his last possible opportunity to come and take pole position off of Nat Bennett and Florian Oxman in the 788 Bentley, where we really would have thought Bentley would have struggled today under the data given in the qualifying predictions, and now what is admittedly incorrect balance of performance statistics, still proving that Bentley don't have a particularly grandiose advantage. It does still leave many questions on the table over whether or not Bentley are set to go 3 on the trot here in Season 2. 1, 2, 3 next to the line. Fatch GT's car of Niels Basler up to 16th there with one more lap to serve before the end of qualifying today. The 315 nearest to the line. We'll see if we can catch on board with them just before they get to the end of the road here. They've got just enough time as they're right behind the Tidman Racing number 8 car, Kieran Drysdale, across the line in a moment's time from 18th place. Seemingly stays there. Across the line goes Ben Meredith from 24th and also stays there. So nearest on a valid flying lap, the 414 heading down through the chase now. Marcus Carlos runs over the chase, but with 20 seconds against the line, he might just have enough more time. He might just have enough time, I should say, down towards the line, but calls it quits there. The best of times, 8th place for MSA Racing. The 99 racing against time to get to the line here. David Tanguay with Malwar Racing. And he might just have this one pitched in across the line, and seemingly one more lap available for David Tangway. Next to the line, we see here a little bit hard to track. We're trying to exactly figure out what that massive car is down towards the chase. We're a little bit confused as to what precisely we're dealing with there. I think there was some variety of incident going on between these two here. The 115 and up the road, that is the 116, if I'm not mistaken. So that's Charlie Harker, Stefan Nicolai, James Mason and Scott Milbank. The two 5-star esports BMWs down toward the line. And with Mason across the line at the end of qualifying, finds himself just outside of the top 10. But here comes the 787, needs 115 thousandths and takes it to pole position. We may not have seen a 159 just yet, but we can see right now the 787 at the top of the timing charts. The 511 next to the line. We'll see as they get down towards the line what is the current status quo for Sullivan Diamaro from 23rd across the line and stays there. The 788 nearest to the line, but seemingly on what appears to be an invalid flying lap. We'll see whether or not that speaks the whole truth, as from behind them is the number 30 of Adam Saunders with Tempest. Across the line goes Nat Bennett. It was valid, but not enough for a position change. And we did see an improvement, but again, not enough for a position change for Adam Saunders. Across the line a moment ago there as well was, I believe, Niels Bassler, the 315 next to the line. We'll see if we can catch on board here with the 315 down in 24th. Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander. Then from behind them, the 69 car, Black Nitro Racing's Keanu Geiger. 24th then for Meredith as he crosses the line. Then to the line comes Keanu Geiger. The 112 not too far away. Geiger 30th. The 112 nearest to the line now on board with Riyad Yasarevich. Needs half a second to put 5-star on pole. Can he do it as he makes his way to the line? Sadly, that is not the case this time around. We saw him race against time for this one. What did David Tangway do with the opportunity from 17th place here for the Malwar Racing team? Can he make his way up to the top 15? Needs 2 attempts to do so, and across the line he goes and stays 17th, but very, very close indeed. Needed 600ths to put himself in 15th place alongside Jack Giles, but a very admirable effort there by Tangway at the end of qualifying. A bit of a muddied session then, but one thing is for certain: total domination by Exclusive Esports team. This is their bread and butter, this circuit. Tobias Sievert on pole with Nat Bennett in a close second. 15 thousandths between the pair as they start today's session. Riyad Yasarevich third with 5-star Esports, and Matthew Williams in 4th with Fatch GT. We'll get the full grid rundown in just a moment's time. To clarify the end of qualifying here today, we do find ourselves with 35 cars on the grid. I believe I was meant to clarify that at the end of free practice, but that's a bit of a slip up on our end. I think we were more tackling the hands of BOP not working, but oh well, onwards and upwards. We do have one article of news before we get on to the discussion of the grid at hand here for round 3 of the championship. And that currently comes out of the world of IMSA, with new aerodynamics spotted for Cadillac during the Daytona testing sessions most recently going on. As you can see here, courtesy of Sportscar 365, among several upgrades spotted around the field, including that for Porsche and Ford down in GT3, as well as the obvious of Lamborghini's new Temerario GT3 set to replace the Huracan for the 2026 IMSA Sports Car Championship season, Cadillac has become the centre of discussion amongst endurance fans as it sports a radical new design to its rear aerodynamics, with comparisons already been drawn to the original design of the Peugeot 9X8. It's likely that this will be worked on further before the start of the 2026 Rolex Daytona 24-hour. It is going to be a very, very bizarre time for Cadillac. It is a broad redesign here, not one that many people were expecting heading into 2026. This is definitely them putting their eggs in the basket of straight line speed. We could expect to see Cadillac have a great advantage in the straightaways. And considering where things stand for the majority of that calendar, this might not be the worst move for Cadillac. Now, bear in mind, they're going up against both barrels of Porsche next season now that they've completely withdrawn their WEC efforts and are doubling down on IMSA. This could be a very exciting season to follow, but more on that later in time. For now, though, we'll be on to the discussion in a moment's time on the grid of round 3 of season 2 of the NLRL Console Endurance Series. Now, do bear in mind, we'll be reading the names as they appear on the charts. Of course, they could be set to change when the race starts, but the numbers and cars will all be the same, I do greatly assure you. On to the discussion then, with just about 5 minutes before the start of the formation lap here for round 3 of the championship. Tobias Sievert on pole position, and that makes an XCL 1-2 start with the 788 of Nat Bennett in second place. Carlos Desch in third with 5-Star Esports in the 112 BMW. Matthew Williams in fourth with Fats GT's number 23 Ford, and it's a Ford 4.5 as Adam Saunders leads the charge for the Privateers, the number 30 in fifth place. Fabio Farr, the newest signing for the exclusive esports team, the 791 of Farr and Vermac in the solo Porsche. The 791 sixth place after an ambitious entry. There alongside Cas van Veltzen in the 313 and Marcus Carlos in 8th in the MSA number 414. Jake Goldman in 9th in the 789 exclusive McLaren, and rounding out the top 10 on a fantastic qualifying for Race Vision Motorsports, the number 9 of Zen Vitus. Scott Milbank in 11th place in the 115 5-Star Esports BMW, and it's a 5-Star 11 and 12 with Jorby van Herle and Elias Svenningson's 113 in 12th position. Niels Bassler in 13th with Fats GT. Kieran McMillan on the new KTJ Motorsports entry, the number 43, in 14th place, and ahead of Jack Giles and Archie Bowen in the brand new 316 of the Euro Titans Endurance team. They're ahead of Kieran Rodd in the 314 in 16th place, and Carl Martel in 17th with Malwar Racing's number 99 Bentley. Kieran Drysdale and Corey Tidman in 18th in the new Tidman Racing Ford, the number 8, starts there alongside Jörg Masserat and Christian LeBay with NRW Performance and Malwar Racing. Charlie Harker with 5-Star Esports in 21st ahead of Sander Verstecke in 22nd. Sullivan Diamaro in 23rd with Sparco CTA ahead of Ben Meredith in 24th. Rounding out the top 25, Leon Geisler with Majestic Racing's number 94 BMW. Danny Dion in 26th with Sparco CTA ahead of Michael Picconi at Del Ave Maria's number 5 Ferrari. They're 27th and ahead of Mario Reutiers in 28th. In 29th place there, a little hard to see his name from where we're sitting, but that's Casey Miles in the Team Raceline Motorsports number 60 Ferrari 296. They're ahead of Keanu Geiger to round out the top 30 with Black Nitro Racing. Josh Wellbeloved with the new Nexus GT sign up in the 31st position in the 111 McLaren. We've seen Josh Wellbeloved over in the Sunday League driving the Lamborghini Huracan. Today, though, sports the McLaren, and he's ahead of Ben Cheeseman in 32nd. Andrew Veldkamp then rounds out what is a 33-car grid for round 3 today in the 616 Malwar Racing Bentley. You can see a little bit of jittering here and there, a little bit of connection troubles in the mid-pack of the field. And there we can see what is a very long line of cars, insurmountably large for today's session. 33 cars in all. Never had I thought I'd seen the day. Well, we'll be heading on to the field in a moment's time then. This is going to be a very exciting round indeed. Now, last time we were here in the NLRL Console Endurance Series was back in Season 1, Round 5. You can see the top 10 here was won by the XCL number 788 car, with MSA second and exclusive on the podium again with the 791. Now, of course, it is a broadly different landscape we find ourselves in today, with plenty of the teams and cars and drivers having swapped around, namely in the case of XCL, where they have almost completely remodeled their lineup for Season 2 of the Championship. Nonetheless, you can see what was XCL domination at Round 5, just past the season midway, where they had 5 cars inside of the top 10. 50% control. That really did mean a lot for them in the championship. They dominated back in Season 1, and so far so good for them as they've gone back-to-back for race wins. This is going to be quite interesting to see how things pan out here at Mount Panorama. It is a circuit unlike any other on the calendar. I would stand steadfast in the convictions to say so, because it is an absolutely brutal track. No margin for error. Plenty of comparisons throughout history, of course. As we mentioned earlier in the stream, Kevin Estra described it as half Nordschleife or half Macau. We also saw Alexandra Premat once coined it as being a mix of the Nordschleife Petit Le Mans, so Road Atlanta, and Laguna Seca. So it's very hard to exactly pin it down. A lot of people drawing that comparison over towards the Nordschleife because of its winding and tight, very little room for error sections. But there's a great, I would say, a greater degree of verticality at play here at Mount Panorama. I mean, hence we are at a mountain. And we are going to see some of the greatest elevation changes in this championship. Looking at it from the lowest to the highest point is about 174 meters. Its highest point is just about, looking at it here, 900 or 862. The text is a bit small for us here. 862 meters above sea level. It is a very, very sharp track here coming into round 3 of the championship. On board then with Tobias Sievert in the 787, standing in for Danny Meeldijk over the course of that last round. We're on board then with our pole sitters, Will Friedman, Tobias Sievert, and Luca Goenheimer with Exclusive Esports' BMW number 787. Yeah, for those of you saying in chat that, oh, this driver is driving instead of the... We clarified before we read the grid out that the names might not be 100% correct, but we were just reading them as they scrolled in. Now, of course, it is going to be a broadly different scope of things as we see how it pans out as we get on to the start of the grid today. Just one moment. So still on board with Sievert in what is an XCL 1-2 formation. They're going to be looking early doors perhaps at defence here, knowing they've got quite a riled up pack behind them. Matthew Williams and Riyad Yasarevich of Fats GT and 5-Star Esports. Two rival teams here in the championship. 5-Star especially, second in the championship and up the road from Euro Titans in the team's championship after round 2. As you can see, you do have, looking inside of that top 10, a bulk of cars here inside of the quarters of XCL, the exclusive esports team. So they'll be looking for a mirror match of how things panned out back in Season 1. Looking further around the field, we can see a few cars have started from the pit lane. The 223 of Sana Vesteja and the 114 of Ben Cheeseman. A remarkable change there. You see around the field, Christian Lebay, of course, a seasoned name here on NLRL, the Season 1 champion of the Sunday League. And now one of the heading acts of the Malwa Racing team. They currently find themselves looking at the rest of the field from 20th place. Up the road from them, you can see one of the new drivers on the field, that being that Mustang number 8 there, Kieran Drysdale, alongside Corey Tidman at the Tidman Racing team. Nat Bennett and Florian Oxman will be looking at the chances to go 3 for 3 here in round 3 of the championship. A hat-trick of victories is nothing to scoff at all. And we saw over the course of last season that XCL's number 788 dominated on its way to the championship stead. They are defending champions, though this time around with Bentley. We're seeing what is already another chartered saga of absolute domination. What was that going on there? Down the S's, the exit of Brock Skyline looked like a little bit of trouble. See here, Danny Dion dropping down a bit. He'll be starting, by the looks of things, 26th on the field. Let's catch back on board, though, with our race leader. They make their way out through Forest's Elbow as we are on the run down towards the chase. Down towards the chase we're going. You can see tyre warming going on for quite a few cars on the field, but I think we've seen most prominently out of that 791 Porsche, and they stand in a very odd spot as far as things stand. They're the only Porsche in this round of the championship, and we've seen it's one thing to go very fast in a front engine car down through Brock Skyline. It is another thing entirely to do it in a rear engine car. So there is a world's weight on the shoulders of Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack. They start further down the line in what appears to be their 6th place for the start of round 3 of the championship. Not much more time to think about it, though, as we go rolling down towards the line here. 33 cars in all, 2 from the pit lane. Actually, could be 3 from the pit lane here. It seemingly is 2, so we'll count that for now. Down towards Murray's Corner we go. 4 hours against the clock here. The second running here in the NLRL Console Endurance Series of the 4 hours of Bathurst. It's an XCL 1-2 to the start line. 4 hours ahead of us here. Without further ado then, folks, 33 cars in all in the land down under as we tackle the mountain here at round 3 of the championship. We're green and racing, and a brilliant start then from the front row already onto the defensive. Goes Tobias Sievert in the 787. On the attack, though, you can see Riyad Yasarevich in the background following on the inside to the 788. Off in the background there, you can see into the gravel trap was the Tidman Racing car for a little touch there, and into the wall already we see contact in the background. Let's see if we can get a look at that on the replay. As you can see in the bottom right hand side is a battle for the lead between the 788 and the 787. We're trying to piece together what happened down the line there between what appears to be one of the NRW performance cars and the Tidman Racing Ford. Actually, could have been turned across by the car right next to it, so we're still a little bit not clued in what precisely has gone on. The bottom line, though, out through the cuttings, leading this race, Tobias Siebert ahead of Nat Bennett, Riyad Yasarevich, and Matthew Williams. Up through Quarry then for the first time into Reed Park, then Solman and McPhillamy past the wall of death. We come up here on their right-hand side. It'll be our left-hand side on the cameras, heading down through McPhillamy Park, down towards Brock Skyline. This could be madness coming up here on the opening lap. It's make or break, and rocketing down through the Skyline Hill goes the number 787, following very closely to the back end of the Bentley in second is Riyad Yasarevich. BMW could be having a real field day here. Yellow flags are out, and into the pits there, I believe, went the number 8 Tidman racing car. I'll have to double check that. We're back into green flags for the time being. We're down to 32 cars, so I believe we've already had a DNF today. Down the Conrod straight we go then. It's BMW, Bentley, BMW and Ford in the top 4. Looking towards the back of that top 5, we see here a battle going on. Tyler Vermaak instead of Fabio Farr looks to take the fight to Cas van Velzen up in 6th place. He's looking to take the fight over to Adam Saunders at the back of the top 5, leading that Privateers wing, the number 30 car, up and ahead of the Euro Titans Ferrari and the XCL Porsche. Down towards Murray's we go then. You can see the Porsche still eyeing up a chance in the background. We can see defending for position Elias Svenningsson from Marcus Carlos down through Murray's. And we see someone tucked up there on the exit of Murray's up through the gravel. You can see here, this is Chris Farris chasing Tyler Vermaak. From behind him is Zen Vitas. Elias Svenningsson into the gravel, though, out through Hell Corner. That loses in position out to the 414, and then furthermore allows onto a tide there. Following on is Kieran McMillan up to 11th place. Kieran Rodd right behind him. The battle of the Kierans, so it seems. We see an absolute maelstrom of machinery. Side-by-side contact, and into the wall goes Cas van Velzen, shoved asunder by the Ford of Adam Saunders. Get a look at that on the replay. A tiny knock, but he was caught by a little snare there on the tyre wall. Watch this here. A little bit of contact and clatters it. That is brutal and terrible, terrible news then. Watching here then with Chris Farris now up to 7th place. Vermaak now up and ahead of Adam Saunders after that mishap between himself and Cas van Velzen. The 313 team will be furious with the notion. Off in the background up ahead, we see someone step side by side, and I believe it to be Matthew Williams of the 23 Fats GT car. Let's see if we can catch on board as there's calamity up past the wall of death. Have a look at this. It is disaster weaving their way through BMWs, Bentleys and Fords amongst a storm of steel as contact there between, looking at it there, the 222 of Ben Hart. Caught in the crossfire, we can see is Danny Dion. It is disaster at McPhillamy. The big one. This is what we've all been fearing here in round 3 of the championship, and it's only come 4 minutes into a 4-hour race. So many casualties there, primarily McLarens, weirdly enough, as they make their way down through the S's and the Dipper. That is a death toll. You can see shoved all the way down the order after that incident between himself and Adam Saunders. Cas van Velzen catches the grass on the exit of the turn. I think that's turn 20. Now turns 21 and 22 as he loses position out to Leon Geisler. It is a disastrous start there. Caught in the crossfire as well. The 77, Jörg Masserat and Mario Reutias behind him. Danny Dion up the road. Pulls it to one side. Could he be emergency recovering that number 15 Sparco McLaren? 5 minutes in and a catastrophe. We see cars pouring into that pit lane. We'll try and catch on more of that situation in a moment's time. We try and get a look here back inside of our leading 3. Riyad Yasarevich pressed right up to the 788 of Nat Bennett. Then he's pressed up right to the back end of the leading BMW, the 787 of Tobias Siebert. 5 minutes into this session, and it has already been war here in Bathurst. Looking further behind, Matthew Williams with a severely injured Ford, looking to fend off Tyler Vermaak, Adam Saunders and Chris Farris. Not too far away at all, Zen Vitas and Marcus Carlos. Then not too far away either as we head through Quarry, trailing by a little bit of a difference there, about 1.187 seconds at the last interval, is Kieran McMillan with KTJ Motorsports, the new signing for round 3. Still yet to piece together what precisely went on down through Solman and McPhillamy, but it was nothing short of catastrophe there. The humanity of it there between all of those cars. there's a myriad into the pit lane at the moment. You can see that is the precise toll of things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in the pit lane right now as we're watching a fight between Williams and Vermack. Now on the exit of Forest's Elbow, the Ford will have straight line speed advantage on paper, but with the Porsche in its slipstream and it generating sizable drag with its broken front nose cone, this could be detrimental for the 23 Thatch car. Porsche hunting for P4 then on their first race back into the Console Endurance Series. Up the inside, on his way down towards the chase before we've even hit the braking zone. Vermack is up and through to 4th place, trying to charge on the inside. Another Ford here against the 23. That was Adam Saunders really getting his elbows out as off in the background goes Zen Vitus, and collecting him was Kieran McMillan. Trying to rejoin the track, nearly forces his way into the iron sights of David Tanguay in the 99 Bentley. Then we can see that is the 119 of Christian LeBay. That does beg the question, as there we can see up the order now. Up and ahead of Tanguay goes Elias Svenningsson to 13th place. Zen Vitus, actually this will be up to 12th place after that. This is absolutely brutal. Any which way you look at it, it is warfare. There's your view of the top 3. It's XCL, 5-star in the podium positions right now. Further down the line, we are talking a proper two-pronged offensive here between XCL and seemingly the 2 Mustangs of Thatch GT and Tempest Motorsport. Tyler Vermack most recently up to 4th place. We're watching here with Chris Farish charging onto the back end of a wounded Matthew Williams. A less than ideal start after a big step out for the 23 down through Skyline. Heading now up through Quarry as we head towards Reed Park. You can see that that Mustang now is just bleeding time, made a contact with the wall. This is inviting Farish in to come and have a go for position. This is all for 6th place, up past the wall of death. Trailing not too far away either is the 414 MSA BMW. Marcus Carlos, who charges on through on the inside, backs out of it before a move down towards Skyline Hill, nearly connected by Kieran Rodd of Euro Titans. Right behind them, that appears to be not... hang on just a moment. Who is... Oh, into the wall as we try to check around. Svenningsson into the wall with 5-star Esports' McLaren. We're trying to catch who this mysterious car is here. Just tucked up behind that, I believe to be Cas van Veltzen. So a lapped Cas van Veltzen snuck his way into that fight. He's down in 23rd. This is unbelievable, folks. A drive-through penalty issued to the 77. That's for Thatch GT. Not Thatch GT, sorry. NRW Performances, Jörg Masret. We were just watching here, sorry, where we got the idea from between the fight of Thatch GT and Exclusive. Right now, Matthew Williams, against all odds, is holding his own here. A one-man army down through turn 23, stemming the tide ahead of Exclusive, MSA, and Euro Titans, and KTJ. Down towards turn 1 we go then. How much longer can he keep this act going for? Only time will tell us different. Getting a look here. It's side by side back up in the fight of the race lead. The BMW holds onto it as seemingly backing out. Working again, well, actually working with one another, I should say, to keep each other in the fight is Nat Bennett and Tobias Sievert. Riyad Yasarevich in 3rd place is creeping up very, very quickly. He's been an omnipresent sight in the rear view mirror of that 2nd place Bentley since the race starts. And I must say, where it has been a very mixed bag for a lot of teams today, 5-star Esports and Exclusive will not be arguing with where it stands, especially not Exclusive after that most recent move by Tyler Vermack in the brand new 791 car. He's alongside Fabio Farr with that Porsche. That puts 3 cars in the top 5 for XCL. We see a most recent incident there. Williams into the pit, and that's an emergency withdrawal by the looks of things there. The 23 is in, seemingly with no sign. We've also seen a stop-go 30 for Mario Reutjes of the 323 Thatch GT Ferrari. So it's only getting worse here for Thatch GT. It has been a disaster for them in the opening 10 minutes of Bathurst. Watching here in the meantime, we see what could be a potential mix-up. That BMW very close behind the 788 Bentley as we head down the Conrod Straight. 1.9 kilometers of FIA Grade 3 up in front of them. You can see one of the lapped, I believe that to be one of the Thatch GT Ferraris out on track there as we head down towards the chase. After that huge calamity in the opening 10 minutes already, we are running into cars to lap. Now, not too far behind them, there's the 791 and the 30. Chris Farish now got recent competition from Marcus Carlos. Behind him, Cas van Veltzen, a lapped car down past the top 20 at this time.
Then the 314, his teammate at Euro Titans, that's Kieran Rod ahead of Kieran McMillan. Rounding out the top 10, Jack Giles and Archie Bowen in the 316 Euro Titans car. Then behind them, David Tangway in the 99, and then the 119 of Christian LeBay. Right behind them, Zen Vitus and Leon Geisler. Ben Meredith in 15th place, Michael Picconi in 16th, James Mason in 17th, Elias Svenningson into the pit lane after immediate damages to the 113 from 18th place. That's going to invite Casey Miles up a few spots, as right now he's running away from what seems to be a sizable fight down the road between Ben Cheeseman, as it stands, and Keanu Geiger, now split between the Bentley of Daniel Poulin and the 616. Williams in the pit lane there. Remains to be seen what's going to go on for the 23. The 313 of Van Veltzen and Rodriguez find themselves 23rd after an accident earlier on in today's race between themselves and the 30 of Adam Saunders. Ben Hart with Nexus GT was caught in that massive pile-up between Solman and McPhillamy. The 323 has a stop-go 30-second penalty with still 2 laps left to go before it can be served. Otherwise, I believe it'll be a disqualification. And that still stands for Mario Roitiers. Sullivan Diamaro was one of many casualties in that pile-up. The 511 finds himself in 25th ahead of Dennis Kuhleman in 26th with that drive-through penalty. Sander Verstecke in the pits 27th, Daniel Poulin 28th, Mario Roitiers 29th, and Niels Basler round out the top 20. Stefan Nicolai in 31st, Danny Dion at the back of the pack, then 32nd, 1 DNF, seemingly from the number 8 of the Tidman Racing Team, Kieran Drysdale and Corey Tidman. Having fallen away massively, we haven't caught this one right away, but you can see here it is disaster for the 112. Riyad Yasarevich with 5-Star Esports is in serious trouble. He's come to a complete dead stop. He's back into the pit lane. This is the worst case scenario for 5-Star Esports. It's the best case scenario for Exclusive, as it's now, as it stands, just under a quarter of an hour into the 4 hours of Bathurst, a 1-2-3. Adam Saunders not far at all from returning to the top 3 in that number 30. Chris Farish then makes 5th for Exclusive. That is 4 cars of 5 in that top 5 to be under the banner of Exclusive Esports. They're talking about domination in the top 10. They have now scaled this to the top 5. Soon, it'll be the world. Kieran Rod in 6th place, Kieran McMillan in 7th, Jack Giles in 8th, Marcus Carlos 9th, and now David Tangway puts Malwar Racing into the top 10. You can see there the Bentley not too far away as it stands from Marcus Carlos. Also with a damaged BMW, seemingly caught up in the incident involving the 112 earlier. Now up to 9th place goes David Tangway. 2 Bentleys in the top 10 here. By the way it stands, if he continues to bleed time like this, Marcus Carlos could be facing both barrels of the approach of Christian LeBay. Now on the exit of turn 2. Following closely on his trails though is Zen Vitus. This is remarkable stuff we're seeing here in Bathurst. You can't stand still in a place like this. Still one more lap for that 3-2-3. A battle of 17th coming up very shortly. And this is coming from the team over at Team Raceline as it stands right now. They find themselves pressed up into a fight between themselves and Ben Cheeseman, who started, might I add, from the pit lane in that 114. Ben Cheeseman and Kyle Jenkins then up the inside after a big clatter against the wall for Casey Miles, the 60. Into the wall, now loses that stead out for the 114 in through the cuttings, now to 17th. So I got told in chat there, battle for 17th coming soon, and then the moment they hit the wall, never mind letting them through. Oh, it has been quite the mixed bag today, especially so for that 112, and dare I say it, was that the 112 withdrawing? That is absolutely gut-wrenching for the 5-Star Esports team. Their only hopes now remain over, I believe, looking here at the 115 in 15th place, James Mason and Scott Milbank. We find ourselves in the new state, as it is for Modern Warfare of the Console Endurance Series, an element of which the 5-Star Esports team may soon be an extinct asset of. We're looking more at a fight here between privateers scattered amongst the top 10, such as KTJ and Tempest, amongst Euro Titans and Exclusives, omnipresent, presence, I should say. You can see here, slowly gaining wind of that 6th place spot, Kieran McMillan in the KTJ Motorsports BMW, slowly catching up to Kieran Rod in the 314. up front, though, we can see following very closely to one another. Now, it's kind of hard to gauge precisely what the XCL boys are planning to do. Knowing they could go 3 for 3 in terms of the 788's victory, Tobias Sievert, I imagine, would feel kind of reluctant to move over to one side if it benefits the 788. I think it's going to be a case where he's not going to try and push him out of line, but he's not going to make this one easy for that Bentley to overtake him. As far as the team is concerned, they're still leading in the team's championship, so either result is one where they win. Really, you're not spoilt for choice. If you're sitting as one of the higher ups at XCL, you're laughing. You're looking at a top 3 here, 3 different manufacturers, 3 different drivers, one of which is new to the field and making his returning drive, I should say, from last season. So this is really quite something. I don't mean to blow smoke there, but that is it's really quite something we're looking at here. That's world domination. That's Bond villain-esque dastardly activity from the XCL team. I've never seen the like. These two still following very closely for one another. And dare I say, looking at the inside at Murray, he's trying to get in his teammate's head. This could be a very, very interesting drive. And just a alert there from Finn Gombert, who was previously set to be one of the drivers in that 791, saying that Tobias Sievert is it's his birthday today. Oh, well, a very happy birthday to Tobias Sievert up in that leading 787. I'm sure a race win would be an ideal gift today. 3 hours, 43 minutes left to go. We're just over 15 minutes, nearly at the 20-minute mark for today's race. That's still up for grabs, though. The 788's not going to make this birthday any easier. Heading down towards the line we go. Did Sievert just respond to us in the chat on the straightaway? Well, texting and driving can't be doing him any favours there. It's very, very close to losing out first place. Down through the cutting. To give some context there, because it won't make a lot of sense in the YouTube release, we were saying happy birthday to him there. We've just seen Tobias Sievert in chat respond, thank you. So he's texted us down the mountain straight, or I suppose up the mountain straight there. We've seen drivers text and drive before. We've not seen it go well, but right now he's still leading, so crack on. Out through McPhillamy then. The 788, we're still on board here. Nat Bennett, 2-time race winner in this season, multiple-time race winner last season. Finds himself still chasing that third on the trot, that magic number 3. Looking further down the field, we can see 3 tenths in separation here between 6th and 7th Kieran Rodd and Kieran McMillan. The battle of the Kierans here between Euro Titans and KTJ Motorsports. This is a very ambitious story we're seeing from the 43 into the wall there. That appears to be one of the 5-star cars. That's the 113. That's Jorby Van Hurler and Elias Svenningsson into the wall. Let's see if we can catch on board here. This is down through the dipper, I believe. Down through the S's in the dipper. As he tries to make way, he could find himself in the midst of an accident. He's really in an awkward spot here. Oh, my goodness. Caught right in the... Oh! Caught right across the back end. Catapults one of the BMWs. Get a look at that. That was a little bit of desync, but good Lord. That was violent. Watch this here. So there goes... That's Euro Titans. That's Majestic Racing. There's the BMW. Beep, there. Catches his backside. Oh, that's not going to be fun for them. That's another BMW in trouble. 5-star having a nightmare here in Bathurst. That is not going to be looking good for them in the near future. I tell you that much, ladies and gents. This is the doomsday scenario for the 5-star esports team. Oh, my goodness there. Huge step out for the 789 of Chris Farris on the exit of turn 1. He loses position out to both Kieran Rodd and Kieran McMillan, but he was lucky to keep the car from the concrete wall on the inside after Hell Corner. They don't call it Hell Corner for no reason. Down towards turn 2 and Griffin's Bend. Those two make their way up into that fight at the top 5. Kieran Rodd then leading that charge on what is looking to be a very close set of things. 20 minutes into today's session, James Mason was said car caught in the crossfire. Another BMW as well. You can see into the pit lane following him there, the 116 Stefan Nikolai and Charlie Harker. And this is really not gone their way today, where it has gone rather frustratingly very well in the way of Exclusive Esports, their rivals in the team's championship. 37 still in pursuit. He's caught right in the middle of it here. Euro Titans over his nose and Exclusive right over his rear wing. Very nearly into the walls there for the 43, but now he's pressed right up to the 789 as we exit the S's in through the dipper. See if we can catch on board with these two. We just quickly have a gander at what things are concerned with up front, heading down towards the chase. This is the battle of the race lead we're seeing here between the 787 and the 788, heading down towards turn 21. Now out through turn 22, the fight of the race lead going on between the Bentley and the Beamer, very nearly squeezed over onto the grass. Now it'll be to the outside at Murray's, the Beamer holding the inside. What can Sievert do then on his birthday, no matter, against his teammate? Hopefully he was gunning for a race win, but it has been far from an easy endeavour from the team over in the 788 car. As you see there, yellow flags are out. We'll have to try and get a look into what's going on down the order there. That's down at the chase. The 789 caught up in it, and so too was the 37. So that was Kieran McMillan and looking at it here, Chris Farish, both caught up in the midst. David Tangway says, I'll have that position off you. Thank you very much. Up to 8th place he goes. Back in the green flags then, as far as things are concerned. A little incident down at the chase, but it's gone a long way to assist Malwar Racing. Tyler Vermack and Fabio Farr find themselves far, far away as it stands from the front row. 7.6 seconds right now. They're on a lonely drive on the podium. Adam Saunders 3.5 seconds away. You can see looming in the distance that Tempest Mustang. So you see here perhaps some side-by-side action trying to lap around Stefan Nikolai. In the 5-star esports number 116 car goes the 789 off in the wall there. That is Mario Reutjes in the 323. Tom Mini asks in chat what privateer teams are racing today. Well, with yellow flags still out for the 323 at this time, we'll have to try and see what's going on between those two as we see Ben Hart be unlapped by John Williams. We are just quickly looking to see here a stop go 30 for speeding in the pit lanes for the 115. So it's gone from bad to worse today here for the 5-star esports team. This is a race to forget. Back onto the field then comes Mario Reutjes after that spat down at turn 2. Well, we were trying to catch on before we got on to the discussion of a few other things, pondering the finer things of today's absolute war of a race. We were trying to see what was going on between both our leading pairs. We see heading down towards the chase here, the 787 and the 788, but we also want to try and see what was going on further behind them. I believe it was in that fight between Farish and Giles, but I think that has now since fallen away, sadly. Farish now a long way away from Giles. Tangway not far off. You see here, I do want to try and catch back on board. If you are a little bit lost, we wanted to try and get onboard cameras, but ACC being the very well-designed product that it is, yellow flags out through turn 11. That's for the 113, so even more trouble. We're just going back onto the menu. I can't be bothered with that sort of stuff. The 113 in trouble again. Elias Svenningsson and Jorbe van Herle back into the pit lane. That could be another retirement here. The death toll could be ringing once more for the, I almost said K1 Esports, for 5-star Esports. And off they go. That is, oh, it is less a race and more a slaughter, folks. I will say that. It is a massacre for the 5-star esports team. 113 out of this race. We see in the background a very close fight here for both of the Malwar cars. The 99 currently defending from Kieran McMillan's advances in the 43. And we see here Zen Vitus attacking the 119 of Christian LeBay. Down towards turn 2 we go then. That Ferrari wiggling all around the backside of that Bentley. Further up the road you can see is one of the lapped 5-star esports BMWs at the inside on the exit of turn 2, but he'll be cut off by the lapped car before we hit the cuttings here. The Bentley using its enormous size as its benefit, heading down into the narrowest sections of the track. Five-star esports in chat saying this has been a nightmare. I mean, yeah, I really don't even know how to piece this one together for you. It has been an absolute slaughter. And it seems year on year, every time we come to Bathurst, someone, somewhere gets absolutely just obliterated. And that seemingly is what happens today. We were watching here with a fight between Zen Vitus and Christian LeBay. Let's just quickly catch on board here as we see heading into lap traffic, the two XCL cars up the front row, still fighting for the race lead. I mean, you've got to hand it to them here. You would have thought they would have just settled into a rhythm by this point, but they are really just absolutely hammering each other down through every corner. And with that lap traffic in the way, the 788 is not going to see any benefit down through turn 1. The 115 stop-go has been cleared now. You see side by side in the Bentley could be into the lead of this race. Nat Bennett and Florian Oxman in the Bentley now lead here in Bathurst. So for the first time in nearly 30 minutes today here, folks, you now get to see an exchange of the race lead. Now leading the charge out through turn 2 is Florian Oxman, and behind the wheel at the moment, Nat Bennett in the 788 Bentley. So we'll catch up with these two in a little while's time, taking a look at some of the other fights right now. Jack Giles versus Chris Farish, the battle of the McLarens here for the last of the third row position. 6th place up for grabs between the 316 and the 789. I must say, this is new ground here for the 316, like the 791 over at Exclusive. This is Euro Titans' newest addition to the fleet. Getting a look here with the Euro Titans 316, it's Jack Giles and Archie Bowen. Bowen previously a part of the 315 lineup back in Nürburgring, where he made his debut for the Euro Titans endurance team. Right now he joins Jack Giles, a seasoned veteran of the Euro Titans endurance team, making his way now down through McPhillamy Park, heading down towards Skyline Hill. To give an update on Malwar Racing, as we were talking about them a little earlier on, they find themselves 8th and 10th right now. They've managed to sneak both, actually 2 of 3 cars, I should say, into that top 10 right now. Now down through the S's and the Dipper, we stay on board here with Giles and Farish in their fight going on right now for 6th place. We've seen a lot of conflict down at Forest's Elbow so far. Fortunately, this time around, not such the case for Giles nor Farish. Farish, though, did have a little spat back in the last couple of laps. He was in his fight with Kieran McMillan, one of the new signings today. He's in the pit lane in the moment in the 43 BMW of KTJ Motorsports. Down towards the chase we go. 2 McLarens brawling here for 6th place. Do want to try and catch on board with the 316. But as you can see here, this is not us like deliberately randomizing how the scrolling order is. This is one of the many frustrations, I think, that we face here broadcasting on ACC. So, to recap what's gone on then in the opening 30 minutes here of the 4 hours of Bathurst, we continue on board in that fight of 6th place between Jack Giles and Chris Farish. It has been absolute world domination by the Exclusive Esports team, now with Nat Bennett and Florian Oxman leading by 6/10 of the last interval there in the 788 Bentley. And for 5 Stars' first race as a new team, they've been seeing stars as most of their cars are now eliminated from this race, or otherwise massively out of contention from where they started. Of the remaining numbers, we have the back of the field chargers of the 114, Kyle Jenkins and Ben Cheeseman in 14th place right now, having started at the back of a 33 car grid. Down through the S's, in through the Dipper. These two absolutely inseparable in their fight for 6th place, but we can see starting to get the upper hand as he makes his way down to Forest's Elbow, the 316 of Jack Giles. So we'll be heading into potentially our first look of pit stops if we're looking for early undercut strategies. I think most of the pit stops at this time have been mostly on an emergency basis. I think for a lot of drivers you can see exactly where the strategy has appeared from, namely from when they've been side by side and then sideways. Out through the chase we go, running massively over on his brakes. This is trouble for Jack Giles as through goes Chris Farish up to 6th place. His fight for 6th is over. So now looking around the field to see where our nearest fights are coming from. You'd be spoiled for choice if you were to not bring up the front row. We can see, though, down in the fight of 25th, Mario Reutiers versus John Williams. 2 of the Fats GT cars fighting down and out there. 2 Ferraris massively, massively distant from where they wanted to be today. So let's get a look here. We see Ben Meredith giving charge to Christian LeBay. The 119 currently under attack from the 315 Euro Titans Ferrari. Separated at the last lap there by only 100th of a second in the overall time. But they're right now 8/10 as they make their way through Hell Corner. Not too far up the road then. Zen Vitus up to 9th place. Kieran Rodd now finds his way to the top 5. Actually, to speak on that at this time, it was previously an accolade where 4 of the 5 cars in that top 5 were XCL owned, but as it turns out there, I think it was because of the incident earlier on between himself and the 43 of McMillan, that was Chris Farish in the 789 now out of that top 5. He's 6th place at this time. You see here, now massively up the road after his move on Jack Giles after his slip up down at the chase on the last lap just gone. Who are the privateer teams racing today? Asked Tommy. Yeah, sorry, we were supposed to answer that question yonkers ago, but we've got caught up in a bunch of other things going on track. So the privateer is currently in contention for round 3 of the championship as we stay on board here with Chris Farish and Jack Giles. Is, as it stands, Tempest Motorsports, Race Vision Motorsports, De La Ave Maria, Majestic Racing, Black Nitro Racing. We've yet to categorise them, but I'm pretty sure KTJ Motorsports is going to fall under that bracket. Team Raceline, of course, of which is, of course, the team you're asking from. NRW Performance as well. That's currently where it stands, and I believe also Nexus GT will be categorised in that same bracket as a single car entry at this time. Of course, those 2 points are up for clarification post-race. Right now, they're classified as reserves. But as far as we know, those are privateers, so yes. So where their fight starts to dissipate, another one picks up. Ben Meredith versus Christian LeBay. The next topic of discussion here. We're on board with the 315 out of Euro Titans' paddock. On board with Meredith and Alexander. So let's see if we can catch on board with the onboard cameras and go through the tedious process of attempting to locate them, which is one of the most enjoyable parts of being a broadcaster on ACC. Heading then towards the perspective of the 315. And there we have them on the exit of turn 1. See it disappearing up the road. I think it's really going to scale here to show the underrated power of that 4-litre twin-turbo V8 under the bonnet of that Bentley Continental. It is a rocket ship in a straight line. And on the Mountain and Conrod straights, Ben Meredith is really struggling to keep pace here with Christian LeBay's Bentley. Down through the cuttings we go. We're still on board with the 315, Meredith and Alexander. They were joined last round in the Nürburgring by Archie Bowen. Of course, we've now seen he's up with Jack Giles in the 316, their newest addition to the paddock. Up through Quarry. In through Reed Park, then to Solman. Past the Wall of Death through McPhillamy Park. You see a little bit of over-rotation by the looks of it there. Maybe it's just the cameras playing tricks on us as we head down towards Skyline Hill. Otherwise, Brock Skyline or just Skyline. Down through the S's, then through the Dipper. So we've just seen there word in our Twitch chat from Squash Designs, and I believe that to be one of the Nexus GT drivers suffering a disconnect. This is going to be a prevalent issue for quite a few teams here. Of course, with the nature of it being an international competition, we're going to have teams connecting from all around the world. It means extra stress on that server. Ultimately, it's going to massively increase the chances of a disconnect for someone on this field today. It's the sad reality of online gaming. We watch on board here, the 315. We're still on board with Euro Titans' Ben Meredith and his charge against Christian LeBay right at the very back of the top 10 as it stands right now, over a half an hour into the 4 hours of Bathurst. It's off with a huge and explosive start today here in the land down under. Looking at where things stand then, Nat Bennett now leads by 3.3 seconds to Tobias Sievert. Tyler Vermack in 3rd place ahead of Adam Saunders in 4th. Kieran Rodd in 5th with Chris Farris 6th. Jack Giles in 7th place. David Tangway in 8th. Zen Vitus 9th and Christian LeBay in the top 10. Right now being pursued right behind him by the 315 on your screens at the moment. Ben Meredith with Euro Titans Endurance in 11th place. Michael Picconi in 12th place ahead of Leon Geisler with Majestic Racing in 13th. Ben Cheeseman in 14th of some of the only remaining cars on the field for the 5-star esports team. Marcus Carlos with MSA down in 15th place. Keanu Geiger in 16th. Kieran McMillan with KTJ Motorsports down in 17th after an emergency pit stop. Cass Van Veltzen back to 18th place. So he's slowly on the mend after a very early doors incident between himself and the number 30. Speaking of the number 30, where is the number 30 car? We've yet to see. They're back up in the top 4. So my mistake there. A little bit of a brain fog going on here. And we're only 30 minutes in, get used to it. So, further down the line, the 69, Keanu Geiger, and then Kieran McMillan, Cas van Veltzen, and then Sullivan de Amaro in 19th place ahead of Casey Miles in the top 20. Scott Milbank 21st with Dennis Kuhleman in 22nd, Matthew Williams in 23rd, Josh Welbeloff in 24th, John Williams in 25th, Sander Verstecher in 26th, Mario Roitias in 27th, Danny Dion in 28th, and Stefan Nikolai in 29th place of a 33-car grid already for DNFs. This has been a slaughter in the opening, nearly 40 minutes now, actually, as it stands. 35 minutes to be more realistic here in Bathurst. We'll quickly cut away from this fight of 10th place as it continues to plateau between the Bentley and the Ferrari. We take a look around the field to see where things are concerned elsewhere. And we are seeing right now a slow procession to third place out of that of Adam Saunders. Now, we've seen consistent resolve from the Tempest Motorsports team over the course of last season. Oh, as I dare say that, a big knock against the wall there at the wall of death. That's easy to upset the balance of the car after a hit like that, but he's still going and rockets his way down through Brock Skyline. Down through the S's, 2.3 seconds and seemingly closing at this time as we see their trouble with, that's the KTJ Motorsports car of Kieran McMillan. Caught up in serious trouble, now being caught up by the Euro Titans 313 of Cas van Veltzen right onto his rear bumper past the exit of Forrest's elbow. That's done great favour there for Tyler Vermaak. That's pushed the gap open from 2.3 to 3.5. Side by side in the background there, Van Veltzen now up and ahead of McMillan. Down towards the chase we go. The Ferrari up a position on his continued climb back to good results after a very early doors incident with the Ford right in front of him. Not the reunion they wanted, not at all. 3 hours, 23 minutes left to go here in Bathurst. Into the pit lane goes Kieran McMillan yet again in the 37. Formerly the 34, so it seems. In the pit lane there, Stefan Nikolai in the 116 5-Star Esports BMW. Speaking of Beamers, here's Leon Geisler's BMW with Majestic Racing, the 94, looking to take the charge up against Michael Picconi of Dell'Ave Maria in the number 5 Ferrari up the road there. Out through turn 18 we go at Forrest's elbow. Right behind him, there's Ben Cheeseman just creeping around the corner there at turn 18 in the 5-Star Esports number 114. This is the gateway drive to a top 10 here in early doors in the opening hour of the 4 hours of Bathurst. So if Cheeseman can make light breeze here of the 94 and the number 5, he's going to put himself ever closer to his chances of a top 10 by the end of today's race. That would be the saving grace right now for the 5-Star Esports team. Down through the chase we go. Geisler in pursuit. We'll catch on with them a little later on. Looking around the field, we see a fight going on here. Scott Milbank in 21st place. Casey Miles 1.3 seconds behind him. This could be for 21st position coming up in a little while here, having been passed up almost immediately by Chris Farris, lapping traffic. So we do find ourselves getting more and more distant, as is the story here in Bathurst. We do get that chaotic first hour. The 116 brings out the yellow flags. So after exiting the pit lane not long ago, the yellow flags come back out this time at the cuttings. If we can catch on board with them and see what's gone on here, that's Stefan Nikolai and Charlie Harker of the 5-Star Esports team. Even more trouble than there need be already for them. If it couldn't get worse, believe me, it can. Back in the green flags then, and they're rolling on to a very dangerous set of circumstances. Geisler against Picconi, 0.2 of a second as they roll onto the scene here with that injured 116 up the road. I think they've just in the nick of time got clear of it as Stefan Nikolai gets running again up through Quarry into Reed Park. Following here with Leon Geisler, let's stay on board here with the Privateers over at the Majestic Racing team as they take the fight right now to the number 5. The two-man lineup for this round of the championship with Nick Mash taking a back seat to this one. It's Geisler and Koenig for round 3 of the championship. Off into the wall goes the 116. So it seems there of Stefan Nikolai. It is absolute bedlam for the, I keep saying it again, for the 5-Star Esports team. Nothing short at all. In the meantime, though, getting the move in. Geisler over Picconi. Now that drops him into the iron sights of Ben Cheeseman down in 14th place. Behind them, attempting to unlap from 24th is John Williams in the 123 Fratch GT Ferrari. As we see here, it's a lonely, lonely drive now for Tobias Sievert on his birthday, no less. Started from pole position. He's down a second by 5 seconds at this current time, strategy could still be in the 787's favour. Now, we know them to be very hard at work when it comes to their strategies over at XCL, and I don't think they're going to let this one slip through unnoticed. The 787 will surely have some kind of counter strategy for such an occasion. We'll see exactly how that plays out in about 20 minutes time when we start to see the bulk of our first driver swap pit stops. Looking here, though, with LeBay v Meredith. Back into that fight at the top 10 now from the defending point of view. We get on board with the Malwar Racing number 119 of LeBay. He's joined by Byron Forrest and Kevin Quain, who stands in for Timo de Tosto for round 3 of the championship, as currently we are back into that fight for 10th. Now, not too far away, mind you, is Geisler versus Cheeseman. We spoke of that not long ago, with Picconi now dropping behind Williams. Down through Skyline we go then. You can see the difference in attitude between front and mid-engine there. It's very, very easy for those mid and rear-engine cars to get very, very light over the back end. We've already seen a handful of issues. We've not yet, I believe, seen an issue for the Bentleys down there. So rest assured that the Bentley seems all but Skyline-proof. Fingers crossed, touch on wood. Let's hope we not get corrected by that in about 3 hours' time. Well, we're still watching with that fight of 10th, and there, as we get onto the 1.9 kilometers that comprise the Conrad Straight, it is totally in his court to play here. LeBay with that 4-litre twin-turbo V8 engine, co-developed, funnily enough, by M-Sport, the same brand behind the co-engineering on the 7th generation Ford Mustang's V8 engine. That 5.4-litre unit, based off of the Ford Coyote motor, was tuned to perfection by the very same that worked on this Bentley. Once he gets into the corners, though, that's the Ferrari's game to play. So it's a very interesting little dynamic to see here. I remember being in conversations not long ago between people who were adamant to see how things would unfold between a car that's primarily straight line adjacent and a car that's primarily corner adjacent. Well, here's your primary example, Bentley versus Ferrari. We'll be back in just a moment's time. So still watching here with LeBay versus Meredith. 0.4 of a second. You saw just how close it was willing to get out through the cutting, now through Quarry. LeBay leads that charge. Getting a look over that rear view on the Bentley. You can see just hiding under the Fanatec-clad rear wing there, the Continental, is that Ferrari sneaking around out through McPhillamy down towards Skyline. We'll see how close he's willing to stay in the aero wash of the Bentley as we head down through Skyline in towards the S's and the Dipper. And it is just religious commitment to the racing line between these two. It's poetry in motion to see a drive like this between the Bentley and the Ferrari. Two fantastic vehicles in GT3. And you can see there with the Bentley signs, which not long ago celebrated 100 years. Find themselves really having their time in the sun. Two Bentley, actually 3 Bentleys, I should say. 2 of which owned by Malwar Racing, 1 of which owned by XCL in that top 10 alone. 3/4 of an hour then into this race, and things are still livening up. More on these two in a little while's time. We'll take a look around the field. Here's your race leaders, Nat Bennett and Florian Oxman in the 788, looking for a hat trick here in Season 2, chartering another saga of XCL-led domination here in the Console Endurance Series. Looking further around the field there, we can see another Bentley. David Tanguay, as a matter of fact, is caught up in and amongst a maelstrom of cars unlapping him. The number 115, I should say, in 21st of Scott Milbank, now up and ahead of Tanguay. And Casey Mal's there, not too far away, is looking to do the same. 2 seconds up the road. In the next position up is Jack Giles. 2 seconds between himself and the 99. But right now, the wad of traffic in the way. Now, to go back on to the discussion of one thing that we were talking about a little earlier on was the gap between Saunders and Vermack. Now, it was getting quite lively amongst the discussion when it started dropping towards the 2.3, 2.2 second mark. And then there was that incident down here at Forrest's elbow. And that was for Kieran McMillan. The KTJ Motorsports BMW went sideways on the apex there. Ultimately, that waylaid the chances for Saunders to come and have a go. Right now, he's actually got more present company out of that of Cas van Veltzen. We try and take a look here around the field to see where things are concerned. You have a lot of drivers on completely different lengths of the race now after what has been a huge mix-up over the course of today's racing. 3/4 of an hour in, and there were three major incidents and several minor incidents that have really gone a long way to form the current scope of things in round 3 of the championship. One thing is for certain, though, XCL continues to lead, just not the car you'd think. The 787 gave way to the 788. Right now, we're watching here with Cas van Velzen, the closest company as it stands to Adam Saunders. Now, these two were involved in one of the earliest of incidents down towards turn 2, where the Ferrari was pushed up into the tyre wall and sent careening down the order very early on in today's race. It's the entire reason Van Velzen and Jack Giles find themselves... Not Jack Giles, sorry. That was his previous lineup. Van Velzen and Anthony Rodriguez find themselves just scratching outside of that top 15. It's because of the actions of that 30 up in front of them. Really, you are a little bit starved for options when it comes to actual position-led fighting here. We have to go back towards the point of view of that fight of the top 10. Now, from the attacking point of view, we're back on board with Euro Titans' 315 on with Ben Meredith and Alan Alexander as they're looking to take the fight proper now towards Christian LeBay in the 119 Malois Bentley. Down through turn 1 we go then. It was nearly side by side to the outside, tucks it back in on the racing line. He parked it past the apex there. LeBay says, no, thank you. Have a little taste of this 4-litre as we go heading up the hill now. That Bentley just soars away. The Ferrari clasping to the slipstream generated by that 119, but he just can't keep pace. Out through turn 2. This is where he gains all of it back, though. Maneuverability is the key, and the Ferrari can give it out in droves. Heading down towards the cutting, we stay on board here with Ben Meredith. Alan Alexander, his teammate, set to get in the car next. Paul LeBay, he's got a choice here between two teammates. These two, what you see is what you get. It's a two-man operation, an average of 2 hours per over the course of this race. Out through Quarry, in through Reed, then to Solman. Wall of Death coming up on their right-hand side here. You want to avoid that with religious fervour. Out through McPhillamy. You can see every corner is where the Ferrari is just gaining. It's got physics to its aid here. Better rotation for the 296 over the Bentley. As we head now down through Skyline Hill, it goes back in the opposite direction because all of the weight is now working for the Bentley, whereas all of the weight is now working against the Ferrari. Just like so, he's made that one look remarkably easy to put a couple extra attempts over Ben Meredith, but that's just simple physics you're seeing there. The front engine cars gain so much more advantage over the mid-engine ones down through the downhill sections, but up through the uphill sections, it's the total inverse. I think that's what makes Bathurst one of the best tracks to study in terms of vehicle dynamics. Heading down through the chase then, it's such a mixed bag, you can never really call it as to what car will emerge the victor. Right now, as it stands, it's going to be, if 3 hours give us the same story as the first, it's going to be, looking at it, a potential Bentley win again. But let's not hold our breath to this. It's only just begun, and we've seen crazy things happen here in the opening hour. Even crazier can still happen in 3. Right now, though, these two stuck in stalemate at that fight for 10th place. Looking around the field once more, see the Nat Bennett leads by 3.4 seconds to Tobias Sievert. Tyler Vermack in 3rd place, and Adam Saunders has dropped now since even more time away, 4.9 seconds at the last interval in the Tempest Motorsports car. Nonetheless, they'll be leading in the Privateers wing. Kieran Rodd in 5th with Chris Farish in 6th, Jack Giles in 7th, David Tanguay in 8th place, Zen Vitas in 9th, Christian LeBay, we've seen that in 10th, and continuing to defend from Ben Meredith in 11th place. Ben Cheeseman now up to 12th, so it may be a pretty sizable death toll for the 5-star esports team, but all is not yet lost. Cheeseman, who started from the pit lane, has made his way nearly to the top 10 of a 33-car starting grid. So that is really something to write home about for the 114 team of Cheeseman and Jenkins. Leon Geisler, 13th place at the moment. Michael Picconi in 14th with Marcus Carlos in 15th. Cas van Velzen 16th. And Keanu Geiger in the wall there. So yellow flags out for the Black Nitro Mustang in trouble down Brock Skyline. He's looking to try and bring things into the emergency runoff zone here, which is normally used for when you can't get the brakes on in time for the run downhill. He's trying to use it as an opportunity to do a 3-point turn, but this could get a little bit dicey here. The 222, I should say, actually, is running up on him very quickly. That's the Nexus GT. McLaren narrowly avoids an incident with Keanu Geiger in a very, very worse for wear Mustang. More on this in a moment's time, though. I don't think we're over in the contemplations of where things can go here for the Mustang. He's pulled it to one side and back into the pit. So green flags once more with 3 hours and 10 minutes left to go. Sullivan Diamaro will be up a position then to 17th place. We see here Taylor Wayne now getting behind the wheel instead of Kieran McMillan, the other of 2 drivers here, with KTJ Motorsports in 19th. Could be set to climb an extra position before the end of the hour. Dennis Kuhleman in 20th with NRW Performance swapping in the 77. Scott Milbank into the pit lane then for the 115. Matthew Williams in 22nd. John Williams in 23rd. And Casey Miles in 24th. Sander Verstecker 25th. 26th for Guy Spruce. Danny Dion 27th. And Josh Welbelove in 28th place. Looking to our nearest fight once more. It is the same old story here. 315 versus 119. Ferrari versus Bentley. And it is a constant push and pull effort. Neither side seemingly gaining overarching advantage. It is a slow procession here where it looks so close. This is chess, not checkers. This is the thinking man's fight here in Bathurst. And really, these two have got each other at constant checkmate. Up through Quarry. He knows maneuverabilities to his aids, but it is nigh impossible to get yourself side by side in either of these two long sweeping left-handers. First through Solomon, then through McPhillamy. He's sizing his chances, but he knows it gets too narrow, especially up against the Leviathan that is the Bentley Continental, to try and get side by side at all. He's got to pray for some kind of incident, or he's got to pray for something to really slow LeBay down on the Conrod, because his opportunities to get up and past that Bentley are astronomically slim. Rocketing away, the 119 back on the run to that 1.9 kilometers comprising the Conrod. Behind him, Ben Meredith still playing second fiddle in this fight at the back of the top 10. He's caught a little bit hopelessly in the middle of it all here. There's nothing to say that he can't get the overtake in, but just the simple basis of who he's fighting, that car and that driver, makes it an incredibly hard endeavour. He's really going to have to take him by surprise if he means to get the position at all, and then he's going to have to defend like hell to keep that 10th position. These two still in constant conflict. We'll see where things unfold for them. They're the closest fight on track at the moment. We were checking around the field a moment ago. We can see getting through lapped traffic was Tobias Sievert on Scott Milbanks, number 115 5-star esports BMW. You can see it's all BMW central down here. We can see both exclusive, both 5-star, and there in the background, that's MSA. So if you're a big fan of BMWs, this is some real eye candy down the Conrod. But leading that charge more poignantly is a Bentley. Well, back on board with the fight. Now from the defending point of view, we're back on board with Christian LeBay and the 119 Malwar Racing Bentley in his continued efforts to stave off the top 10. Up the inside, though, goes the 315. Ben Meredith, by surprise there, he sort of listened to what we were saying. Now up the inside on LeBay. That's thrown a real wrench in the works. You can see trouble for LeBay at this time. As you can see, his rear wing is looking a little worse for wear. Is that? Yes, it is sloping to one side. There is trouble for Christian LeBay. His fight for 10th has been squandered. He's down to 11th place and bleeding time away. Ben Schiessman could be seeing 11th place by the end of the hour, because there looks to be critical damage here for the 119 after turn 2. His rear wing is broken. Something is clearly amiss. Getting a look here with LeBay's point of view. Can we see if there's any steering damage to be expected? With the way that he's angling that wheel, it's very likely. So we'll have to get full confirmation down the Conrod. But here with LeBay, it looks to be serious damage there. Holding the wheel slightly to the right. He's got critical steering damage and all. So this has gone horribly, horribly wrong for the 119. Their sole hope for the Malwar Racing team resides over at the 99, further up in the top 10 at this time. But the 119 of LeBay, Forrest and Quain with aero and steering damage, that's an immediate pit lane visit. They can't keep this one going. Speaking of Bentleys, here's the number 788 still leading that charge now by 4 seconds to his teammate of the XCL Esports team. 788 of Nat Bennett and Florian Oxman. Currently looking to navigate traffic there. The number 23 up the road, that's Matthew Williams with Fats GT. The 99 then, Malwar's last hope. David Tanguay in the 99 alongside Axel Cassier and Carl Martel. It has gone horrifically wrong at this time for that 119 team. Let's see if we can catch back on board with them. They're into the pit lane here. LeBay making his way to his pit box in the 119 car. They're coming to a complete stop. No issues this time around. Moving over to let the leading Bentley through there was Williams. We just caught the trailing end of that move. Just something to note, though. 3.4 seconds, the current gap between Jack Giles and David Tanguay, 7th and 8th. At this time, could be opportunities further down the road. Right now, in that previous discussion, we've had it a few times today of that fight between Vermaak and Saunders looming over for a fight on the podium. That has quickly been nullified because we've seen plenty of traffic in the way. Keanu Geiger brought out temporary white flags after the chase, meaning now only, looking at it here, one lapped car between Vermaak and Saunders, that being Cas van Veltzen there in the middle. And it's highly unlikely after their incident down at turn 2 at the start of this race that Van Veltzen will be doing Saunders any favours in getting closer to Vermaak. Kieran Rodd, 4.2 seconds in closing from Chris Farish. There could be a scrap at the back of the top 5, but with things getting so close to the transfer of the end of the first stint here, it's highly unlikely unless something seriously untoward happens to that 3-1-4. We've seen, though, things can turn on a sort of flick of the switch so far in today's race. We've just seen it most recently for the 119, so don't hold your breath to things not dramatically changing inside of that top 5. Zen Vitus into the pit lane there. More damage for the number 9 race vision car. Into the pit lane he goes. Joined by Norbulent Bellet and Sebastian Plotnik. Zen Vitus had a great qualifying session. Finds himself at the back of the top 10 after the incident for LeBay, but he's into the pits with serious nose cone damage. Will he be looking to repair? It's another question entirely. That gap right now, after being cleared in the middle, Rodd and Farish, 4.2 seconds as we head down through the S's and the Dipper. So as we head towards the end of that first hour, it has been a bloodbath here in Bathurst. Things have started to separate under strategy. Hopefully we'll see the majority of the grid start to form back up now. One thing we can confirm at this time, you can see emerging from the pit lane behind Taylor Wayne in the 34, I believe there, the KTJ BMW, previously driven by Kieran McMillan in today's race. Is that the 119? Yes, it is. Having repaired the damages on the car and now swapped over, Christian LeBay hands the driver's seat to Byron Forrest in the 119 there. He's out of the pit lane now down through turn 2, just behind the leading Bentley of Nat Bennett. We'll be seeing the majority of those pit lane runs coming in thick and fast now. Actually looking as to where things stands right now, the 791 of Vermaak is in. So Fabio Farr will be getting behind the wheel by the looks of things right now. However, we'll still wait to see full confirmation of such. Also in the pit lane as well, we just seen earlier on, was Zen Vitus. Also in the pits now, another Ferrari, Michael Picconi in 14th place. We'll see full updates on where they stand when they exit a little later on. But we're coming towards the end of the first hour here in Bathurst, and it has been a slaughter. David Tanguay, we were talking about this earlier. He and his lineup over on the 99 car at Malwar Racing have become Malwar's last hope today after that critical damage to the 119. Enough to get them back to the pit lane, but barely with that steering and aero damage has put them down a long, long way before the end of today's race. Right now, they've had the best start. The 99 in 7th after Tyler Vermaak's most recent pit lane run. He's come out of the pits and has yet to swap, so it seems. So no current indication as to when Fabio Farr will get behind the wheel. By the looks of it, it'll be at the end of the next stint, so they're going perfectly down the middle for a 50-50 run of things here in Bathurst. Right now, though, Vermaak seems content in going out for another run on track here. You can see now re-emerges in 8th place, not too far away from Ben Meredith in the 315 down in 9th. That gap, though, just to quickly pick back up on this discussion, this was Rodd v Farish, is still in and around that 3.5 second margin. I believe it has come down from the high 3s or low 4s. Is very, very, very slowly bleeding in favour of the 789, but not by a long enough way. Strategy will stand in the way of things as far as we're led to believe as we get down towards that first hour mark being past. 3 hours left to go. Here in the 4 hours of Bathurst, it has kicked off with a bang. And it is still, I would definitely say for a lot of people today, the worst is still yet to come. Into the pit lane then, the race leaders, the 788 of Nat Bennett and Florian Oxman, give way to the new race lead retaken by the 787 of Tobias Siebert, Will Freeman and Luca Gornheimer. They right now take the lead for a limited time only, so it seems, unless they can really nip this one in the bud for strategy, the 788 will emerge back into the race lead. They're on their way out. You see there behind the wheel. Here's the Bentley making his way out. Also into the pit lane as well was Adam Saunders in the number 30 Tempest car, snuck into the pit lane there from under our noses. Out of the pits comes Nat Bennett. We'll see if we can get any confirmation as to exactly if that is Nat Bennett on his way out. You see there, believe it still is, yes, Nat Bennett behind the wheel for the time being. Normally the charts here on the left hand side aren't particularly fast to update, so we always like to check the LED boards on the drivers just to see what's going on there. So Kieran Rodd finds his way up to second under strategy right now. He'll have to come into a pit lane run. So we'll see exactly where that stacks him out in a moment's time. Now behind the wheel, Bailey Rosier of the number 30 Tempest Motorsports car. So Adam Saunders, even though it says there on the left-hand side, you can see now it has turned green, means he has swapped drivers. That's part of the mandatory pit stop process in today's race. So Bailey Rosier is in the seat of that number 30. He re-emerges in what appears to be 7th right now. We'll see exactly where that is. I believe it's actually further down because Tyler Vermack is currently on his way down through turn 2. So it could be even further still at this time. Just to get a look here as well, we wanted to try and catch back on board because there is a little bit of a fight for position, or was a little bit of a fight for position going on when we last picked up on it. It was for the 791. But now it is actually fighting with a car trying to unlap itself from the 791. Sebastian Plotnik now fills in for Zen Vitas after the repair and replace job there in the pit lane. He's down through Skyline with the Porsche right on his tail, adamant to get around him. Now we know that Vermack at the worst of times can really get his elbows out as it is, but I think for this case, since he has got another driver depending on him to keep his cool here, he needs to try and hold his nerve and wait for the straights to come up. It's a painstaking process because it is bleeding him time away from Ben Meredith, but that Ferrari will eventually move over. So it is all a mind game he needs to play here. Sebastian Plotnik there starts to pump the brakes just a little bit, but seeing that he's actually got better straight line speed, he thinks, well, why not? When in Rome, heading down towards the chase here, continues to stay up and ahead of Tyler Vermack. Of course, it is the lapping car's responsibility to get the overtake done in safely there. He does really go for it up the inside. He's not wasting any time here. It's all business for Tyler Vermack as he makes his way out of the chase. So currently into the pits now we see is Kieran Rodd, Jack Giles and David Tanguay all into the pits as it stands. Chris Farish now leads here in Bathurst, having yet to have taken his pit stop. Then in second place, Tobias Siebert, having swapped out for one of his two teammates. So I have to get full confirmation as to who that is behind the wheel. That's Goenheimer there. GOE, it said there on the LED screen. So Luca Goenheimer, and there you can see it finally updates, is behind the wheel of the 787. Nat Bennett stays in the 788 though, so it's a double stint like we saw there for the 791 of Tyler Vermack. So split down the middle, so it seems. When we get towards the halfway mark of this race is when we could expect to see Florian Oxman and Fabio Farr and the 788 and the 791 respectively. Goenheimer, though, takes the stead of Siebert. So we're waiting for the rest of that grid to sort of form up as it is. The timing charts are notoriously slow to update. Side by side there on the exit of the pit lane, given very little room to escape by the Fats GT Ferrari up in front of him there. Now becomes the Fats GT car behind him. That's David Tanguay now having swapped out for one of his two compatriots. We'll see exactly to whom in a moment's time. He makes his way down towards turn 2. Looking at it there, that's Axel Cassier behind the wheel. So he's had a less than hospitable entry to this race today. Filling in now for David Tanguay on the next stint of this race, making his way down through the cuttings with the KTJ BMW right on his trails there. That's Taylor Wayne in 16th place. Into the pit lane comes Chris Farish. Nat Bennett then retakes the lead despite not taking that mandatory pit stop. Now, all that really entails is that he swapped drivers as part of the prerequisites for a mandatory pit stop today. So the 788 is back into that race lead proper. We'll see where Goenheimer emerges there. You can see second. Will Vermack take third place? That's a real question. Well, with Farish only really just having come to a stop, it is very likely at this time Vermack will retake the lead. But the question remains, there into the pits goes Ben Meredith. So But Bailey Rosier, what is going to be the standing mark here? Can he emerge ahead of Chris Farish, being the question? We see yet to have been released from the jacks. Is that 789 now off the jacks and having swapped out? Behind the wheel now is looking at it there. That's Farish behind the wheel. There you can see side by side. There's the Tempest number 30 of Bailey Rosier racing his way up the mountain straight. And it seems the 5.4 might just have enough straight line speed here over the emerging 789 to come and take position off of him. So that is very well done for the Tempest team. They've managed to nip things in the bud there over Chris Farish. Very nearly into the wall though. Major understeer for the 789. It did say FAR on the LED board, so as far as we are led to believe right now, that is Farish behind the wheel. But there you can see it updates to Jake Goldman, so clearly the game is was smoking something. I can't really say what. My memory does not deceive me. I'm not going crazy here, and it's only been nearly an hour and 10 minutes. Okay, I might be going a little bit crazy, but that's besides the point. It did say FAR there. The game's not been particularly great in telling us, but there's the bottom line. Jake Goldman now behind the wheel as a correction to what we originally thought was going to be a double stint for Farish. Into the wall, though. There goes one of the Fats GT Ferraris. Believe that there. Trying to get a look on the maps. You can barely see sign of it. Let's see exactly which one it is. Is it the 1, 2, 3? I believe, yes, so. That is for John Williams behind the wheel. That is catastrophic for him at this time. So back into the swing of things proper as we get a look at the current state of the top 10. Now there could be a few updates here and there, and we'll keep you updated as we go through it. Nat Bennett leads the charge, then double stinting in the 788 Bentley. Luca Goenheimer now fills in to second place in the 787. With Tyler Vermack double stinting as well. He's in third up the road from Bailey Rosier, who most recently got up past by Jake Goldman. Filling in now for Chris Farish, he's in 5th place. Harry Palmer behind the wheel of the 314 in 6th place ahead of Archie Bowen in the 316. Axel Cassier in the 99 in 8th place. Cass Van Veltzen into the top 10 in the number 313. Yet to have passed over to his teammate Anthony Rodriguez in the 313 Euro Titans Ferrari. And it's Euro Titans 9th and 10th as well as 6th and 7th. So as we head towards the second hour of racing here, it's pay dirt for Euro Titans. They're third in the team's championship, and much to the chagrin of 5-star, they could be second by the time we head to Silverstone at round 4. So this is looking to be a very hopeful sign for Euro Titans. We've seen plenty of their drivers over a myriad of championships, both on and off of NLRL. Now we see, as a unified effort, they are on the warpath here in Bathurst. You can see a little trouble there for the 323, a team that's been having some real troubles today. It's been that of Fats GT. You can see that is catastrophic damage for Guy Spruce in the 323. He's joined in that car, looking at their lineup right now, by Mario Roitiès. Oh my goodness, look at that. That is brutal. Well, the cost of those Ferrari 296 is getting about upwards of about 550,000 euros a unit. And there, it is absolutely mangled. It looks like a modern art masterpiece making its way into the pit lane, or limping its way into the pit lane. There you see the constant tyre marks of those tyres dragging against the tarmac. It is a... oh, goodness, that is a bit of a graphic sight for them there. Fortunately, they're back into the pit lane so they can get that car patched up. Looking at the fight here for 4th place, it's Jake Goldman versus Bailey Rosier, now filling in instead of their teammates over at XCL and Tempest. Catch on board with these two. They're making their way down the Conrod. We see here very quickly a fight between Leon Geisler and Sebastian Plotnik. Majestic versus Race Vision. They make their way down towards turn 23. Let's get on board, though, with that fight between Rosier and Goldman. Rosier runs wide through the chase. Goldman could have the opportunity here down towards Murray's, looking to potentially hold the inside. Then is he going to hold religiously to the inside line at Murray's, trying to deny any kind of area access to Jake Goldman. Ultimately, he is still compromising because he's lost stead of the racing line. It's giving greater momentum to the 789 behind him. You can see the difference in time there, 1.4 seconds, the difference over just one lap. Out through turn 1, Rosier right back into the thick of fighting here, is up against it, courtesy of Exclusive Esports' number 789, Jake Goldman and Chris Farish. Right now, we're looking at the fight for 4th place, heading up the mountain straight up towards Griffin's Bend at turn 2. 2 hours, 50 minutes left to go. We're straight back into fighting after the first run of pit stops. through Solman into McPhillamy now, past the wall of death. And in towards Brock's skyline. We are starting to see here 6:19 p.m. local time with about 2 hours left to go. We could be seeing, now maybe not strictly nighttime racing, but we are going to get very, very close by the looks of things today. And for lack of visibility on top of what is already one of the most challenging tracks in circulation on ACC, it's been a nightmare from the start. It is quite literally going to be a nightmare by the end. Down the Conrod we go. This is where the Ford has just got so much advantage over McLaren. It's 4 litres versus 5.4. Making our way then down towards the chase. Having a look elsewhere as well. This is one of the closest fights on the track at the moment. 0.3 of a second between these two. We can also see another 0.3 of a second gap. This is for down in 14th place, actually happening not too far up the road from this current fight of 4th place. This is quickly just a look in on the fight of 13th. Leon Geisler versus Sebastian Plotnik. Back on board with Bailey Rosier. We make our way up the mountain straight here when the cameras decide to readjust. And there you can see our two combatants in the fight of 4th. Right now, it's still an XCL 1, 2, 3. Now, they're adamant to make this an XCL 1, 2, 3, 4 by the halfway mark. And here is the start of that continued blitzkrieg campaign by XCL. It has been domination. They dominated back in last season's running of the Bathurst 4-hour. And it really looks to be the same landscape we're facing today. Here with 2 hours, 48 minutes left to go. We're not even in at the halfway mark. And they have vanished from competition up the road. Up through McPhillamy, then down through Skyline. A bit of a step out there for the 30, but he's kept it nice and tidy so far. Out through the S's and the dipper down towards Forest's Elbow. One slam against the wall here can ping pong you down towards that area. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You want to think commentators' curse isn't real? Have a look at that. I'm not laughing at them crashing. I'm laughing at the fact that that was so well timed. My goodness. See exactly what happens there. He tapped the wall. Bang, into the other wall. Oh my goodness. Okay. That might be the realest bit of evidence I think I've ever seen in my time as a commentator of commentator's curse. That is really quite something there. Ooh, well, it's not going to be particularly grand for the 789. Jake Goldman now with some damage on that McLaren. To clarify, I was not laughing at him crashing. I want that to go down on record. I was laughing at the timing. There's got to have a little bit of cruel sense of comedy about these things. Well, next into the fighting spirit, Sebastian Plotnik versus Leon Geisler. Both of them towed along here by one of what appears to be the Sparco CTA cars. I believe that's, yes, it is Danny Dion, giving them some slipstream down towards turn 2. But this is our next fight onto discussion right now. After that recent incident for Jake Goldman, that's damage on the nose, and it's put him quite a decent distance now from Bailey Rosier's number 30. So now our next topic is the fight of Geisler and Plotnik. These two privateers currently fighting for what remains of the privateers podium. This is second and third in division. Salvatore Borgetto in fourth in position, in division, I should say, and 15th place overall. These two actually fighting for what is on track 13th place in division. It's for second. So there's very high stakes here for the privateers after the madness that has ensued here in Bathurst over the last hour and 15 minutes. Down the Conrod, though, you can see when it comes to straight line speed, again, there are 3 brands right now dominating across the board. It's Bentley, it's Ford, and it's BMW. Every single time these 3 brands have entered a straight, they're usually the one leading that charge. You put 2 of them in the same room, it is disaster waiting to happen. We see trouble there, down through the chase, temporary yellow flags for the number 60. That was for, I believe, the Team Raceline car. Yes, in trouble, that was Thomas Romano. down in 27th place. Had some trouble down through turns 21 and 22. Watching here with Race Vision Motorsports' Sebastian Plotnik fighting against Leon Geisler for 13th place on track. We'll cut away from them for the time being just to see how things have updated post-incident for Jake Goldman. A very awfully comedically timed incident there. We were just talking, looking back to that replay over what happened in the last lap just gone. We were talking about how if you were to snap against one of these walls, you would get ping-ponged into the other. Literally, as we finished that sentence, that just happened in front of us. The 789 ping-ponged off a wall down through the S's and the dipper before we hit Forest Elbow. You can see exactly where it happened here. It's just one tap, and it gave him just enough of a kick up the backside to put the car up on 2 wheels. So that was really quite a hefty shove. I'm surprised the car is in such good condition after. Into the pit lane then comes Cas van Veltzen. Now, could we be seeing him pass the baton over towards Anthony Rodriguez? We've been waiting to see Rodriguez on this field. It has been a long, long time since we've seen Rodriguez on this field. Those of you who have been with us for quite some time will remember when this series used to be the GHR Xbox Endurance Championship, and Rodriguez was a known scourge of the XCL team when he competed for AERT alongside Tudor Pressacan. So to see him with the Euro Titans team, it is a blast from the past for us here on TRTN. That was back when we were known as TRR. It was a long, long time ago now. I say that, it's probably about 2 years. Team Raceline has retired from this race. I've just got the announcement there from Thomas Romano, otherwise Tom Minnie in chat, as now they have pulled out the server, has screwed them over again. That's the nice way of saying what he's been telling us. And that is the bottom line right now. The number 60 out of this race. So the toll continues to rise here in Bathurst. No one is safe, nor privateer nor pro team has been spared of Bathurst's indiscriminate wrath. Leading the charge, though, once more, the 788 of Nat Bennett and Florian Oxman. Are they looking at a hat-trick? It is very, very likely. These two, and moreover, the combined team of Florian Oxman, Nat Bennett and Bazzy Binks, who joined us for the first round of the championship back in what is now known as the 5 hours of Zolder, formerly the 6 hours, have comprised an absolute kill team for XCL. They've arrived into this championship already, riding on the coattails of the 788's championship win. Nat Bennett was part of that team alongside Elmas Mikkelsens. It was later taken up by, I believe it was Paul Muller and Nico Becker at the final round in the Nürburgring. Nonetheless, they ride on the coattails of a championship title under their belt, of which they played a heavy part in and are looking for 2 on the trot. Total domination then in the bookings for exclusive esports, and really they're not spoilt for choice at this leg of the race. You've got 3 cars, all of which XCL owned and operated on that podium. If one falls, another will take its place, like the story of the ancient Hydra. You see here now the fight continuing once more between Goldman and Rosier. Now, we spoke earlier on that incident down through the S's, that, again, to bring it back up, very awfully comedically timed incident, mind you, for the 789. Fortunately, though, he's not the kind of driver to get kicked down and stay there. He gets right back up and gets right back to work. And that's the kind of grit the 789 needs on a track like Bathurst, as this could be their golden opportunity for Jake Goldman, as running over the emergency exit was Bailey Rosier. So a big knock in the confidence on that Mustang. This is the time to strike for XCL's number 789, not making the same mistake as last lap. This time around will not be fooled again. Out through turn 18 we go. He's helpless, though, in the slipstream at that 5.4. So he's clinging now to the margins, praying for another slip-up. It is likely, after that knock to the confidence, one of the easiest psychological games is start pressing as soon as possible after one mistake, because another is in the chamber and ready to fire. As we see here for Rosier, will he crack under the pressure heading in towards the chase? No. Nice, neat and tidy down through turns 21 and 22. Very easy after we see incidents in the middle sector for drivers to fumble the chase after already trying to shake that old mindset. It's usually a cumulative struggle we've seen out of drivers, experienced and new, to where you make one mistake and you obsess over it until you've made another. You can see, though, he's cleared his mind. He's zen. He is at one with the spirits and so on and so forth in that 30, because he is just absolutely calm. One mistake. Oh, what? Who cares? What mistake? There wasn't a mistake. Down through turn 2 then, the number 30 in 4th place. 7 tenths at the last interval between himself and Jake Goldman. Now cutting away back to another fight, still very close to one another. Leon Geisler versus Sebastian Plotnik, the two privateers fighting for what remains of the privateers podium here in round 3 of the championship. There's a lot riding on the line here between Majestic and Race Vision. Now getting a look here as we just bring away the timers back onto the privateers standings. You can see Tempest leads that charge out of round 2. NRW taking place of Race Vision up on the podium. Their second place as they drop to 3rd, not too far away from another NRW performance car down in 4th place. Having dropped to the back of that top 5, as we see here, very nearly an incident between these two as they go charging nearly 2 abreast down through turn 18. Majestic now down to the back of the top 5. They're 3rd. They're 2nd and they're 5th right now. Actually, sorry, 3rd and 5th. It is 3rd and 5th. My mistake. 2 hours, 39 minutes left to go. There's a lot riding on the line here. With Majestic being up in front, they can start to pick up the pieces, especially with such a dramatic downturn for the NRW team today. That could be 2nd in the championship, back up for grabs between either of these two teams. NRW's been a thorn in their side in the privateers over the course of the last 2, what would be 6-hour races, is a 5 and 6 hour over rounds 1 and 2. Right now, Tempest just running away with the privateers division. They're defending privateers champions, and they have took the ball and they've ran with it. The one time they haven't been able to do that was back in round 1 in Zolder. That was won by the Whale Racing team, which was later absorbed into the ranks of what is now the 5-star esports team. The 1-1-2 of Riyad Yasarevich, Yannick Fredericks and Carlos Disch were integrated into the team after round 1, effectively giving the lead over to Tempest after the exit of Nürburgring. Watching here, though, with Plotnik v Geisler. These two are very close to one another. And just to cut back on quickly with another fight, once again, it's Rosier and Goldman. I think this really does go to show the kind of grit we see out of a team like Tempest. They won overall in a race last season back in Barcelona. And that was, I believe, it was Adam Saunders and Brandon Roos behind the wheel. Now Bailey Rosier is giving us a sensational performance. And we're not even at the halfway mark of round 4. We're seeing such a valiant defensive position here by the number 30. It really does go to show that you don't need strength in numbers in this championship. You send 2 men with the right kind of mindset in their direction and you get out of their way. That is as simple as that. That's exactly what Tempest has been doing in the last couple of rounds here. You don't need a multi-team lineup. You don't need multiple car strategies. You just need 2, maybe 3 people crazy enough to tackle it. And that's exactly what Tempest is doing. They have a real dense driver pool of great, great talent. They've sort of been storing it away as this hidden treasure trove. They'll never seemingly give out their secret as to exactly why they are so fast. I think they're all just on each other's wavelength, really. We've seen it time in and time out back when they were with McLaren, and now that they're with Ford. It's really been almost a seamless reintegration of things, or this seamless transition from McLaren to Ford. As you can see right now, they would have still probably been in this fight with the McLaren you're seeing right now, Jake Goldman in the 789, had they not transitioned over to Ford. But they have, and they're still ahead. I think something that I would really like to see, and this was the last time I've seen any individual driver. Actually, that's a mistake, because we have seen an individual driver compete in the Sunday League, and that's Zolt Beefgunner, but he's not with us today in that car. We're still yet to see Saunders, for that matter, compete in the Sunday League. We saw him, I think, well, for us at least on TRTN, the last time we saw Adam Saunders compete in a sprint series race by himself, either Saunders or Rosier for that matter, because both of them did this, was back in the TRR Sprint Series, if my memory serves me correctly. That was the last time we saw them. Of course, they could have competed elsewhere. I'm sure they have. But really, I think that would be the next place we want to see Rosier and Saunders next, to sort of join up with Beefgartner over on the Sunday League. That would be really quite something to see if Tempest could lodge a way into the Teams Championship over there. You'll be joining us tomorrow for the next round in Monza for the first of our endurance races in Season 4, the NLRL Sunday League, tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. GMT, if you're tuning in here from the UK. Right now, though, we're still firmly into the fight here for what is currently 4th place. Rosier v Goldman on our way down through the S's and the Dipper here in round 3 of Season 2 of the NLRL Console Endurance Series powered by Malwar Transport. Down towards turn 18 we go. down the Conrod Straight. Again, like we've seen with the battle with the Bentleys before, once you're out on this open area, there is very little anyone can do to stay with you unless they are A, driving a Bentley themselves, or B, driving a BMW or a Ford. When you leave one of them and not the other, it's usually a one-sided affair here, and that's just because they've spec'd massively into that longer gear ratio. They're just bullets in a straight line. What they lack in acceleration, they make up for in straight line speed. You can see it out of the corners. The McLaren's able to give a little bit more shove, but the Ford, when you get towards the top end of it, when you get towards the end of the Mountain Straight, when you get towards the end of the Conrod Straight, is just that little step ahead. To give an update here on Geisler v Plotnik. Geisler in 13th, Plotnik not too far away at all. They're out through turn 2 at Griffins. Now heading down towards Griffins as we speak, because that fight we've just been watching on with the longest time here. 789 versus 30. Goldman versus Rosier. Curiously as well, there's only one driver right now competing in the Sunday League from the exclusive esports team. That's Tyler Vermack, who was a championship runner-up last season in Season 3, ultimately after a post-race decision, and Silverstone lost out the championship to Velocity Racing Team's Melvin Milliston, who currently leads now with 3 race wins in a row. So I'm curious to see, and this would definitely be a conversation I'm willing to have with a few people over at the exclusive esports team, is whether or not we could get more of their drivers in on the Sunday League. I think that would definitely make things quite interesting there. Not to say that it isn't now. It has been one of the best rounds I think we've ever covered was last round in Imola. In fact, I would go ahead and say that is probably in my top 5 all-time best events to have covered in my time as a commentator. I've been doing this for a little bit now, I think coming up in about 2 years. More on that a little later on, though, as we do see side-by-side here, Goldman versus Rosier. This is for 4th place, up between Exclusive and Tempest. There you can see the Ford lets loose the 5.4 triumphs over the 4-litre. Down towards the chase. Very little that McLaren can do, but hold on for dear life and pray that he breaks earlier. The 789 potentially looking for it, trying to force the 30 to defend early, but Bailey Rosier has had iron determination to stay in 4th place. Looking for the inside, trying to tap into his psyche once more, but he is just unshakable in 4th place right now. Still looking for the inside. It's going to have to take something really, really deep-seated here for the 789 to come and have a go on the 30. Very similar to a fight we saw not long ago between the Ferrari and the Bentley, between Euro Titans and Maloir Racing earlier on in today's race. I believe it was Ben Meredith versus Christian LeBay. Ultimately, that ended up with the 119 having some damage as well. Hopefully, it doesn't end up the same case here between the 30 and the 789. As we head in towards the hour and a half mark of this race, nearly heading up to the halfway mark, we are looking right now at an XCL 1-2-3, perhaps even an XCL 1-2-3-4. But here are the standings as they currently roll through. Nat Bennett leads in first with the fastest lap. The second place car right now, Luca Goenheimer in the 787 exclusive esports BMW. Tyler Vermack and Fabio Farr in 3rd place in the 791, their newest addition to the fleet, on the podium. Bailey Rosier, the only thing standing in the way right now between an XCL 1-2-3-4. He's 4th place with Tempest Motorsports, filling in for Adam Saunders after his first stint, and Jake Goldman instead of Chris Farish, now up to 5th place. Harry Palmer in 6th in the 314 Euro Titans Ford Mustang. Archie Bowen in 7th to make a 6th and 7th, and then later a 9th and 10th for Euro Titans, as it's 4 cars inside the top 10 at the moment for Euro Titans. In between, it's 6th, 7th, 9th and 10th. 8th place then, Axel Cassier with Maloir Racing. Maloir's last hope after the 119 suffered severe damages down at the cuttings a few laps ago. So further behind, Alan Alexander in 9th place, and Anthony Rodriguez finally in the seat of the 313 instead of Cas van Veltzen. He's in 10th and ahead of Louis Bolton in 11th place. Kyle Jenkins in 12th place ahead of Sebastian Plotnik in 13th, now up and ahead of Leon Geisler. Those two having swapped places over the course of the last lap. Now half a second between the pair. Geisler with Majestic Racing in 14th ahead of Salvatore Borgetto in 15th place. Taylor Wayne in 16th with KTJ Motorsports. Byron Forrest in 17th, filling in for Christian LeBay. After their recent incident, he swapped over in the pit lane whilst the 119 was being repaired. The 511 of Gabriel Victor in 18th place in the 511 car. He's ahead of Jörg Masserat in 19th, and Scott Milbank rounds out the top 10 for 5-Star Esports. Spencer Brown in 21st, ahead of John Williams in 22nd, Sander Verstecher in 23rd. That's a 21, 22, 23 for Fatch GT at the moment. 24th then, Danny Dion with Sparko CTA, and the number 51, Guy Spruce in 25th with Fatch GT, and rounding out what is a 26-car grid. What started as 33 cars now finds itself down a considerable way here. 26 cars, and in 26th place, Fabian Zobjak with Black Nitro Racing. Saw a little bit of a knock there, and it gets even worse for the 789. Into the wall goes Jake Goldman. A huge hit against the wall at the cuttings. Get a look at that on the replay. The back end came away from him there, betrayed by his own vehicle. Heading down towards turns 3 and 4. You can see when he gets onto the brakes there, the back end swings away. He's tried to steer in, but there's nothing he can do. Washed out into the wall. That is a big, big hit. Still stranded in the road with yellow flags waving down at Sector 1. Jake Goldman may have just lost his chances to be part of the XCL 1, 2, 3, 4 in current formation. This is pay dirt for Tempest, now given plenty of breathing space. Bear in mind that 315 is now gaining very, very quickly to the back end of the 789. The 316 of Archie Bowen is up the road, up into 5th place. We'll wait for the update on that. Green flags back out then, much to the chagrin of Jake Goldman. One tiny slip. You can see the rear wing appears to be broken as well, or at least bent out of place. That could be disaster. Bailey Rosier, you can see he's all the way up the road now on his way down towards the chase as the 789 makes its way down through Skyline Hill. We are potentially looking at a battle here. 1.8 seconds in closing. Spencer Brown versus Scott Milbank, 5-Star and Fatch. We'll catch on with that a little later on. The real question at hand, though, as we've seen now up the order, goes the 316. Archie Bowen's up a position. The 315 is in pursuit as well. And you can see Bowen into the top 5 with Euro Titans. Up the road, you can see 2 cars on separate lengths of the race there. Sander Verstecher and Salvatore Borgetto in 23rd and 15th, fighting to unlap one another. Question there and remains, will Goldman be making his way into the pit lane? That's a real question. Let's see if we can catch on board here with Jake Goldman. I think it is very, very likely. Harry Palmer's in the pit lane at the moment as well. Let's see if we can catch on board. I believe he may have just gone into the pit lane. Just still struggling to locate them there. Jake Goldman into the pit lane. So an emergency pit lane run as we see another yellow flag out. It's the 115 in trouble. Trying to get a gander here. This is out of there. You see passing him up. That's Guy Spruce passing up what appears to be Scott Milbank. Serious nose cone damage for the 5-Star Esports number 115 BMW. We've not caught exactly what went on down there, but I'd say looking at it being in turn 18, a very similar incident to what we saw not long ago for Jake Goldman, only 10 times worse, considering his car came to what appeared to be a full stop. Watching here, Plotnik v Geisler. We saw their battle when it was I think it was one way around here, but now Plotnik's behind Geisler once more. That could since change, though. The BMW, we've seen it to be a straight line speed demon, but Sebastian Plotnik has been very, very capable today, and I have no doubts in my mind we could see another exchange of position in the near future. Can I just point this one out? With the recent downturn of the 789, this can invite in 5-Star Esports to put at least a car in the top 10 after the disaster of a start they've had in that first hour. So all is not yet lost. That is the real motto of today for the 5-Star Esports team. All is not yet lost. The 789 is in the pit lane, but now seemingly up in a 10th. Goes, by the looks of it there, I have to double check the number, the 114, Kyle Jenkins. So we're still watching here, Plotnik v Geisler down towards turn 1. So this has been quite a dramatic second hour. This is now the closest fight on track. Plotnik v Geisler, Race Vision versus Majestic. Now with the downturn of performance today out of the 77, with the 777 seemingly completely out of today's race, we do find ourselves with the chances here for the sort of reclamation of 2nd and 3rd in that championship. Currently, 3rd place is Race Vision's Sebastian Plotnik. Majestic Racing were pushed down to the back of the top 5 after round 2. So with the 777 and the 77 really running into trouble today, the chances to get further up and closer to that leading 30 at Tempest remain open for both of these teams. There's a lot riding on the line for their endeavours down in the privateers. Up in the pros, though, it is smooth sailing right now for the Bentley. See here, a little bit of trouble for Geisler. Very hesitant on his way downhill. We'll stay on board with these two. Just a little over 2.5 hours left to go of today's race. We're getting closer and closer to that halfway mark for a lot of people who are double stinting, Leon Geisler included. We'll be seeing the emergence possibly of their teammates before the end of today's race. Now, we have seen it to be a very bizarre case where drivers have gone quadruple, up to quadruple stints actually in the longer 6-hour races before their teammates get to make an appearance on track. Those have usually been out of emergency circumstances such as connection or availability, but I don't think for the majority of the teams here fielding two-man operations, they'll be waiting for the latest of opportunities to bring their second drivers out onto the field. I'm sure Geisler would be willing to hand things over to Niklas Koenig as soon as he gets the chance at the end of this stint right now, because he's really up against what is an airtight atmosphere just outside of that top 10 right now. With Sebastian Plotnik really giving charge to the position he covets right now, this is very, very close. See, just off in the background, that was, I believe, the number 30 making its way over the crest on Mountain. See a big step out there over the rear end, very nearly mimicked what happened earlier on to Jake Goldman's 789. You can see the back end is not giving anywhere near as much available grip as it did at the start of the race right now for Leon Geisler. Something is amiss with that BMW. So as they stay on board here, over the dash cam view of the number 9 of Sebastian Plotnik with Braze Vision, things could get rather hairy for that BMW up in front. You would have thought it would have been at the Ferrari, but oh my goodness, very nearly into the wall. And we see side by side, down Skyline Hill, up into position, perhaps, yes, for Sebastian Plotnik. Much to the chagrin there of Leon Geisler, now down to 12th place. What a charge by the Ferrari, just held tight. And it was consistency that was the key in his performance right now. Up to 11th goes Sebastian Plotnik. Leon Geisler down to 12th. Looking around the field here, we can see a very close fight. KTJ Motorsports versus Kieran Rodd for 15th place on the field right now. BMW versus Ford. They make their way into the very same section of the track here. We very nearly saw Leon Geisler into the wall at. Right behind them, that is the leading 788 Bentley of Nat Bennett, looking to make his way through and make his way through fast. Down through Skyline we go. You can see forfeiting first, so it seems he's in a very awkward spot, that KTJ BMW of Taylor Wayne. Kieran Rodd, though, he's not had to move over just yet. Out through Forrest's elbow. That Bentley could still catch him. That BMW, though, is being beckoned to move out of the way by the Bentley. And that he does. Down the Conrod. Pumps the brakes there. Just lets the Bentley roll on by. Kieran Rodd, though, maybe not sharing in that same mindset. He's actually been able to gain a quite solid chunk of time here. Now well north of a second and a half over Taylor Wayne. See here with Bailey Rosier. And after the departure, really, as it were, of the 789, he was now down a full lap amidst repairs, now down to 13th place with Exclusive. It's a bit of a lonely drive now. But a lonely drive, I suppose, amidst the madness of Bathurst. It's a lonely drive, well deserved for Tempest Motorsports. They've really been able to stick a fight here to the big league competitors in Pro, such as XCL, such as Euro Titan, such as 5-Star, such as MSA. And they've emerged a one-car operation, plenty enough. See the big leap over the curbs on the inside through Solman, then to McPhillamy. Let's not get too confident here in the 30. Down through Skyline we go. You can see how he takes it here. Very close to that inside wall, leaving nothing to spare in terms of available track. And that's really what's been the case where he's been stepping out a few times, because he is pushing that car right to its limit every single time. And because he stands on that limit, if it recedes by even a slight change of gear, slight touch on the brakes, a slight hit of the throttle, you'll be first to know about it. And we've seen several times he's had to react within hundredths of a second to save that machine from going in at the concrete wall. So that's a 4th place. Really, really hard forged there for the 30. Looking at where the nearest fights are coming from. Geisler now down to 12. Now drops nearly 2 whole seconds. Yes, 2 whole seconds there on the exit of the chase over Sebastian Plotnik. Meanwhile, up the road into 10th place, 5-Star Esports is Kyle Jenkins in the 1-1-4. Now 8 seconds up the road from Geisler. Axel Cassier, 7th place for Malwar Racing. They're in a very comfy spot here in terms of points yield. Two hours, 20 minutes left to go. See here, Tyler Vermack and Fabio Farr, 3rd place. So on debut, this is not too shabby. Of course, this isn't Tyler Vermack's Console Endurance Series debut, but it is his XCL debut, as it were. This is his first time in the full team format, up with the rest of the lineup at Exclusive Esports. Now, we've seen him represent it over in the Sunday League, but this is definitely, I'd say, a lot more of the debut he was looking for when he joined the team after leaving Velocity. It took a long, long path to put Vermack in this seat, and he's not wasted any time since being given the opportunity. Him and we're yet to see Fabio Farr, but from looking at his track record, this car is in safe hands. Looking around the field here, Danny Dion looking up the back end of Byron Forrest's 119. Jake Goldman, we saw that move into the wall. And I think we still have that on record here, so let's see if we can catch it back on the replay. This is what happened to him earlier on in today's race. He went onto the brakes here at the cuttings. And there, the back end just came away from him and into the wall. That's ultimately, that big shunt in there is what put him in the pit lane for so long, and now finds him down in 13th place. All is not yet lost, though. I would definitely say the chances remain for him to return to that top 10. We know that he's got the pace for it. It is a case now is that he just needs time, and fortunately this has happened before the halfway mark, so time is still on his side here. Archie Bowen in his 2nd race with Euro Titans. I mean, what is there to say right now that's not already been made crystal clear? He has become quite a valued part of the Euro Titans lineup after leaving the former K1 Esports team. He has not waited for the opportunity to fall into his lap here. He has been able to work away. He was shadowing the lineup over at the 315 before being given a car of his very own alongside Jack Giles, a real respected name amongst the Euro Titans lineup. We've seen him on several different occasions across a few different championships. We know that he can walk the walk and talk the talk, so he is in safe hands here on his first drive in a car by effectively himself. We have seen, though, Giles behind the wheel over the course of today. Bowen has not wasted time. We've seen just in the same story as Tyler Vermack. This has been quite a hopeful story for the new signings to the team. Now, of course, he made his debut last round in the Nürburgring, but this is sort of his first full, no training wheels attached drive. Kyle Jenkins, I mean, I've got to say this, the 114 team really do deliver on nothing short of witchcraft, wizardry, and or magic. Cheeseman and Jenkins into the wall, though. I wouldn't go too far. I'd say it's witchcraft, wizardry, and magic if you are in the case of trying to attract yourself to the nearest wall, but let's maybe not get ahead of ourselves. But yes, let's get back onto the subject. They have started in dead last, or near enough dead last. I think it was 32nd, actually, on this grid. And bar that incident, it's been smooth. Actually, we do hope that there's not, doesn't appear to be steering damage there. It's only keeping the wheel kinked to the left because it is a left-hand turn here. So fortunately, he's come out quite nicely from that one. That could have been horrible. We've already had terrible timing with commentators cursed. No way. Hang on just a moment. Yellow flags. And it's for the 789 if my memory is not deceiving me. Yes, more trouble for the 789 car. Oh, no. It's down through the S's and the dipper. This is the worst spot for Jake Goldman. Let's see if we can catch on board with the McLaren and see what is the scope of the damage right now. The 788 not too far away. The 789 there is still held up. This is in a very nasty spot indeed. And coming up very quickly, the 787 not far from here is Luca Goenheimer. There's the BMW. Then following is Mario Reutias not too far away. In a 3-point turn right now, the 789's in a very uncomfortable spot. As not too far away at all. Looking over his rear view, there is Mario Reutias and John Williams. So nearly caught himself in the tide of approaching Fats GT Ferraris. This has gone from bad to worse here for Goldman. Whatever has happened here for McLaren, it has been absolutely detrimental today. Looking at where they stand, the furthest up the order for any McLaren right now has been Archie Bowen and Jack Giles in the 316. McLaren has really found its kryptonite here in Bathurst. It is a car notoriously flaky over the curbs and on a track that demands you abuse them. They've really struggled against the tide here. They've only got 2 McLarens in all of that top 10, and then you look into the top 15. That's still only 2. Then you look to the top 20, and there's only 3 McLarens. It is a very, very bizarre state of affairs for McLaren. I remember when they added this 720S Evo, it took competition by storm. As a matter of fact, it is still a dominant car depending on the championship. We've seen in the hands of some other drivers that it can be wielded like a weapon of war, such as we've seen out of Melvin Milliston in his time with McLaren over the course of Season 4, the Sunday League. But McLaren used to be the be-all and end-all. It was a sort of a black hole in the grid. It was encompassing everything. No car could stand against the 720S in its prime on this game. I think those days may soon be past. As we're seeing here, especially in endurance racing, where McLaren dominated last season, they're struggling to even maintain top 5s. And in the hands of the team that used them to such great effect, right now they're out of the top 15 in its entirety. The McLaren, seemingly in the case of XCL, is a car no longer fit for purpose. But I'm curious to know what you think in chat at the moment. Is it the curtain call for McLaren? We're seeing in the hands right now of Archie Bowen and Jack Giles. It's had a great job here, but it can be a huge flip-flop act. We've seen for Kyle Jenkins and Ben Cheeseman, they've been able to wield it in such a way to right now, they're pressing the back of the top 10. They had that little incident from earlier on, but now they're back into the fight to put themselves inside of the top 10. Only 5 tenths away. Bear in mind, they're not far from 9th either. Sebastian Plotnik in 9th place, only 2.2 seconds up the road from Leon Geisler. Right now, though, a wad of traffic in the way. You can see in the midst of it there, that's the 69 Ford of Black Nitro Racing at the back of the field there. That's Fabian Zobjak behind the wheel. Into the pits at the moment comes Taylor Wayne in the 43, actually the 37 car. So seemingly we've not been able to pin down a single number that's consistent with the KTJ car. We've seen 47, we've seen 43, now we've seen 37. There, back behind the wheel. Will he be handing back over to his teammate at KTJ? They've had a very mixed bag, but I think at a track like this, if you were going to be dropping into the championship anywhere, this was probably one of the worst rounds to do it. But fair play, it's open competition and everyone's allowed to join. We've seen coming through the woodwork here, KTJ had a brilliant qualifying session, but Bathurst has not been kind to the BMW duo there in the 37 car, missing the pit lane box. We saw that just behind the scoring charts, was I believe there the 3-2-3. Yes, that's Mario Reutias behind the wheel. Now handing over the 37. We'll see who is behind the wheel then. We see there. Seemingly unable to see who's behind the wheel, so we'll have to catch on a little later on there. The data's not giving us much to go off of. So we see Jenkins now trying to work his way up and ahead of Black Nitro's Fabian Zobjak, now up the road from the 69. Nothing left to stand in his way. 3.4 seconds and potentially to close between himself and Leon Geisler at the back of the top 10. Bear in mind, strategy is just looming around the corner here. 12 minutes left to go. We'll be looking on to our second run of pit stops. We've already seen a few early door signs here out of the likes of Mario Reutias. We also saw it out of KTJ Motorsports in that BMW, the number 37, Taylor Wayne, having seemingly handed over back to Kieran McMillan as he makes his way down through the cuttings. Nearest car to him there on a different length of the race, that's the 414 MSA Racing's BMW. That's Louis Bolton. Now to just comment really on how things have been for MSA. We must consider as well, earlier on in this race, they were caught up in that huge incident that claimed quite a few of the 5-star BMWs. They were up in that mess as well, because we saw... Oh, goodness, did you see that there behind? That, believe... Let me get a look at that on the replay, because I want to make sure my eyes aren't deceiving me here. That looked like something seriously went wrong for McMillan there. Watching from behind... Oh, yes, there was. And he's basically Ross Chastained that wall down at turn 18 and rode his way out. That's not going to be particularly pleasing for his steering system. Makes his way down through the chase. McMillan maintains 18th for now. Will that damage be enough to beckon him back to the pit lane? I don't believe so. He seems confident enough on the exit of turn 22, now towards turn 23. Back onto another lap here. Nearest fight on the track at this time, Gabriel Victor versus Byron Forrest. One in the books at the moment, 1.2 seconds. You can see the distance between the Sparco CTA car and the Malwar Racing Bentley. The 119 still making its way back up through the order after major damage earlier on, and it looks to be the same story, dare I say it. Look over the rear view wing just a moment there on Byron Forrest's 119. It is hanging low on the right hand side, almost reminiscent of those of you who might know the Brisket F1 style of stock cars, the one with the very slanted wings. It looks awfully reminiscent there on that Bentley. That's not going to be doing Byron Forrest many favours. It will if he's turning, looking at here, if he's turning right, but no, he's turning left, so it's going to be working contraflow. You see right up to the back end now. We're on with Byron Forrest. Gabriel Victor behind. It's contact between the pair of them, between Sparco CTA and Malwar Racing. And dropping down through the order goes Byron Forrest, now backed up onto another Sparco CTA car here. That being the McLaren, I believe, of Danny Dion, who hits the wall. All of these drivers backed up in front of the 791. Tyler Vermack and Fabio Farr trying to navigate what is a huge wad of traffic at this time. Making his way up through the order, though. You can see made his way past safely the 313 of Anthony Rodriguez. With Euro Titans, this has been a bit of bedlam here amongst the traffic here in Bathurst. Still nearest fight at this time returns to being Geisler and Plotnik. These two have shared in a fantastic little scrap or two over the course of today's race, and it seems right now by the looks of the data to be returning back in their favour. So looking at where it stands right now in terms of overall pace in amongst that top five, you can see that 3 of those 5 cars are owned and operated by Exclusive Esports. Nat Bennett leads the charge with that fastest time so far, a 201.070 over the course of this race. And then in second place, Luca Goenheimer's best time, a 201.172. Third place, Tyler Vermack with Exclusive, a 202.037, his best time over the course of today's race. That's not including the qualifying times. And then in that fourth place spot, Bailey Rosier's fastest time, a 201.900. So if he can keep tapping into that, there's nothing to say he can't catch up to Tyler Vermack and Fabio Farr out in front. I will say, though, over the course of this second hour of racing, it has been a huge improvement for the Euro Titans team. They now find themselves 5th, 6th, and 7th. So this could be the Requiem now, early doors in the championship. Now, bear in mind, we are still yet to hit the season halfway, but it is going to be an upward fight for the 5-star esports team if they mean to maintain second place in the team's championship this season. Looking at where we're at, we're in Bathurst now for round 3. The season midway coming up in 2 weeks' time. In between that, we're covering round 4 of the XCL Pro Series here on TRTM. We'll be heading to Schuyler County, New York State, over to the Watkins Glen International Circuit. That's going to be a mighty fun round for us there. And then after Silverstone at round 4, we'll be going back to Bathurst in the XCL Pro Series for round 5. So that's going to be a mighty fun time in the next couple of weeks here on TRTN. But looking at where we're at in the championship, not far from the halfway mark, but still a long road left to travel on. For 5-star, this is one definitely a trip less remembered, as they are looking at this time at least to lose out to Euro Titans for second place in the championship in terms of the teams. Stay on board here. Anthony Rodriguez has Tyler Vermack right behind him there. That 791 still hunting for position. But he's 38.7 seconds from his teammate Luca Goenheimer. So he's just looking to navigate the traffic here, get the road of him clear. He wants to keep the tyres nice and healthy for when he comes into the pits. He wants to make this as easy a drive as possible to set things up for that second half for his teammate Fabio Farr. Out through McPhillamy. This is something I was discussing personally with Vermac, is that it's been a real roller coaster section of this track that's been incredibly hard to wrap his head around in his move away from Ford. Now, we saw a great fight for him back, I believe it was in MSC when we were last here at Bathurst, and he was just dominating with Ford. And it was a huge culture shock for him to go from a front engine car to a rear engine car. You are talking two almost fundamentally different machines. The way that they handle, the attitude through the corners are just so alien from one another, especially when you're using a Ford. Oh no, I've just got news at the moment. I believe there's been a disconnect for Euro Titans 315. So we see a high ping warning into the pits. Alan Alexander now in 6th place. Not entirely sure how legitimate those claims are, but it looked pretty compelling there, as we did see someone momentarily drop off of the timing charts. And right now he's lost position out to Rodriguez and Van Veltzen. They move up to 6th place. Archie Bowen continues the charge 4th for Euro Titans in that 316 alongside Jack Giles. Right now they're looking at present company with the lapping 788 of Nat Bennett, with Exclusive Esports down through the S's and through the Dipper, heading towards Forest's Elbow. One of the most stressful areas for both parties involved to get caught up in, down through that area. This is ultimately where a lot of those positions are given over, and we can see the 788 just surfing on by. The slipstream there, the 316, knows that the 316 isn't going to have to lift a huge way to give him that position. Yes, we can now confirm full-fledged there. That is a disconnect, then reconnect for the 315. He's now dropped, by the looks of it here, out of the top 10. This is going to be fantastic news for Kyle Jenkins and Ben Cheeseman. They return to the top 10 after a small myriad of complications in that second hour. Right now, nearest fight, Goldman v Martel by looks of things here, unless it's already wrapped up. Normally with these XCL cars, they are remarkably quick in gaining position. Right now, present company in the middle, one of the Fatch GT Ferraris sticks his nose in the middle of this fight, lapped traffic. We watch here with Jake Goldman. That's John Williams out in front of him in the 1-2-3. We stay on board here. It has been a real mixed bag today for Goldman and teammate Chris Farish. We are seeing quite a few cars in the pit lane now as well. Sander Verstecher comes in now. Bear in mind, we are heading quite quickly into the end of the second hour, heading into that halfway mark. So we will be seeing another swarm of pit lane entries in the next couple of laps here. We stay on board with Exclusive Esports as number 789, potentially to get himself up in a fight in the near future here with Carl Martel. May he be caught out, though, by strategy. Off in the distance there. That's James Mason in the 115. We'll stay on board here with the 789. We'll be back in just a moment. So still on board here with the 789s. We see a little bit of side-by-side action between John Williams and Carl Martel. That drops him directly into the iron sights here for the battle of 13th, onto the nose of Jake Goldman. So it was originally, by the looks of things then, planned to be Sukup and Farish. Now this was, I imagine, a very last-second change for Goldman. Oh, that's a big hit there between Williams and Martel. Martel having to run all the way onto the grass. We're just going to quickly pull that away. Just give us a second, because I'm pretty sure we can fix this one in the nick of time here. It's always been a bit of a pesky job trying to keep up to date with all of the updates out of the Exclusive Esports team. Just give me a second here. I'm pretty sure I don't believe we have a solution to that one. I don't think, yeah, that's just going to have to be an incorrection on our side. Parker Sukup was supposedly meant to be in the car, but Jake Goldman is now also in the 789. It is probably one of the more frustrating aspects, but obviously the teams reserve the right to have their cars changed to within the certain deadline on the day of the event. It's just, well, I was hoping I maybe got that one nipped in the bud. Oh, well. So up through a position then goes Jake Goldman. We see here, split in between the McLaren is John Williams and James Mason, separated by 4 seconds as we hit the halfway mark of this race. So into the pits at the moment is the 414. We'll see here that also heading into the pits perhaps could be the number 9, holds the left-hand side of the track, then stays away from it. Leon Geisler also takes the initiative to stay out. What is really the story going on here amongst the drivers on this field today? Not seen any movement from inside of that top 3. We could be seeing early doors commitment here by Nat Bennett. Do we see the likes out of the 788 as we head down towards the pit lane? No, not is the case right now. Into the pits, though, goes Bailey Rosier. So looking to potentially try and undercut the Euro Titans cars converging at his rear. Bowen and Rodriguez, namely. In 5th and 6th place goes the number 30 Tempest car. Vermac nearest in that top 5 by the looks of things at the moment. Actually, it was Bowen, but he stayed out, so it would be Vermac next onto that decision. We did just get, and this is something a little bit worrying here, if you take a close look at that little line next to the badge on your left-hand side there, that is a ping indicator, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I'm not the greatest with server logistics, but that flashing red a bunch of times, that is a high ping warning, and that usually, now I'm not going to try and doomsday scenario this, that usually, and in my experience, I've seen that followed by a disconnect. That is a worrying sign. Fortunately, we're beyond the halfway mark, so we should be okay. We should be okay. Big quotations there, should. So all 3 of the exclusive cars stay out at the halfway mark. Into the pit lane at the moment, then Delave Maria, Salvatore Borgetto, and Gabriel Victor with Sparco CTA. Question is, has Borgetto handed the car back over to Michael Picconi? They're trying to roll out of the pit lane. But seemingly, something is amiss there with the number 5. You saw the car roll forward about, I'd say about a couple inches there, but seemingly something is amiss with the Delave Maria Ferrari. Can't get the car fired up for whatever reason. There could be overtaken in the pit lane by Gabriel Victor's Sparco CTA 511. You see here, Saunders versus Rodriguez, perhaps, by the looks of things here. You can see those two pressed up against one another after their recent run of pit lane entries. Of course, Saunders now taking the place of Bailey Rosier after their recent pit stop in the number 30. Looking to take the fight then to Rodriguez. Now, bear in mind, Rodriguez also, by the looks of things, has to come into the pits. Nat Bennett is in the 788, potentially to hand over to Florian Oxman past the halfway mark. We'll see whether or not that is the case in a moment's time. Luca Goenheimer stays out. Next toward the line, amongst this swarm of cars here, is Tyler Vermac. In front of him there is Rodriguez and Saunders 5th and 6th. We'll see what the consequences are. These 3 next toward the line. Who takes the leap then? It's likely to be Rodriguez, as Saunders has already, of course, pitted. Well, technically it was Rosier that did that. So into the pit lane goes Tyler Vermac. The question is, same story there as we've now seen the transfer. Nat Bennett, you've seen that sign has now gone green, meaning he has swapped drivers. Now behind the wheel should be Florian Oxman in the 788. Having now taken the lead of the race is Luca Goenheimer in the 787. They're not long from a pit lane entry themselves. Tyler Vermac into the pit lane. The question is, does he hand over to Fabio Farr in the 791? This could be the first time we see him in this session so far today. And we'll wait for the verdict on that one. Archie Bowen on his way down towards Forest's elbow. You still see it is incredibly close here between Saunders and Rodriguez. They're up through the cutting as we speak, turns 3 and 4. 7/10 of a second between the pair. Now, of course, Rodriguez still has that pit lane disadvantage over Saunders. Seeing, though, that in his hands, he's not wasted any time. He took the baton handed over by Van Veltz and he's ran with it. Now we see the confirmation of a driver swap. So there behind the wheel of the 791 is Fabio Farr. To stay on board, though, with these two. What is currently emerging to be the last of those top 5 battles. Also into the pit lane now goes the 787. Now, we've just seen in front of our two here, the leading, well, former leading Bentley, soon to be leading Bentley of Florian Oxman. We watch here the fight between Euro Titans and Tempest Motorsport. Of course, as far as we're led to believe, Rodriguez still has another pit stop coming. So it's a sort of matter of sooner rather than later. The number 30, though, goes around the outside at the chase, now heading down towards Murray's. He won't be waiting for pit strategy to stand in the way. Going back up the inside, dare I say it. That was a proper flashbang there for the 313. I was not expecting that one. I don't think the 30 was either. Not that it phased Adam Saunders in the slightest for that move to 5th. Goenheimer in the pits then, or on his way out more relevantly. Now having lost the lead of the race, 316 was also in Archie Bowen. And that puts Adam Saunders right now, as it stands, up in 3rd place. This fight has now since upgraded quite a ways here. We'll wait for the full confirmation. Oxman leads. Goenheimer sent to drop a few positions there. I think out past Farr might be where he's at this time. Unless he's genuinely been that far up the road, I would not doubt it for a second here. Saunders now up to 4th place. Fabio Farr in 3rd. So yes, it is really just a case. That is how far up the road the 787's been. Now back in the hands of Tobias Sievert, the birthday boy of round 3. Down through Brock's skyline, that number 30, since having broken away from the 313 of Rodriguez, is continuing his conquest of 4th place. Furthest up the order of any of the privateers. We've also seen staying out extra long here has been the 94. Leon Geisler has been leading a one-man campaign. Now 7th overall in this race, 2nd in division and a ways up the road from the number 9 race vision car, 3rd in class for the privateers, that being Zen Vitus. Nearest fights going on at the moment. You've got a few options. We've got a fight here between Ilkay Kilinkoglu and Kyle Jenkins up for the fight of 8th place. We've got Jake Goldman versus Zen Vitus for 11th. And then up the road as well, we've got Rodriguez versus Saunders. So closest of the 3, we're just seeing recent updates there to pitch it that it's Kilinkoglu v Jenkins. So let's stay on board here with the not Euro Titan, sorry, the MSA 414 in today's race. Kilinkoglu, joined by Marcus Carlos and Louis Bolton, have had a phenomenal race so far to claw things back into the top 10, and they're up against another sort of car here to have done the very same. They started from the back, now in 8th ahead of them. That's Kyle Jenkins and Ben Cheeseman with 5-Star Esports number 114. Down through the S's they go, and let's bear in mind here, they're not too far away at all from another car alongside them. At the back of that top 10 at this time, Kieran Rodd right with them in that 314 Mustang. So a battle of 3 teams here. 5-Star, MSA and Euro Titans battling around at the back of the top 10. All of this up for 8th place. We know in a straight line, the Ford and the BMW have got the McLaren pitched, but they're closer to each other than either of them can be at this time to Jenkins. Who takes the leap first then, as it gets to look to be two abreast here on their way down towards the chase. A little bit of contact between the pair. Down towards the chase they go, running out wide goes Kyle Jenkins, spins around as now moving up into 8th place goes the 414, much to the chagrin of the 114. Yellow flags out then down at the chase. The 114 of Kyle Jenkins runs into more trouble. The last hope of the 5-Star Esports team in the top 10 at the moment, but not for much longer. Fortunately, he's quite a distance up the road as it stands from the nearest car. Just a moment, though, because we have another yellow flag out. It's the 323 Mario Roitiès in trouble down Brock Skyline. He's gotten back running, so back into green flags for the time being. As he makes his way, though, down through the S's and the Dipper. Are we going to see a Ferrari in operable condition? Down towards turn 18 we go. You can see it is properly beaten up there. Roitiès in trouble down in 25th place on the exit of Forest's Elbow. Catch up with him a little later on today. Kieran Rodd then finds himself next as a likely culprit for the fight at 8th place, with Ilkay and Kilinkoglu up the road. Right now his nearest company comes from the Sparco CTA car right behind him, quite a ways down in that race. That I believe to be the number, you can find it here, I believe that is, yes, the number 511 of Sullivan D'Amaro, who was predicted in the top 10 in qualifying today, mind you. Into the pits comes the 23, Spencer Brown in with Thatch GT. Another wad of damage on that Mustang. Surely it's going to be like the ship of Theseus by the end of this race. There's not going to be the same amount of parts the car entered with. It's going to be almost a completely new Mustang. You are seeing as well another fight brewing. 4 attempts in the last interval between Zen Vitus and Jake Goldman for 11th place. The comeback drive for the 789 was set to be part of that 1, 2, 3, 4 in the hearts and minds of the exclusive esports team, but it all came asunder before the halfway. And the 789 has been playing up to it ever since in his attempts to get back to the top 10. Right now, his main obstacle is 11th place. The number 9 car, I should say, Race Vision Motorsports, is Zen Vitus. And up the road from there, and again, is that fight still going on at Kilinkoglu versus Rodd. BMW versus Ford. They're on their way down towards Hell Corner at the start of the next lap. That fight becoming weary between Vitus and Goldman, now nearly upwards of a second after the chase. Kyle Jenkins into the pit lane with 5-Star Esports after that spin, believed to potentially pass over to Ben Cheeseman. Bottom line is 5 stars out of the top 10 for the time being, hopefully to make a return later down the line. It's one of their last options on the table after a disastrous first hour where their cars were dropping off of the charts like flies. Get some onboards here with some drivers at the moment. We're on with Kieran Rodd, 1.1 seconds from Ilkay Kilinkoglu. We make our way down Skyline. Right behind him is Sullivan D'Amaro in the 511. He's been more of a likely candidate to overtake than he has right now to Kilinkoglu. We can see that Ferrari, had this been for a fighter position, this would have been properly solid watching. Right now, this is just a recovery drive for Sparco CTA, as they too, like 5-Star, had a disastrous opener. Looking around the field here, it's been a real story out of that of Adam Saunders and Bailey Rosier. They stood as a 2-man operation here for round 3 of the championship up against the full combined might of exclusive Euro Titans, 5-Star and MSA, and they have not flinched a single time. Five-Star Jupiter in chat asking, should I absolutely flood Silverstone? You didn't hear this from me, but the last time I watched a very wet race at Silverstone, it was very fun. You didn't hear that from me. We're looking here at the fight of 8th place. Ilkay Kilinkoglu still under certain pressure here from Kieran Rodd. Still within that second barrier. That's enough to consider it a fight right now. The BMW and the Ford quite evenly matched for straight line speed. It's going to be a test of driver skill up in that middle and final to see who emerges further up the road. Right now, it's been a very confident drive in the 414 by Kilinkoglu, but Rodd's not let go of this one at all for Euro Titans. 5-Star Jupiter saying Tempest might have to be moved to Pro next season. Yeah, I don't... You just have to give me a moment. What the hell is that noise? Well, I do apologise for the interruption there. I finally figured out what that noise was. Some of you that may not know, I have several dogs. One of which, very young, a little Labrador puppy. She's taken one of my drinks, one of my like drinks bottles, dragged it to the top of the stairs, and then shoved it down the stairs. So that would explain where I just suddenly darted off to. There has been a yellow flag out, though, down through the S's, and it is for the 114. That being for Ben Cheeseman in trouble, making his way out of turn 18. Minor damage there on the 5-star esports car, now down to 15th place. We still see that fight going on, now having since dropped away quite a bit between Killing Koglu and Rod down through the S's. So in the fight of drivers here, Killing Koglu has got that one absolutely nailed in. We can see there's actually more pressure coming from the 511 behind him than there has been from anyone else on track right now. Sullivan Diamaro is adamant to get around Kieran Rod. While it may not be for position, he is really giving this one a great go in that 511. Had it not been for the start they had today, I'd have no doubts that Sparco CTA would be capable of a top 10. Today, like many teams, has just not been their day. Right now, actually moving to one side. He's fully had enough of all the pressure. He's just letting the 511 roll on by, knowing that he could learn a thing or two off of the racing line here. Out through turn 1 then, the 511 is rolled on by. So to just give some context as to some of the points made a little earlier on in our Twitch chat, that was by 5-star Jupiter saying they should probably be moved up to the Privateers wing. I don't doubt that. I mean, they are defending Privateers champion. Let's get on board here. This is Adam Saunders behind the wheel out through the chase as we speak. And they have properly dominated as a single car act here. The up to 4-man lineup we've seen over the course of their last 2 seasons in competition, they have really been able to go head-to-head proper with even big label teams like XCL, like Euro Titans, like 5-star. It's been quite a remarkable performance we've seen out of them. Now, just bring this into the Teams Championship real quick. Let's just have a look at this. This is the scope of the Teams Championship. You'll find there Tempest, despite being a single car, this is according to SimGrid at least, is 7th. Now, you take a look around them, you've got MSA Racing that fields right now, looking at the total driver toll, 3 cars. You've got Malwa that fields 3 cars. You've got Fats GT up the road that fields 3 cars. Euro Titans that fields, I believe, 4 cars, yes. And then you've got 5-star that fields 6 cars. And then you've got XCL that fields 4. Technically 5 with the 790, but it sadly couldn't make it today. And of course, in the Teams Championship, it's only 2 cars scoring per team, but you're still talking these juggernaut efforts that we're seeing, especially out of the teams surrounding them, to have great results. But all it takes is 1, seemingly, in the case of Tempest. And even with that handicap of not having 2 cars available to contribute to that point standings, that doesn't stop them being 7th. They are just that powerful by themselves. Into the pits at the moment, Carl Martel with Malwa Racing 13th place at the moment in this race. One driver we're actually yet to see move over for his teammate is Danny Dion in the number 15 car, I believe that is there. He's yet to hand over. Now looking at what the lineups were concerned with over the course of today's round, he was yet to hand over to Teo Monnier-Chaplet. It's going to be exciting to see when he does what exactly his teammate's going to be capable of right now. They're down in 23rd in this race, but really, as it's been a case over well over 2 hours of racing now, surviving is winning in any regard. As you can see, the sun is starting to crest yonder the horizon here in New South Wales, Australia. We could be seeing a little spot of, well, I wouldn't say night racing, but dusk racing is definitely on the tables here toward the end of round 3. Florian Oxman leads that charge. Tobias Siebert now back in the seat ahead of Luca Goenheimer in his teammate lineup. He has now set the fastest time so far in the session. Now taking a look as to what that is, we're looking at a 2 minutes, 0.975. So he's put himself, by the looks of it here, just a little under a tenth up the road on the fastest time set by the leading 788 Bentley. navigating lapped traffic there. One of the Malwar Bentleys right alongside. So we make our way out through the cuttings now. If I believe correctly, that is, yes, the 99 of Carl Martel, who I will have to double check to see if he swapped over for a teammate or not. He did find himself into the pit lane not long ago. Right now, it doesn't appear to be the case that he swapped over to another driver. We'll have to double check that as and when we can. As you can see now, as we head in towards the prelude, as it were, to the final hour, as we see up the road, actually, that was immediate trouble for the 787. Had to cut through Brock's skyline. We also see trouble for the 114 as yellow flags fly for Sector 1. Off at Turn 1 is Ben Cheeseman there, emerging from the runoff area on the exit of Hell Corner. Just as a quick update as well, on the topic of because there was that interruption earlier with the dogs. Now one of them has come up and sat like right next to me, practically on my foot now. So I can't move, I can't go anywhere. So we're locked in for the next hour and 37 minutes, as according to the dog. That would also explain that if at any point something does alert her, you are going to hear possibly the loudest bark out of this animal. Oh, they're always fun little guests, though, in the commentary box. We see here at the moment Ben Cheeseman, who had that recent trouble. For 5-Star Esports, they now find themselves clawing just above the back of that top 15 threshold. This has been a race to forget. Point finished, really. That is a race to forget for them. I'd still say for Cheeseman and Jenkins, it's still been a great hustle. For the 114, they started towards the back of that field, and they are still over halfway through it, so you really can't scoff at what they've been able to do with the opportunity. But they have really trudged their way through no man's land to be where they are, and it is still an upward fight with an hour and 36 minutes left to go. So looking at where we are as we head towards the hour-and-a-half mark of racing left to go, Florian Oxman leads in the 788 Bentley for Exclusive Esports, and it still maintains the position of a exclusive 1, 2 and 3 here in Bathurst, with Tobias Sieva in second place and Fabio Farr in third. Adam Saunders in fourth, and heading up the field for the Privateers wing in the number 30 Tempest Motorsports Ford, ahead of Anthony Rodriguez in fifth place for Euro Titans. Then Jack Giles in sixth with Euro Titans once again in the 316, alongside him Archie Bowen on this brand new addition to the fleet. Same story for Fabio Farr. He's with Tyler Vermack in Exclusives, most recent addition to the fleet. Down in seventh place, Ilkay Kilinkoglu in MSA Racing's number 414. They've had a great hustle to put themselves back into top 10 competition. They're ahead of Kieran Rodd in eighth place in the 314 for Euro Titans, and rounding out the top 10, ninth place for Zen Vitus with Race Vision Motorsport, and Jake Goldman in 10th place. And not too far away, mind you, you can see the gap between those two at 4 seconds and closing. Kieran McMillan in 11th place with KTJ Motorsports, with Niklas Koenig of Majestic Racing in 12th place. Jörg Masserat in 13th, ahead of Ben Cheeseman in 14th. Sullivan de Amro in 15th place, ahead of Christian LeBay in 16th. In 17th place, Ben Meredith with Carl Martel in 18th. Michael Picconi in 19th, with Matthew Williams in 20th place. John Williams in the pit lane right now in 21st. James Mason in 22nd. Oh my goodness, did you see the scope of that? That was... Oh my God, it just doesn't get any worse. It just doesn't get any worse. Look at this. So we were counting through the field. I think we were a bit naive to cover exactly what just happened. It's here. It's right as we cut to Mason. Slammed. That's the 114. That has to be the 114. How has it gotten worse today for 5-Star Esports? Oh my goodness. Oh no, no, no. That was full airtime. Watch that again just before we cut back to the main view. You can see currently we're watching with that wounded BMW. Oh my, it's a full flat spin. Jesus. Oh my word. It can't keep going on like this, can it? It can. The 114 into the pits. Jörg Masserat's also in the pits as well with the 77. We're watching here in possibly the worst state of repair we've seen all race for any car. We thought that Thrash GT had us there with the incident for that Ferrari, but have a look at this here. That is brutalized over the nose of James Mason's 115. How is he even steering that car if it's dragging the front wheels? I think there's part of this that just doesn't physically add up there. You can see his efforts to turn left. He just can't. I think this might be the end of the road for the 115. He physically cannot turn the car left. Oh, no. This is... Oh, you hate to see it. You really do. There was a lot of hope riding on them here today coming into this round. It is, yeah, a race to forget. On to the next. But, oh, it's just been slaughter. It has been nothing short of slaughter here in Bathurst. They won't be able to forget that one in a hurry. Tobias Sievert into the pit lane, but with sizable damage as well. So seemingly another incident having gone on in a different area of the track. Also into the pit lanes as well. The 313 of Anthony Rodriguez also seemingly with nose cone damage. So how many people precisely were caught up in that mix? And were any of them directly involved with what happened to the 114? Sievert into the pits. Told you. I did tell you. I did tell you. We'll be back in a moment. So back on board then with Cas van Veltzen. As now we start to tally up what is seemingly the requiem now for the 5-star esports team's endeavours in round 3 of the championship. Into the pits and remaining there for the foreseeable future, Ben Cheeseman and Kyle Jenkins, as we saw that major incident from earlier on. For those of you just joining us now, here's a replay of what just went on. This is as we were recounting the grid. We were getting on board with James Mason in the 115. Seemingly there was an incident somewhere down the line. I think right now, so I've been told, was between Tobias Sievert and the 114, because I've seen both of those names in the same conversation here, so I'm a little clued in as to believing that was who was involved in putting that 114 on its side effectively. But you can see as he rounded McPhillamy, there was nowhere to go for the 115. Tried to hook it right, there was just no room left. A huge smash, and that car fully up off 4 wheels into the air, spun around like a Beyblade. The 114, I'm not even sure how this is possible, but he's back out on track. How is this possible at this stage for Ben Cheeseman? I mean, at this point, the mechanics over on the 5-star team are going to be piecing their cars back together like Frankenstein's monster. I'm not even clear how that's been able to get back up and running, but it has. An hour and 30 left to go, and he's back out on track. We're on board here with Adam Saunders navigating traffic. That's the NRW car alongside him there, the number 77. Down in 15th, Dennis Kuhleman. Now lapped by Adam Saunders as number 30. In the meantime, amidst that incident, of which also involved Tobias Sievert, Fabio Farr now moves up to 2nd place. Florian Oxman still leading the charge, seemingly having avoided every major incident so far. luck can only get you so far. This is a lot of it has been skill today from these two to put themselves where they need to be, but I'd say you'd be a little bit naive in assuming that getting through Bathurst, even for 4 hours, doesn't require quite a hefty bit of luck just to not end up in any major incidents. I think they've already put that foot right where they've had pace across the board. There's no denial of that part. But, oh my word, fate smiles upon the 788 in not putting it in a major incident. We have another incident again for the 114. It's getting worse and worse at the moment. There's a temporary white flag. The 114, I think it just had to take the emergency runoff. You can see damage on the nose for Ben Cheeseman. I mean, someone's got to pull the plug here, surely. They can't keep getting out on the track here and getting mauled. For 5-star, you've got to respect the commitment to keep the car out on track here, but it's... how many times are they prepared to get knocked down is the real question. Into the pit lane, then goes the 114. Could that be the end of the line today? Back into the pits goes the McLaren. Only time will tell us different. We'll get confirmation of that as and when we can. Back on board with Adam Saunders, looking for the nearest fights on track at this time. 3.3 seconds, one of the closer margins right now between Dennis Kuhleman and Ben Meredith. 315 versus 77. Right now, stepping in between them, believed to be that the McLaren there, the 789 of Jake Goldman at the back of the top 10. Previously was meant to be a lineup of Parker Sukup and Chris Farish. Now Jake Goldman steps in to replace Parker Sukup. So we've just, I believe, got confirmation there. The 114 has withdrawn. 5-star Esports is out of round 3. Into the pits, then the 119 of Christian LeBay, potentially to another driver transfer. 1 hour 25 minutes left to go in today's race. Malwar Racing making another pit stop. So as we take a look around the track here, things simmering down before the run into the final hour. Just to make a quick clarification here, this is more of a public service announcement. I'm all in favour of a little bit of bantering here and there amongst teams, but if you're going to argue in my Twitch chat, my place is just not the place for it. Take that to DMs, please don't do that here. I'm not in the mood for it. Considering we don't have mods, I have to do all that myself, and I'm not in the mood to moderate your argument. Take that somewhere else. I'm just kindly putting that on the table. We try to keep things nice and friendly, at least here in the Twitch chats here. A little bit of banter in one way, but I'm starting to see things pick up quite a bit there, and I'm just not liking what I'm seeing. Well, nonetheless, an hour and 24 minutes left to go. LeBay on his way out of the pit lane. We'll see if he swapped over to another driver in the 119. He loses position out to Michael Piccone. You can see off in the grass there. That's one of the Fats GT Ferraris in a bit of trouble on the exit of turn 1. Now, it wasn't John Williams, so it was Mario Reutiers in the 323. They're currently 20th and 22nd. The Ford number 23 in 19th. See there, moving over to give position to the advancing 314. That's Kieran Rodd. So, in order to try and lighten conversations, because things took a little bit of a turn, let's pick back up on a conversation that I was introduced to, was what if they absolutely flooded Silverstone? You didn't hear this from me. I will pick this point up in the second time, and you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You didn't hear this from me. Last time I watched a wet race at Silverstone, it was very, very fun. I can't say which one it was, and I won't say which one it was. Currently here in Bathurst, it was said that there was a low rain chance. I mean, realistically, that's next to 0 here in Australia. I mean, this is looking toasty on track, even as we head into the evening hours. It's 19 on track, 19 ambient. No chance of rain in the next 30 minutes, according to weather radar. Unlikely. See now, closest fight on track right now, the 99 versus the 511. Sullivan D'Amaro versus Carl Martel for 15th place. Let's stay on board here with the Sparco CTA cars. We make our way down through the cuttings, up through Quarry. They're side by side. The 511 trying for something very ambitious here. He might have to secede before we get out through Quarry. He's into the wall a little bit there at the BP Ultimate signs, up through Quarry. Now up through Reed, into Solman and McPhillamy. Kieran Rodd into the pit lane in the meantime in the 314. Out through McPhillamy we go. On board with the 511. So we're going to see if we can try and catch on board with the Amaro at this time. See on board with the 511 Ferrari on his way down the Conrod straight down towards the chase. Running wide onto the brakes. There goes the 99. Carl Martel forced to cut the chase. Is now moving up into 15th place. Goes Sullivan D'Amaro with Sparco CTA down towards turn 23. Kieran Rodd still in the pit lane at this time. Still not particularly sure for what reason. I think it may be more than just a routine pit stop for the 314 at this time. He's now at the back of the top 10, set to drop out of it before he exits the pit lane. Question is for the 314 as he makes his way out, has he swapped over drivers? We've seen it already over the course of the last 30 minutes. As he exits the pits, he's now behind Kieran McMillan. Actually, you can see that up the road from him is Leon Geisler. Actually, so that's Nicholas Koenig, I should say, not Leon Geisler. But nonetheless, that is the 94 up the road, so that does indicate he's down in 12th behind the Majestic Racing BMW. Now he's swapped in for Harry Palmer, so we do get the confirmation there. The 314 swap drivers. Out goes Rodd, in goes Palmer. Looking to see where the nearest fights on track are concerned. Carl Martel to Sullivan D'Amaro, but that gap is quickly expanding after that most recent move down at the chase. The 511 still up the road. Nowhere near at this time Dennis Kuhleman of the NRW Performance team in the 777. He's on his way down towards turn 1. So a little bit more of a tepid hour we're seeing here before we get into the final hour of racing here in Bathurst. I think the bulk of surprises are out of their way now. Let's not hold our breath to anything. So as we head towards that final hour of racing, let's get a look at where the standings are concerned. Florian Oxman leads the charge in the 788 Bentley with Exclusive Esports, and he comprises a 1-2-3 formation with the most recent overtake coming out of Fabio Farr. Gets up and ahead of Tobias Sievert after an early emergency pit stop for the 787 over the course of the last stint. Adam Saunders in 4th place ahead of Jack Giles in 5th. With Ilkay Kilinkoglu in 6th place. Cas van Veltzen in 7th ahead of Zen Vitus in 8th place. Jake Goldman in 9th, and Kieran McMillan rounds out the top 10. Nicholas Koenig in 11th place. Harry Palmer in 12th, not too far away, and there could be that fight coming up very, very soon. Ben Meredith in 13th place ahead of Dennis Kuhleman in 14th. Sullivan Diamaro rounds out the top 15 ahead of Carl Martel in 16th place. Michael Picconi in 17th. Christian LeBay in 18th with Matthew Williams in 19th. John Williams rounds out the top 20. Theo Monier-Chaplet now behind the wheel instead of Danny Dion in the number 15, and he's 21st in this race ahead of Mario Reutias in 22nd and Keanu Geiger in 23rd. And what has been 10 cars out of a 33-car grid. That is one of the highest death tolls I think we've seen in the history of the Console Endurance Series. In all 2 seasons of running right now, I don't think I've ever seen a toll that high. Standing amongst the rubble, though, seemingly remains that XCL 123 with the most recent change coming out of the 791 up to 2nd place. Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack, the newest addition to the XCL lineup, making their way down through the S's and the Dipper. In terms of new arrivals as well, Jack Giles finds himself in the 316 alongside Archie Bowen as the newest addition to the Euro Titans lineup, and their 5th place overall, 4th in the pro category alone. But we only really cover the overall category when the pros are in question. Also in terms of new arrivals, the KTJ Motorsports car of Kieran McMillan. And having a look here as well, just because we are still trying to learn all of the names of the drivers here. Taylor Wayne in the 37 find themselves 10th overall, and by the looks of things here right now, if they are to classify as privateers, they're 3rd ahead of Nicholas Koenig with Majestic Racing. Into the pits then, Jake Goldman in the 789. He's just on his way out, so has he swapped over to a teammate? Let's see as he makes his way out of the pit lane. On his way. So likely, if he has passed over to anyone, it would be to Farish. And there you can see just briefly FAR on the LED sign. So Chris Farish now back behind the wheel of the 789 McLaren. They drop down to 12th place behind Palmer and Koenig. Now putting Majestic into the top 10 in BMW. Bear in mind, Koenig only 9/10ths up the road from Harry Palmer. You can see how close the 314 is willing to toe the line here on Nicholas Koenig's number 94. Let's see if we can get on board with the attacking of 2 cars. On with the Euro Titans 314 of Harry Palmer. I believe that might be an older graphic there, but you can see having succeeded was Keanu Geiger, one of the lapped cars, the number 69. You see, actually, was that into the wall there? I believe that was, yes, the 323 of Reutias in trouble. They've had consistent issues down at turn 18 now. I'm starting to see that as a repeat thing. Trying to catch on board now with the defending point of view. This is with Nicholas Koenig of the Majestic Racing team. Leon Geisler, we've seen great stints out of him before as well. We have another yellow flag for the 323, this time down at the chase in Sector 3. We're still watching, though, with the fight right now for what appears to be 10th place. Majestic Racing versus Euro Titans, 0.8 of a second. BMW versus Ford. Let's see how this one unfolds as we head down towards Griffin's Bend at turn 2. To give some context as to what the public service announcement was about earlier, I would like to apologise just briefly to some of the people who thought that was maybe a bit targeted. It was a case where we were seeing quite a few people in our Twitch chat get a little bit... It was a little bit more than banter. I could tell that right off the bat. It was getting a little bit aggressive. I don't know. I don't really know what the word for it is. It's just we like to make sure it's not the place for it here. That's what the context was for those of you watching on the YouTube release. That was a few people were getting a little bit angry, and with every reason. You know, that they are, you know, a little bit more than just animosity amongst competitors here. It is a competitive environment. You will get stuff like that. This is, you know, the obvious reality of esports. You will have people, you know, not being the best of pals with one another. But we just like to make sure it's not our place for that to be facilitated. If you want to do that, fair enough. In every competition, you will get people like that, but we ain't the place for it. Still watching though with this fight then. The number 94 versus the 314. Harry Palmer versus Nicholas Koenig on their way down the Conrod Straight. Side by side, the Mustang looking to take things around the outside, and quickly and decisively up to 10th place goes Harry Palmer. Very little fight back there on the Conrod from the 94 BMW. Very little he could have done once the Ford was up in his slipstream. Out through the chase. Battle of 10th now swings in favour of Euro Titans. Catch on with them a little later on here. We take a look around the field 12 minutes before the next wave of pit stops, or next anticipated wave of pit stops, and with drivers so scattered around the field, very few examples of fights to go off of besides the one we've just seen. We are seeing potentially one in the making here. Dennis Kuhleman versus Ben Meredith for 13th place. Euro Titans versus NRW Performance. Two Ferraris head to head on their way down Brock Skyline. Here with Meredith. Now the leading of that two Ferrari fight down the Conrod straight. 1.1 seconds the dividing gap right now between him and the 77 of Kuhleman. Into the pits at the moment, one of the Fats GT cars. I believe that to be the 323 at this time. Mario Reutias in potentially to swap to Gase Bruce before the end of this race. That 323 is on his way out, so we'll check in with them in a little while there. We see Ghost Bruce now behind the wheel of the 323 on his way out of the pit lane. We follow on board here with the 315, Ben Meredith behind the wheel. A little bit of a wobble we just saw there as we cut on board with Harry Palmer in the 314. But not enough to shake the line between himself and Nicholas Koenig. That now out north of 2 seconds as we hit the hour and 10 minute mark. Let's catch back on board with the two Ferraris we were watching with earlier on, that being the fight between the 77 and the 315 Meredith versus Kuhlmann. We see, though, it's now swung massively away from the 77, now 6 seconds away from Ben Meredith's 315. As we get down towards the final hour of racing here, we are kind of starved for fights on track. There's a lot of strategy now playing heavy into the top 10. Right now, Florian Oxman still continues the charge on what looks to be 3 on the run here for the exclusive esports team, the 788 of Oxman and Bennett. Dare I say it, are gunning for another hat-trick. It's taking a look into last season's result. Actually, no, they've never done a hat-trick before. Looking into the results of last season, so it's not another hat-trick. This is a first you are looking at here if they do take the checkered flag in this position in an hour and 8 minutes' time. Looking through the results of last season, of course, round 1 in Italy went to the NLR number 5 of Andre Damrat and Milo Bergman. MSA's 414 took round 2 in Japan. That's David Silf, Marcus Carlos and Craig Twardock. Tempest took round 3 in Spain. That was Adam Saunders and Brandon Roos. Then you start to see the XCL dominance. XCL 788 won in rounds 4 and 5, including the last round here in Bathurst, round 5, season 1. And that was Elmas Mikkelsons and Nat Bennett, 2 on the trot. But then that was interrupted in the Watkins Glen round in the US by the 791 of Matteo Mastromaro and Fazzy Binks. Then the 788 went on to win 2 more races, but that, again, has never been a continuous streak of 3 in a row. So as far as it stands for them right now, this is the first we've ever seen of the 788, the defending champions here of the Console Endurance Series, going on to a burst of any driver and team combination in the history of the Console Endurance Series to take a hat trick. This could be quite heavy consequence on the horizon. More on that when we get to the checkered flag. Into the pits at the moment goes the 99 of Carl Martel, actually just on his way out over the course of that discussion over XCL's potential hat-trick for the 788. On his way out then, David Tangway back behind the wheel of the 99, swapping in for Carl Martel. Also into the pits comes Kieran McMillan in the number 37 KTJ Motorsports car, recognised there as the 43 on our charts, but there you can see on the actual car itself, 37. Also in the pit lane at this time, Gay Spruce and the 323 Fats GT Ferrari. When is it going to be down and out for them? They have had so many incidents today. And much like that 114, they've been knocked down and they kept getting back up. Even then, someone somewhere is going to know when to sort of pull the plug on that operation there, the 323. Surely it can't get any worse for them now. In terms of that gap we saw not long ago between Palmer and Koenig, that's now out 5.3 seconds. You can see physically where that gap stands as we enter the mountain straight after turn 1. Long distance away from being within fighting distance. Bear in mind, tucked up behind that Fats GT Ferrari up in front of him there, I believe that to be the 123 of John Williams down in 20th. That is the number 789 of Chris Farish, hunting down 11th off of Nicholas Koenig. 5 minutes left to go before our next expected wave of pit stops, so plenty of changes on the horizon. We see out onto the track again the number 37, though. Is it driven by McMillan or is it driven by Taylor Wayne? Being the real question. We'll wait for the timing charts to update us on that. At this time, it says McMillan, though we have yet to get proper confirmation. And it is Taylor Wayne behind the wheel now as it updates. You can see trying to navigate that traffic is an infuriated 414. Okay, Killing Coglu is not letting go of his chances to advance to a potential top 5 for MSA. It would be the real comeback campaign they've been gunning for since the race start 3 hours ago. You can see now beckoning the 51 out of their way as they enter McPhillamy Park. This is a dangerous spot to give way. And into the wall in the background goes the 37. Bounces from the wall, is somehow still going. How many cars left running? Asks 5-star Jupiter in chat. 23. We're 10 down. An absolute slaughterhouse here in Bathurst. 10 DNFs in one race. Out through turn 18 we go. Taylor Wayne with a damaged BMW up the road, though we can see a rampaging 414. Okay, Killing Coglu is not waiting for any opportunities to fall into his lap here. He is seizing his opportunity to take more and more positions away. Remove as much of a gap between himself and Jack Giles up in 5th place. Right now, as it stands, all cars finishing this race are in the points. Out wide, there goes Taylor Wayne in the 37. KTJ Motorsports BMW. Now, this has been fantastic news for Nicholas Koenig and Majestic. They're now back up onto the podium in the Privateers wing behind Zen Vitus and Race Vision and Adam Saunders at Tempest Motorsport. See, though, a closing gap here. Now, this is at 2.8 seconds at the last interval. This is Matthew Williams in the 23 Mustang on your screens there. Just up the road from him is Christian LeBay in the 119 Malwar Racing Bentley. He's making his way down towards turn 2 as we speak. You can see out through turn 2, LeBay joined by Forrest and Quain in the 119 lineup just find themselves inside of that top 20. It's been a very mixed bag for all teams involved today. Malwar Racing had their chances to be within that top 10. But after a series of incidents involving aero damage, or collisions causing aero damage and steering damage as well in the case of the 119, they've been waylaid from a chance at the top 10. The chances are potentially still there to be within the top 15 by the checkered flag today, so never say never on a performance of the ages out of Christian LeBay. Koenig now 8.4 seconds from Palmer. That's nearly a double the gap there between Farish and Koenig. That could be our next fight on the charts coming up very shortly. On top of that fight between Williams and LeBay, that'd be one to discuss here. But with strategy creeping up on all 4 of these drivers in question, will it stand in the next couple of laps? Only time will tell. Down through turn 23, we see here with Chris Farish currently in pursuit of Nicholas Koenig for the last of those top 10 positions. Into the pit lane at the moment, still Taylor Wayne, and we also see Michael Picconi into the pit lane in the number 5 Delave Maria Ferrari. Also into the pits, the leading Bentley, Florian Oxman, and Nat Bennett in the 788. Right now, on their way out of Forest's elbow, that does give the chance, potentially up to the 791. We'll have to touch back on that in a moment's time. The 15 in trouble on its way out of the cuttings was momentary rolling yellow flags for the Sparco CTA car, Théo Monnier-Chaplet, in brief trouble. Oxman still in the pit lane, far down towards the pit entry. Doesn't yet consider a run into the pit lane, so very likely here, the 791. Actually, I think it's off by about a lap, but still will be able to unlap itself from Florian Oxman, if not at the best of times here, potentially take the race lead. We'll see full confirmation of that. The standing interval was not the most reliable of sorts, but yes, it does confirm the 791 is leading here in Bathurst for the time being under strategy. Question is, with Oxman into the pit in the 788, this has been a much longer than expected pit stop here because he's lost ground not only to his teammate in the 791, but he's now also lost it out to the 787. Actually, as I say that, there is Florian Oxman, so very late exit of the pit lane. Fortunately for him, he's up the road from his teammate Tobias Sievert in the 787, so still maintains his position after taking it tooth and nail on track off of the then pole-sitting BMW. The question therein remains, what is the strategy going forward as we hit that final hour mark here in Bathurst for Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermaak? They still have one more pit stop to serve, so they know that their chances at the front here are a fleeting memory, heading down towards McPhillamy for just a brief moment in history of Porsche leading here in the Console Endurance Series. All of those moments, though, will be lost in time like tears in rain. Heading down towards the S's and the Dipper then, down towards turn 18. Adam Saunders is into the pit lane in the meantime in the lead of the Privateers, weighing 4th overall in this race. I mean, that is a real showstopper from him and Bailey Rosier. Could it be a swap back over to Rosier, one does wonder, before the end of today's race? Very, very likely indeed. 58 minutes left to go here in Bathurst. We're in amongst the final chapter now. The end game is nigh. We see here some side-by-side action. Farish now up and ahead of Niklas Koenig down towards turns 21 and 22. Thank you for recognising that, Jupe, in chat there. Absolute poetry there. I was quoting Blade Runner. Great film. Fantastic film. One of the best films. Down through Murray's then. Farish now up and ahead of Koenig into the top 10. Okay, Killing Koglu rolls into the pit lane then for MSA. The saving grace of MSA today, Killing Koglu in the 414. Him and his teammates in the 414 lineup for today's race. Getting a look here, Marcus Carlos and Louis Bolton flanking him from either side have done a royal duty for the 414 today. The solo car for MSA's lineup today, the 415 and 416 seemingly no shows for round 3 of the championship. The 414 acts alone in that top 10. And I've just heard possibly the worst bit of news all day, that 5-star Jupiter has not seen Blade Runner. I am very upset by this news. Very upset. You see, up and ahead now of Florian Oxman. That was one beautiful move out of the 787. Let's just get a replay on that. Silky. Absolutely silky between the 787. Tobias Sievert up the inside on Florian Oxman. As it stands, when Fabio Farr comes into the pit lane, that will be the lead for Sievert. So the chances of a hat-trick have just fallen by the wayside. With now taking a sizable lead ahead of Oxman, goes Sievert. That was team orders, says 5-star Jupiter. And we'll wait to see here. I'm pretty sure we do have quite a few people from the exclusive esports team in the chat ready to confirm that one. But you can see something is actually quite wrong here with the 788. He is slowing down quite a way. Now, if it were team orders, he'd still be right with, but you can see that he's dropped back and actually continued to drop back. But therein rests the question, why would team orders deliberately sabotage their own bottom line for the championship lead? Obviously, still dropping him to second isn't going to be the be-all and end-all, as we see the 791 is into the pit lane now, coming to a stop, so Sievert will lead here in Bathurst in the 787. 55 minutes on the line here, but yeah, he's maybe a bizarre one. Into the pits, yes, so perhaps the theory, low on fuel there, suggested by Jupiter. I think that might be the call here. The 788 is back into the pits. Bear in mind, he's only just come out, so he didn't refuel, perhaps being a real theory on the line right now. And that has seemingly thrown away the chances for a hat-trick for Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett. What it has opened the floodgates for right now, depending on how long it's going to take for them to refuel that Bentley, is potentially a move to third for Jack Giles and Archie Bowen in the 316. Now, it's a bit of a far cry here, but heading down towards turn 18, anything is possible. We'll see, though, getting rolling. I think that has now just been snuffed out for us there. Well, one can hope. One can definitely hope here in the fleeting hours of this race. Into the pits, well, actually out of the pits comes the 791 of Fabio Farr. Believe now swapping drivers. We'll have to have a look, though having a look at it, it was 2 stints for Tyler Vermaak. I'd say realistically it would be 2 stints for Fabio Farr as well. So that is quite bizarre that there's been a technical blunder for the 788. Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett have ran into a bit of a hurdle here. One too great for them to deliver on a hat trick. "54 minutes left to go." This is some serious drama going on inside of the exclusive esports team. Tobias Sievert leads by 40 seconds over Fabio Farr in second place. Florian Oxman in third after a fueling mishap, I believe. We've yet to get proper confirmation as to exactly what that was, but all theories point in the direction that they didn't fuel the car up sufficiently or actually forgot to fuel entirely. And because of that, we're forced to make an emergency pit stop. In the meantime, we do have a very close fight here. Williams versus LeBay will stay on board with the 23 in their fight against the 119. They head up the mountain straight. We're on board with Fatch GT's number 23, Matthew Williams and Spencer Brown. Now take the fight to Christian LeBay in the 119 Bentley of Malwar Racing, up in 14th place. One of the nearer fights on track at this time. In fact, I believe, looking at it here, the closest. Let's see if we can go and catch on board with the 23 at this time. As always, the awkward part is getting to the destination. And there we have it. Down through Skyline Hill we go then. That continued fight for 14th place. Williams versus LeBay. Down through the dipper we go. Down towards Forest's Elbow at turn 18. Now, this is a very surprisingly well-met fight between Bentley and Ford. It's sort of the older version of that Ford and the new actual car itself. You'd really consider it in the time before the addition of the Mustang. The Bentley would be your de facto choice. Big 4-litre V8 engine, large frame, but surprisingly pokey in the corners because the engine has been shoved back into the bulkhead. The 789 in trouble, though. I will point this one out. We'll have to cut away from the fight between the 23 and the 119 for just a moment. The 789 of Chris Farris was in momentary trouble down at turn 1. Chris Farris gets back running, but has lost ground to the 94. That puts Nicholas Koenig of Majestic Racing up to the 10th spot. Let's quickly catch back on board here before we lose sight of them for the fight of the 23 and the 119. You can see a bit of, what dare I say, is that mist or fog or something of that variety slowly creeping its way over the hills here in Mount Panorama, just above the town of Bathurst. It's rolling down the hillside because I'm starting to see visibility fall massively down by the wayside here. Not to an extreme extent, but we are seeing as the lights come on, it is getting harder and harder to see even just straight ahead. That's not because of nighttime. That's, you can see it as though it rolls over the hills in the background. There is fog creeping in the final 50 minutes of racing. Down through Skyline Hill we go. Fog means that it might go to rain is one such theory. I mean, the weather radar showing it 30 minutes uninterrupted, no chance of rain. But of course, the weather radars do update rather sporadically. The chances of rain are still very, very slim. We're still watching here the fight of 14th place. LeBay versus Williams on their way down the Conrod. It still does leave a gap on our radars, though, of about 19 minutes as to whether or not there could be a pocket of rain Mist usually does mean rain on the way. See out through the chase here. Williams using this opportunity now as nighttime creeps in. LeBay into the pit lane. Williams stays out, so he's up to 14th place. In goes Christian LeBay in the 119 Bentley. An admirable defensive position, but he's back into the pits in the 119. Keep giving you updates as and when we can. The data stream, though, just a little bit on the slower side when it comes to weather. No current indication, as according to our weather radars, on whether or not we will get that rainfall in the next 30 minutes. Of course, with 48 still on the... still 48 minutes on the charts here. That does leave, as mentioned before, a big gap to where rain could actually creep in. The chances, though, still remain low, but not impossible. Taylor Wayne into the pit lanes then in the number 37 KTJ Motorsports car. And their first race has been a very mixed bag for them. They had a fantastic opening half, but in this second half, it has been constant struggle between himself and Kieran McMillan. Coming out of the pit lane then comes the 119. We'll see whether or not LeBay swaps drivers on his way through the pits. As we see emerging comes the 119. We've yet to see what the placards are saying. Here comes the Malwar Racing 119, though, on the exit of the pit lane. Jack Giles, by the way, into the pit lane in the 316. We see there, I believe that to be a new driver behind the wheel. We'll wait for any sufficient update from the timing charts here. Just trying to get a look at it. Yes, Byron Forrest is behind the wheel. We saw FOR there on the LED boards. Byron Forrest is now behind the wheel of that 119 for the final stint. 47.5 minutes of racing left to go here in Mount Panorama. And they're up to 17th for the time being. David Tangway up the road in 16th. Lamairi Enzo up in 15th with Sparko CTA. We see most recent moves here in the pit lane from the 316. We also see into the pit lane comes Tobias Sievert. So it does give opportunity over to Fabio Farr to come and take the race lead. 787 into the pit lane is a bizarre call. 316 emerges from the pits. Archie Bowen back behind the wheel. I think we're starting to see a little bit of an overlap on some of the stint strategy today, and it has left drivers scrambling back to the pit lane. We've seen quite a few already. Also into the pits comes Matthew Williams from the background there in the 23. Into the pits as well, the 787. What is the call for Fabio Farr then? In the 791, stays out on track, so will be effectively, by looks of it, taking the lead of this race today. Florian Oxman not too far away either. So there, the 791 seemingly back into the lead of this race. What was a fleeting moment for them not long ago, they are now holding on to with 46.5 minutes to spare. So we found out the exact reasons why Will Friedman had yet to have gotten in the car, needed to get in, otherwise the 787 would have received a penalty. Right now it puts Fabio Farr in the lead of this race, and the newest addition to the field, that's 791. We'll have to catch up in a moment's time. Yellow flags are out for the cutting and through quarry. We see here on board with the 791 that was leading that charge. There were the yellow flags out. It was for, I believe, the KTJ car had a spot of bother up in this area, but has now since vanished. Back in the green flag racing, up past Solomon and McPhillamy. We see Teo Monier-Chaplet in the number 15 CTA car up in front here of the leaders of this race, Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack in the 791 Porsche. This might actually be a very bizarre sign for us here, because having a look back through the data, we are having to scour back through legacy files in order to obtain the last time that Porsche were able to win a race here in the Console Endurance Series. We'll have to quickly skim through all of our results, but as far as you or I are concerned, I'm pretty sure we're about to see something really quite bizarre in the making. 3/4 of an hour left to go, and still several drivers in the pit lane. Just scouring back through for a moment here, just to see if there were any gaps in our knowledge that we did not know about. So yes, we have now got conclusive evidence that, as far as it stands right now, this might be the first Porsche endurance win across both GHR and now what it is known as the NLRL since the 6 hours of Nürburgring back in Season 2, the final season of the Xbox Endurance Championship. That was won by IGF Motorsport back in the day. And this might genuinely, I'm not even kidding, might be the first Porsche victory since that race. That is 2 seasons and nearly 2 years ago. This could be history in the making here, folks. On their debut, the 791 of Farr and Vermaak could be making NLRL history, because not only would this mark the first time Porsche as a manufacturer has won in the NLRL era, it would mark the second time ever in the history of both, I believe, the XCC and now what it is, the successor series, the CES. I might be wrong on that. I may be wrong on that point. But we are really having to tap back into the archives of where we used to be with the folks over on GHR to give you some context as to the gravity of what you are seeing now. More yellow flags, this time for the 69 down at the chase. The black Nitro car in trouble at this time. We'll see what the state of affairs is there. The number 69, Fabian Zobjak, looking potentially at a run to the pits back into green flag conditions, but looking there to roll that Mustang back to the pit lane. You can see severe front end damage after his run through the chase. Looking at where fights are concerned on track, we can see a pretty close one on the horizon. Nicholas Koenig versus Chris Farish, 1.2 seconds between the BMW and the McLaren. Exclusive back up into the top 10 there in the 789. Majestic just outside of it, but as far as they're concerned in terms of the Privateers wing, they're still on the podium. So with 42 minutes left to go, here are the current state of affairs. Fabio Farr leads in the 791. He leads this race overall alongside Tyler Vermaak, the newest additions to the exclusive esports lineup. That Porsche looking to take a groundbreaking victory. More on that in the next 42 minutes. Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett second place on what would have been the chances of a triple win, a first of its kind, a hat trick for exclusive esports, undone by a fueling mishap. Will Friedman in third place, looking to catch up as a matter of fact and potentially move up to second place. Bailey Rosier in fourth place and leading in the Privateers wing alongside Adam Saunders at the Tempest Motorsports team. Cas van Veltzen and Anthony Rodriguez in fifth with the Euro Titans 313 ahead of Archie Bowen and Jack Giles in sixth with Euro Titans 316. Louis Bolton currently in the 414, one of 3 drivers besides Marcus Carlos and Ilkay Kilinkoglu, seventh place and up and ahead of Harry Palmer in the 314. Sebastian Plotnik with Race Vision is in 9th place and ahead of Chris Farish, 3.8 seconds behind him. There could be that fight in the near future. Also want to discuss, of course, that fight up in 2nd. Nicholas Koenig in 11th place, Dennis Kuhleman in 12th. Ben Meredith in 13th place, Lamiri Enzo in 14th, David Tanguay in 15th, Byron Forrest in 16th, ahead of Matthew Williams in 17th, incredibly close to one another as it continues here. Ford versus Bentley down for 16th place. John Williams in 18th with Michael Picconi in 19th. Teo Monier-Chaplin, as we see around the outside goes Matthew Williams. That was tidy there by Fats GT's Mustang. Up and around Byron Forrest in the 119. Continuing on the subject then, 20th for Teo Monier-Chaplin with Sparko CTA. Fabian Zobjak at the moment with Black Nitro just emerging from the pit lane after serious damage repair, and it puts the 323 still in last. Gage Bruce and Mario Reutiers in the 323 Fats GT Ferrari still alive and still kicking. Sneaky deaky move there by Williams. That was very clean down through Skyline. Very, very tidy. Looking at the potential of that fight for second, it is only getting better and better here for Will Friedman. The real reason behind that emergency pit lane run for the 787 was because for the longest time, Friedman had yet to have been admitted into the car. All drivers entered into that vehicle have to race, otherwise they receive a penalty at the end of round 3. So they've had to get Friedman into the car, but he's not wasted any time here. They've woken him out of his slumber. He's 1.3 seconds from Florian Oxman with the chances here to take second place in the 787. Now into the pit lane as well, Nicholas Koenig with the Majestic Racing team. Michael Picconi also in the number 5. 38 minutes left to go. We can still see very close fighting here. Plotnik v Farish. Exclusive versus Race Vision. They're out through Solman in towards McPhillamy, past the wall of death there on our left-hand side. They'll be their right-hand side as we enter the run through turn 10. See if we can catch on board, though, with these two as they make their way down Skyline Hill. Attempting to get on board here. This is with Chris Farish in the 789 fighting against Sebastian Plotnik. We want to try and get a look with the defending of two cars here just to get a little bit more perspective as to just how close that XCL McLaren is getting to the back end of the number 9 Race Vision car. Currently all in contention for 9th place. He's caught in the headlights quite literally here because with the slipstream, that McLaren already on paper is faster. With a slipstream, it's only going to be easier for the 789 to work his way around. He'll be up the inside as we head down towards the chase. So unless he's really going to try and fend this one off, he's going to have to think of something brave and think of it fast. And there, making his way up through to position into 9th goes Chris Farish in the 789 exclusive McLaren. That puts, at this time, Sebastian Plotnik down in 10th, but not by a long way. He has got right back to work in his efforts to get back around. We see another yellow flag for the 323, this time down at Griffin's Bend. And at the same time, there was a yellow flag out for, I believe, the 511 down at Skyline Hill. So a lot going on here on track in the closing hour. Never mind that. It's in the closing 37 minutes of racing. And that yellow flag still withstands for the 323. Now back into the pit lane. We were about to reintroduce the yellow flags to our drivers here. And now that has since cleared out of the way. We see emerging from behind the number 9 of Sebastian Plotnik, of which we're following on board with at the moment, is Michael Picconi, or potentially Salvatore Borgetto in the Delave Maria number 5 Ferrari down in the privateer's wing. They make their way up round the cuttings. 0.8 of a second, currently the divider between Farish and Plotnik, but as we've seen out through most of these corners, that is continuing to grow by a couple tenths each time. The McLaren up against the Ferrari, at least in this case, has got more to give in the corners. I will stand by my point, though, that McLaren has really met their kryptonite here in Bathurst. It has been possibly the worst performance we've seen from McLaren all season long. Their best performance right now is coming out of the brand new Euro Titans 316 of Bowen and Giles, 6th place overall. Chris Farish just making his way up to 9th. The other McLaren, Teo Monia-Chaplet, is in 20th. Where I would say we've seen consistently the best performance, I mean, just by per capita, I guess you could say, by just the distribution of cars, it would be Porsche, because it's a 100% success rate right now. But I'd say if we want to take a look at cars that we've already seen plenty of performance data out of, I'd take a stab at BMW, really. I mean, all you really need to do is take a look here and see 2 Beamers in the top 10, 3 Beamers in the top 15. The bulk of the spread of the BMWs still surviving, point that out in today's race, is in and amongst that top 15. Perhaps that's a bit of like a, what's that graph again? The survivorship bias. Maybe it's sort of that for the BMWs, because we have seen a lot of Beamers get smashed up today. Now, cutting away from this fight becomes another, as we've seen most recently, a move up to 4th for Cas van Veltzen, up past Bailey Rosier, now to 4th place. Rosier infuriated by that move, from 5th already back onto the attack on the 313. Could it be the chances here of a calamity up the road? Bear in mind, Will Friedman is not far now from Florian Oxman. These two are getting closer and closer and closer, whereas the gap between themselves and Fabio Farr up at the front of this field remains at 8.8 seconds. This, though, is one of the closest fights on track right now. Rosier v Van Veltzen. Right behind them there appears to be Michael Picconi in the number 5 car down in 19th place, chasing them. Lamai Rienzo just briefly into the pit lane as well on the 511. We'll see who's now got behind the wheel of that as they exit the pit lane now. On their way down the, I suppose up, I should say, the mountain straight. You can see in front of them there was the leading Porsche. Now behind the wheel, that appears to be Gabriel Victor, with Sparco CTA now behind the wheel. We see the fight quickly teeter out of favour for Bailey Rosier. Now 9/10 of a second at the last interval between himself and Van Veltzen. That gap only continuing to grow as the 313 picks up more momentum. 1.2 seconds at the last interval between Friedman and Oxman. Nothing at this time to indicate an immediate move for position. It's a curious comment I've just seen in the NLRL Discord server that makes me think back to another theory that I've heard before, and it's almost comparing the Bathurst circuit to, I don't know if you've ever heard the KFC theory before, where it's the idea of getting a KFC is actually better than having one. I'd say it's a bit inverse now. If you've had a KFC recently, they're very nice. But what they're saying is the idea of Bathurst is always better than actually racing at Bathurst. I think for a lot of people, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, it is a real Marmite or Vegemite track if you're so inclined. It is a love it or hate it situation. You will never have a middling point here at Bathurst. You're not going to find drivers that are neutral on this. It is a law of extremes for opinion on this track, and it is not alone in that sort of collection of tracks with these extreme opinions. There's either a large swarm of people ready to say that they love the track and they'll stand by it, and there's another swarm of people ready to crucify you for even having a positive opinion on the track. And to be honest, it is a law of extremes that kind of complements perfectly a track as extreme as Bathurst. See here, Geisler only a second and closing from Kuhleman, so to put himself back up on the podium for Majestic, up and ahead of NRW Performance. There could be another fight coming up very, very shortly. In the pits at the moment, Ghost Bruce and the 323 Fats GT Ferrari. Once again, this time down in 20 seconds, so the death toll continues to rise here from 33 cars starting this race. We're now down 11 cars in a record high. I think this race can best be defined by it's a real story of heavy implications across both championships, and in fact across all three championships. What it has solidified right now is control for Exclusive. It has led to potential rises here for Euro Titans in the team's championship. Moreover, with the absences, the absence of a lot of the remaining five-star esports drivers, it is now opening up the drivers' championship for drivers further behind. And in the privateers wing, it is still a story of control for Tempest, currently 5th in this race, having lost out 4th to Cass Van Veltzen's Euro Titans 313 car. And as we see here, Race Vision and seemingly NRW looking to fight back from within the podium. Right now looking at that Privateers Championship once again. If we bring back up that overall for the Privateers, we see Tempest leads with 102 points. The 77, now here's the grounds they need to play on. If they can hold 3rd place right now, they might just emerge level on points with the Race Vision car up in 2nd place. Harry Palmer into the pit lane now has seceded to the pits from what was 9th, now down to 10th as he exits behind Sebastian Plotnik. .30 left to go then. Into the pits then comes Gabriel Victor as well. Another recent entry to the pits. You can see for what reasons why the 511 with serious front end damage is back in for one more pit stop. You can see though, in that previously assumed fight there, we saw a great degree of hesitation in the last couple of laps, but now as the sun firmly sinks beyond the horizon where we didn't think we'd be getting night racing, we are so pleasantly surprised to be seeing the contrary, as now, within 7/10 of a second of one another, Will Friedman and Florian Oxman could be going head-to-head here for position. Let's try and catch on board with either of the two in this fight for 2nd place. On board now with the 787 of Will Friedman. Teammates Tobias Sievert and Luca Goenheimer have done a royal effort here. It has been a little bit of a mishap to put them behind the Bentley and the Porsche on the podium. Not that they'll be arguing with a XCL 123 at the end of this day if things hold where they are in the next 29 minutes here in Bathurst. What we are now seeing though is a currently fated fight for 2nd place. The Bentley and the BMW, who were previously the occupiers of the front row in this race, now find themselves playing 2nd fiddle to the newcomer, the 791 of Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack in the Porsche 911 992. See running down towards the chase, in towards turns 21 and 22, way later on the brakes in the BMW. You can see the degree of confidence Friedman carries under the brakes. Out through the chase, down towards Murray's. The Bentley can pick up slightly better in the straight lines. That's where Oxman has got him pinned, so he needs to stick religiously within that slipstream to minimise the effect of that damage. Now on the exit of turn 23. Up towards turn 1, down at Hell Corner. Better of the two lines there through turn 1, so it's slowly giving him the confidence to start chipping away here at the 788. Making our way down towards turn 2 at Griffin's Bend. Up the mountain straight we go. A civil war perhaps brewing here amongst the XCL cars. They know now that it is absolute bedlam on the podium. Where Fabio Farr has been able to slip on through, it's been calamity for strategy and fuel that has put these two in second and third, where they would have otherwise fought for the lead. Out through Quarry we go then. It's almost hypnotic watching cars run like this through the mountain section here in Mount Panorama. After a certain amount of time for these drivers, it becomes an unconscious effort. You're not necessarily thinking anymore once you get to this point. It is all instinctive, and it is a bizarrely vivid experience. Out through the S's we go then, down towards turn 18 at Forest's Elbow. This is where a lot of that hard work in the middle sector pays off for either side. You can see right now with just enough of a gap between himself and the BMW, the slipstream minimised between the 788 and the 787. So Florian Oxman is still able to hold on to position here, knowing that he might just slowly start bleeding time, but he has done just enough to keep that BMW out of range. It's going to take something seriously out of left field here to put the BMW up alongside the Bentley. You've seen already the degree of confidence Will Friedman's got on the brakes here, so this could be an area of vulnerability worth exploring for the 787 heading into the next couple of laps. We're 102 laps strong here in Bathurst. 26 minutes left to go. Feasibly looking at about 13 more laps. We stay on board with these two. Let's have a little look around the field to see where our nearest fights could be coming from. Of course, that was the fight for second place, but seceding off of what could have been a fight for 11th. Into the pits comes Dennis Kuhleman in the 77. He was fighting with Leon Geisler on what could have been the podium in the Privateers. Well, that puts a rest to what could have been the other closest fight on track right now. As he secedes to the pit lane, it leaves us with only one consideration. That's Friedman v Oxman. We see a knock against the wall, though, there for Friedman, if my memory does not deceive me. We're taking a look at some of the data just then. Let's get a look at that on the replay, just to quickly piece together. Was that a hit up at Quarry? Well, the 787, you can see out here through turn 5. It was a hit for both of them, actually, as a matter of fact. So both of them are really pushing the envelope out for what their cars are capable of. They're going to find themselves in trouble, and it's not helping their advance here up to the race lead at all. That was previously an 8-second gap, is now 10.9 in favour of Fabio Farr in the 791. Porsche could have gone above and beyond here in Bathurst, but only time will tell us different. 24.5 minutes left to go. Back on board then with that fight of second place. Now on with the BMW of Will Friedman once again in his efforts to try and pass Florian Oxman. We are actually seeing a fight a little further behind at the moment. Just try to catch on board with this one. It's actually going on in the background from these two. Looking at it here. As it turns out, I thought it was going to be for position, but they're separated by 1 lap between each other. That was John Williams and Gabriel Victor with Fats GT and Sparko CTA. So we now see the gap between the remaining podium sitters, second and third here, Oxman and Friedman, now separated by upwards of a second as they make their way around Griffin's Bend. 23 minutes left to go, and it seems that the last of our fights today may be fizzling out between the 788 and the 787. See now, having swapped over for Archie Bowen, it puts Bailey Rosier back up to 4th place with 23 minutes to spare. Bowen back behind the wheel of the 316, 11.8 seconds from Bailey Rosier's Tempest number 30. The gap between the remaining podium sitters now 1.1 seconds, and that seems to be spelling a clear message out that Oxman is now pushing ahead of the 787 of Friedman. The chances for a fight of second place are starting to dwindle, and dwindle fast. So now we catch on board here with a driver slowly making progress up towards Williams, as we see now a little bit of a knock against the wall though for David Tanguay in the 99 mile while racing Bentley on his way up through Reed, then through Solomon, then to McPhillamy Park out past the wall of death. What a mighty sound that is on the Bentley. As a matter of fact, let's see if we can catch on board with one of the Bentleys. As, oh, hang on just a moment. Having since been brought into nearly half a second, the 787 is back in the fight. So when we thought things were over, we're back on board with Friedman in that fight of second place. We have to fully re-engage now with the 787 as what was seemingly a defiant gap being formed out for the 788 has now dwindled in the span of less than half a lap. The 313 in trouble as well. Anthony Rodriguez brings out the yellow flags past the chase. Whether or not he's going to lose 6th place is another question entirely, but let's have a look here as to what has gone on. Bowen in 5th and Rodriguez momentary trouble for the 313, now down in 6th place, maintains position there ahead of Louis Bolton, who's not far away from the 313. So all manner of drama is kicking back off. Michael Piccone back into the pit lane in the number 5. They're back on board with the 787 and the 788 as they have now fully re-engaged a fight for second place. We'll leave you on board with these two. We'll be back in just a moment's time. So 20 minutes left to go here in Bathurst. We're still watching on with the fight of second place, Friedman v Oxman, and what has been a very exciting final chapter saga to go off by here before the end of round 3. Yellow flags out at the chase here. We're about to see for what reason as we watch on board with Leon Geisler. The 511 brought those yellow flags out. We can't actually yet see them. So we're going to try and catch now with the 511 proper. That's one of the Sparco CTA cars, I believe, in trouble there. And now you can see get back running is Gabriel Victor in the Ferrari 296. Looking further around the field then to see where the nearest fights are going on, of course, to bring back up the consideration than the fight of second place, half a second between Friedman and Oxman. Having a look further around the field to see where anything at all could be emerging from, we find ourselves, in comparison to this, relatively empty-handed. So we had a look for the longest time from the attacking point of view. Why not have a look from the defending point of view? The 788 of Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett defending away from Will Friedman in the 787 BMW. A civil war amongst the XCL Esports team. As now with Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack very well distant up the field. 14.5 seconds for the 791 as they exit Forest's Elbow and turn 19 thereafter to head up the Conrod Straight. We're watching with these two as they just mount turn 18.4.3 of a second. There could be that initiative taken very, very soon by Will Friedman. We watch here with Florian Oxman now in a very, very tough defending position as now the BMW emerges from the slipstream side by side. Seemingly, I can't tell whether or not the 788 lifted for that one or whether or not the BMW just carried enough speed, but now moving up to second place goes Will Friedman up and ahead of Florian Oxman. We saw the last move could have been definitely some team orders by the way that he went wide out through turn 2, but that was because of a fueling incident. We don't yet know what the call then was for them this time around. So much for the notion of a civil war. That was actually quite civil. That's the fight for second seemingly quelled for now. You can see Oxman lost 2 seconds over the course of that last lap. So seemingly does put proof in the pudding of a potential team orders call for Friedman to pass. Nonetheless, now 7 tenths up the road, Freeman ahead of Oxman. But a peculiar story indeed for that of the 791, the newest addition to the growing toy box at Exclusive Esports, the Porsche. The first of its kind, driven by Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack. They're up through Quarry. Yellow flags out down at turn 18, but now have since cleared for the 69 Black Nitro Mustang. It is a very bizarre sight then, because what we are looking at here, folks, is history being made. In the 2 seasons that has now ran here for the NLRL Console Endurance Series, never once has Porsche stood atop the podium steps. Chances may still be here. Now looking further around the field to see what else is going on track. Now we saw, of course, that move that gave second place over to Will Friedman. We'll see whether or not that was ever fought back. As you can see now, 2.4 seconds, the divider between himself and Florian Oxman. It is very unlikely now that those two will be seen fighting as close as they are again, as now the gap has all but been lost to the 791. 15 seconds up the road now from either of them. I'm sure in the grand scheme of things here that Exclusive won't be arguing with the way things have turned out over the course of this race. Of course, I think they would have liked for the 788 to take that hat-trick. And it's history either which way right now, because we're about to see potentially the first Porsche win in the history of the Console Endurance Series. It'll actually be, if we take a look even further back to what this series was the successor chapter to, it'll be the first time a Porsche has won outright in an endurance race since the 6 Hours of Nürburgring back in Season 2 of the Xbox Endurance Championship back in, I believe, 2023 now. So it's been a long, long time since we've seen Porsche take the checkered flag first among the fray, and we could be seeing the likes in the next 15 minutes, so do hang on to your seats then. It has been one rip-roaring ride, 3.75 hours of racing here at Bathurst, but it can only end one way. We're about to find out how. Right now, nearest fight would have been Oxman and Friedman by interval alone, but we know already that hostilities have frozen over between the 787 and the 788. Strategic calls put the Bentley down in 3rd place. So nearest fight right now, could that be considered between Bowen and Rosier? 6.4 seconds, with the chances in the next 14.5 minutes for that to reduce to 0 without some intervention of a larger scale incident are very slim at this time. The two have been very closely matched for pace over the course of this race. Having a look at some of the data over the course of the last couple of laps, just to take a look between the likes of Bowen and Rosier. Their last lap, Rosier was slower by a ways there, by actually about 8 tenths of a second, but when you look at their fastest lap, it is by well over a second in the favour of Tempest Motorsports number 30. If I were a gambling man, I'm not sure what I would take my chances with here in the fight potentially coming up between Rosier and Bowen. Here is Bailey Rosier. Him and Adam Saunders have delivered above and beyond the call of duty for what is possible for the privateers. Now, bear in mind, it was Tempest Motorsports that took a win outright in Spain last season. So it is not impossible to suggest in the next couple of rounds that they can go ahead and do it again. Let's see if we can go and catch on board here. We see with Leon Geisler trying to make his way around Louis Bolton. See the extent of the damage over the windscreen. I can barely see a thing here, so I can only imagine how he's operating that machine. You can see quite considerable damage on the nose. It is inviting in Gabriel Victor. So is he looking at a charge to the pit lane? Yes, actually comes to be the case for Leon Geisler. What does that mean for implications in terms of the privateers wing? Well, they may have just seceded their podium away from NRW Performance, meaning it's going to be even harder for them to return from the back of that top 5. We'll see exactly where things land, though, when they head to the next round at the 6 Hours of Silverstone in 2 weeks' time here in the Console Endurance Series. Once we've got the opportunity, we've got quite the schedule up ahead of us here in terms of just the Saturday slot, not including other things like Sunday and Wednesday, for example, but looking at just the calendar for this season and also what the season runs contra. Not contraflow, it's runs in tandem with, I should say, which is the XL Pro Series, of which we'll be covering the next 2 rounds of here on TRTN. You find that our next round comes up on the 29th. Now on the 22nd, the next Saturday coming, we'll be covering round 4 the championship over in Watkins Glen International. Then we head to Silverstone the week after, and then between Silverstone and Imola, we'll be over back in Bathurst for round 5, and that will wrap up the end of our time with the folks over at XCL. But it was a fantastic opportunity to come out and record with them as well and work alongside the XL TV team. And then we'll be back firmly into the discussion of things in regards to the Console Endurance Series alone until at least March of 2026. Looking at where we'll be, though, in the next couple of rounds, with only 11 minutes, just under 12, as a matter of fact, left to go before the end of operations here in Bathurst, and what has been absolute slaughter despite its diminutive scale. We'll be heading to another 6-hour round, and this is one I'm also thoroughly looking forward to. It's my home circuit, the Grand Prix Circuit Silverstone. That's going to be a fantastic one. The Silverstone 6 Hours, a brand new event for Season 2 on the 29th of November. Then heading into December, we find ourselves with only 1 round to talk about, and that will be the shortest round of the championship, effectively the closest thing you or I will get here in the Console Endurance Series to a sprint, the Imola 3 Hours. And if Imola was anything to go by off the basis of just the Sunday League, which we covered last Sunday, you're in for a real ride there on the 13th of December. Then we're in for the winter break. You won't be seeing us until the end of January next year at the Monza 6 Hours. That's going to be a fantastic time as well. Then going back into another event returning from last season, the Suzuka 4 Hours, last won by MSA's number 414 in a very last second dash against Exclusive in the pouring wet rain. And then the Indy 6 Hours, a new event for Season 2, is round 8, the final round on the 7th of March. We'll pick back up on that in the next 10 or so minutes. Right now, we're in amongst the final chapters here in Season 2, Round 3. In the pits at the moment is the 789. So this is a bit of a bizarre one we see here for Chris Farish. Into the pit lane he goes. Also in the pit lane with him there, Michael Picconi in the number 5. So this could be up an extra position. Yes, so it is for Sebastian Plotnik. Kieran Rodd might not be far from a promotion up toward 9th place. Ben Meredith at the moment is a lap down, so it seems. So he'll be waiting for his opportunity to come up a position as well. But for Kieran Rodd, he's looking to be up into 9th place. Chris Farish into the pit lane for bizarre reasons. Now behind the wheel. Not yet privy to exactly whom is behind the wheel of that 789. The lighting boards didn't give us much to go off of. Now exiting the pit lane comes the 789 McLaren with Exclusive Esports. A bizarre final second pit stop for him here in round 3. Going to try and catch on board here with the 789. Chris Farish seemingly behind the wheel, but we've yet to get proper confirmation of such. We see here inside of that top 5, 6.8 seconds from 4th place. That is Bailey Rosier up the road from the driver on screen at the moment, the 316 of Archie Bowen with Euro Titans Endurance. So see in and amongst the fray in that top 10. It has been a very peculiar drive today, but one hard fought back to the field. My goodness, though, off in the background goes both Guy Spruce and Anthony Rodriguez. That was a bit elbows out there on his way through McPhillamy, but he's adamant to try and lap as many cars as possible to minimise the gap between himself and the car up in 5th place. You can see, though, that the 316 is a long, long way away. They have fought very, very hard to put themselves back where they are at this time after that very early doors incident between themselves and Adam Saunders in the number 30 Tempest Motorsports Ford in the opening laps of this race today. So for Rodriguez and Van Velzen, that is a royal effort to put themselves back in the top 10, even more so to be close to a top 5 after everything's said and done. You see here from behind the 788, we were perplexed by exactly what car that was, but that is, as a matter of fact, the number 15 of Théo Monnier-Chaplet with Sparco CTA down in 20th, chasing the 788 of Florian Oxman. Okay, not with K1 Esports, with Exclusive Esports. Anthony Rodriguez takes the fastest time, so doing the best that he can now to mitigate damage away from Euro Titans, trying to give them as many points as they can in their continued charge to what could be second in the team's championship come Silverstone at round 4, the midway mark of season 2. They're also denying points away from Exclusive, who right now are looking to take a 1-2-3 rolling finish. The number 69 of Fabian Zobjak, a stop-go 30-second penalty to serve. So less than ideal news here in the closing minutes of today's race for the folks over at Black Nitro Racing. So 6 minutes left to go. Not really much left in the bookings here. Nearest gaps at the moment are between two drivers currently not looking to fight anymore. 1.5 seconds between Oxman and Friedman. It's currently being closely trailed at this time by, it seems here, one of the Ferraris. I believe that to be at this time. Yes, that is Anthony Rodriguez, now with the fastest lap of today's race in the 3-1-3. Down through the chase we go then, chasing on the Bentley. Looking to unlap himself from the Bentley. Let's see if we can catch on board here with Rodriguez in the 3-1-3. You see the 788 currently up and ahead of him. 4 seconds slower, so something clearly awry with the Bentley at this time to have lost this much ground. Five minutes left to go. We will be heading into what is effectively the last 3 laps or less of racing here in Bathurst. From this point onwards up the inside there, passing through on the 788, let through there by the Bentley of Oxman. There goes Anthony Rodriguez, joining Cas van Velzen in the 3-1-3. They have done a properly solid job today to bring themselves back into competition after how things panned out in the opening hour of racing here in Bathurst. 2 minutes, 557 gives them the fastest time of any one driver on track. Now let's see just by how far that is. His last lap, a 2:01.807. So incredible form we're seeing here in the latter laps of today's race out of Rodriguez. Currently faster than both Bowen and Rosier. Moreover, of the top 6 cars, he's fastest by pretty long way here. We're looking at least over a second to any one driver on that rest of the top 5. So had it been a little longer, actually wouldn't have been out of the chances here for him to catch back up to a top 5. In terms of that fastest time, now the previous fastest time was set by Will Friedman at 2 minutes, 0.975. So he puts a little over 0.4 of a second on that fastest time. So very well done to Rodriguez. The fastest time of this race so far. New lap record. Now just have a look at the lap records for Mount Panorama in terms of real life times. You'd be looking back towards the fastest current time for a restricted GT3. Now I'll bring up as to why that's important in a moment's time. But for a restricted GT3, the fastest time, according to Wikipedia at least, for the lap records here at Mount Panorama during a race has been back in 2016. That was set by Shane van Gisbergen in a McLaren 650S at 201.567. Whereas for an unrestricted car, this is where it really comes into play here, is that a 159.291. That was by Christopher Mice in the Audi R8 back in 2018. Obviously, these cars being, I'd say, definitely of the more restricted variety with that balance of performance today, I would say that is still a very, very solid time we're looking at there out of Rodriguez. That's a whole second, actually, up the road from the current track record for a restricted GT3 car. So that's quite something. 2 minutes left to go. We are not far then from the final lap coming up, and to more or less bring us into the final chapter, who better than to get on board with than the race leaders, as we quickly just have a gander here. Rosier versus Maserat, looking for the inside. Maserat is frustrated with the 30s trying to get around to potentially have a go on Meredith, but I think the gap is just a little too far away at this time. He falls back quite a way. Let's get on board with the race leaders. It's down towards the line to start one more lap. Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack here in the 791 car. Out through turn 1. Having a look at the rest of the field right now, all battles seemingly having dissipated. It's all quiet here in Bathurst as we head into the final lap of racing. See, as far as things stand for Bowen v Rosier, 3.8 seconds, unlikely to drop without an incident between the Ford and the McLaren, but still a very admirable job by Euro Titans to put themselves in a very solid finish despite a less than ideal start. The race leaders not actually far behind the 316 at the moment. Archie Bowen might, if he runs into any kind of bother, find himself actually getting lapped before the end of this race. I don't think that to be the case, though, as now having got up past what appears to believe, I believe to be the Black Nitro Racing Mustang here is the 791 of Fabio Farr. Oh, hang on, in a moment there. Is that... Oh my goodness, no, don't tell me that is. It is Bailey Rosier. Oh my goodness, it's super trouble there for Tempest Motorsports in the final lap. Calamity and McPhillamy. I don't believe the light drama on the final lap. The number 30 is in trouble. I don't believe this. Getting up and around then. There is the opportunity for Bowen. He's now looking to potentially get up past Rosier. I think he's already done that by quite a long shot. He could put Rodriguez in the top 5. Nonetheless, we get on board here as we now see how things unfold. Rosier and Tempest could lose the Privateers division here. Nonetheless, heading down towards the chase on what has been unstoppable form today by these two, well and above and beyond the Call of Duty. What was a real gamble by the Exclusive Esports team, and look at what they've done with the opportunity. It has been a long time since Porsche has graced the top step of the podium, but at long last, for the first time in the history of the Console Endurance Series, Porsche are winners here in Bathurst. An unbelievable result today by the folks at Exclusive Esports, eyeing up a 1, 2, and 3. And it has been pay dirt for Euro Titans, much to the chagrin of Bailey Rosier. One calamity down through McPhillamy has undone 4 hours of progress. Will Friedman across the line, second place. Florian Oxman to the line on the podium, continues the charge from the lead. Third place, a 1, 2, 3 for Exclusive Esports. We've just seen across the line as well, Anthony Rodriguez and Cash Van Veltzen in the top 5 with the fastest lap. Archie Bowen looking at 4th. Bailey Rosier limping to the line here. Could he be caught up? Not by a long shot. Still in the mountain section, so by just enough, he'll be looking at his chances to finish at the forefront of the privateers wing for Tempest Motorsports. But look at the state of that Mustang. My goodness me, what a dramatic end there for Bailey Rosier on what could have been. He'll still hold on to a division win, but it could have been a top 5 for the number 30. Archie Bowen on his way out of Forest's Elbow is not long from the line here to be 4th place at the end of all things said and done, alongside Jack Giles in the 316 at Euro Titans. A formidable result by Euro Titans to turn things around today on what has been a slaughterhouse round here in Bathurst. We're not done just yet. Still a few more drivers to the line. Fortunately, having taken the privateers win, Tempest Motorsports on the podium. Looks to be Race Vision Motorsport continuing their charge back up towards 2nd place. Down in 3rd in division and 12th overall, Jörg Masserat with NRW Performance. Leon Geisler with Majestic 4th in division, 13th overall. We'll get a full result on that a little later on, but a 130-second penalty for Plotnik. And I believe that to be the case because they didn't field Mbele, who was one such driver signed up for this race. There you can see the final results, though, ladies and gents. For the first time in Console Endurance Series history, Porsche are winners. Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack win in Bathurst. Unbelievable. A 1-2-3 for Exclusive Esports team. Will Friedman in 2nd in the 787, the 788 in 3rd. Archie Bowen in 4th with Euro Titans. Anthony Rodriguez in 5th. Bailey Rosier 6th, Louis Bolton 7th, Sebastian Plotnik 8th, Kieran Rod 9th, Chris Farish rounds out the top 10, Ben Meredith in 11th, Jörg Masserat in 12th, Leon Geisler 13th, Matthew Williams 14th, David Tangway 15th, Byron Forrest 16th, John Williams 17th, Gabriel Victor in 18th, Michael Picconi 19th, Teo Monier Chaplet in 20th, Fabian Zobchak in 21st, and Gay Spruce in 22nd. Have a look at that. That is an autopsy, let alone a DNF list. You can see there upwards of 11 cars out by the end of what has been warfare at round 3. The bottom line, though, your winners in the overall category, the 791 Exclusive Esports Porsche, Fabio Farr and Tyler Vermack. And then winning in the Privateers division, the number 30 Ford Mustang of Tempest Motorsports is Bailey Rosier and Adam Saunders. Very well done to those two as well. In terms of driver of the day, it is a tough call. I'll leave that one up to the choice of the people in the server over on NLRL. But what a round that has been today. War here in Australia. What a round. Looking at where we'll be heading into the next round, you'll see us in 2 weeks' time at the first of its kind, the Silverstone 6 Hours. I am thoroughly looking forward to seeing how that one unfolds. We're back into the 6-hour format, and then before we wrap up here in 2025, we'll be seeing the shortest round of the season on the 13th of December, the Imola 3 Hours. It's going to be an exciting run before the end of 2025 here, folks, but what a round it has been today. Very well done to Exclusive Esports, very well done to Tempest Motorsports, and a very well done to everyone who was able to make it to the checkered flag. What a race. That was more so a war than it was a race for some. It will be a race to remember for some, a race to forget for many. But that's the end of the road for us here in round 3 of the championship. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. If you're looking to catch us next, we'll be on for the Sunday League tomorrow on NLRL, and that'll be for round, I believe that to be round 4 of the championship coming up, and that'll be over in Monza, the second of our Italian double header, the first of our endurance rounds as well. I do thoroughly look forward to seeing how that one plays out. That's all from us here on TRTN. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care and good night.